What's up, everybody? It's another great NFL draft day. We're excited, we're up, and we're pumped for day 3 of the NFL draft. I have a whole mess of characters here with me to break down all sorts of good nonsense that's to come and everything that we've gone over in the days prior. So, gents, how are we doing today? We'll start off, we got Mike Manning. Mike, we had a lot going on. I didn't really get to talk to you a whole lot in the first round because we kind of interchanged right there at the turn of the hour. So I'm excited to get to talk to you a little bit and see what's up.
Yeah, it's been an interesting draft. I mean, we finally saw a lot of the quarterbacks go in the third round. We expected obviously earlier. I know the Steelers expected earlier, hence them taking one in the first round. But the landing spots are interesting for some of these guys at the wide receiver and running back position. And there's still even though the capital is not going to be there on day 3 here, there's still some talented players left on the board that I'm excited to see where they go.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. A lot of talent still left. And of course, business as usual. We have the mastermind, Jason Draven. Jason, how are you doing this morning? You got your drinks ready? You got your mimosas? There we go.
It's a slushy one, so I'm really excited. I made sure to run and grab that beforehand, so had to make my champagne run and add it to the ice, and it's delicious. I'm excited.
And just for a little bit of the background, Jason hit us up last night and was like, I got to be on the show. So I said, of course, Jason, it's your show. I just host it. So that's what we are doing. And apparently Jason had that idea while he was out at the liquor store getting stuff for mimosas. So that is all good. I'm excited. We're going to have another good morning here. And of course, last but not least, joining us, Chris Salazar. Chris, how are you doing today, man? We're super excited to get to talk to you, have a breakdown, all the good stuff that happened rounds 1 through 3, and then the rest of today. So we got 4 hours to fill. I hope you brought your A game and all the hot takes that you got stored up.
Of course, yeah. Happy to be on. Sorry, I had a little bit of technical difficulties to start, but I got that figured out. Honestly, super excited to talk as long as I can be on. It should be a fun day 3 of the draft, and can't wait to recap everything that's happened and talk about whatever's going to happen next.
Yeah, definitely. There's so much good stuff that happened. I think, of course, we're all, plugged into the business, but that bleeds over. We're all fans too. So I got to ask a few questions of each of you guys about what you guys think of your team's drafts so far. And my most interested, I definitely have to ask Mike Manning here. Mike, your team in the first round took Mr. Small Hands, Kenny Pickett. What's the verdict on that over there in Pittsburgh? What are you hearing from the fans? What are you thinking? How's that pick going to work out for you guys over there?
There's a definite rift between at least the select few that were more hoping for Malik Willis or hoping for no quarterback at all and just waiting. As we see how this draft panned out, waiting would have been a very solid option because a third round quarterback is a much less capital and much less worrisome than first round quarterback. But there's a lot of fans around here excited. They love the Pitt to Pittsburgh connection. They like Kenny Pickett in general. There's a few media people that are really big on him, think that he's going to be a stalwart at this in Heinz Field for over a decade, take them to playoffs, everything else. I think he's fine. The Steelers want Kenny Pickett to be early career Ben Roethlisberger. In his early career, Big Ben, early 2000s, was a mobile quarterback that was able to move around the pocket, move behind the line of scrimmage, could get you 10 yards or something, but he wasn't going to go for anything crazy. He wasn't rushing for 100 yards a game. He had a great run game and a very good defense. So the Steelers are going to want him to be able to, Kenny Pickett, to be mobile back there, make some plays on the run, which he is very good at, and limit his mistakes, which he improved at every single year of college. His turnover-worthy plays went down every single year. So they're just not I don't think they're expecting too much of him, but they want him to be the guy they can count on for a cheaper contract than you would think for many veterans for years to come.
Yeah, definitely. And it always helps to have that pit to pit connection. Everybody likes rooting for a hometown kid, even if he's got little bitty itty bitty hands. So,
I
we'll
did
get
measure.
over
I
it.
have bigger hands than Kenny Pickett, and I am 5'9", maybe 5'10", depending on who you ask.
It's okay. I can say these things because I have the little Kenny Pickett hands. I couldn't hold the damn football for my life. So, Chris, I know that you're really plugged into this class and that you were really breaking down a lot of the great players in this class. What do you take of the Kenny Pickett signing here? And were you at all surprised that he was the first quarterback off the board, or where it happened, or that it didn't happen sooner?
Yeah, I was surprised that only one quarterback went in the first round, and I guess it all kind of depended on the team. I think that Kenny Pickett, obviously the story, him being from Pittsburgh, and then him having the connection that I didn't even know of with Mitch Trubisky, that should be a good storyline, especially with the competition going on. Personally, I like Kenny Pickett. I know that he had fumble issues. I think he had like 23 fumbles in college, which everybody was like, "Oh, he's playing in Pittsburgh, like it's his hometown. He'll be fine. He played there before." Yeah, well, like he had 23 fumbles in college. Like he 23 or 28, it was over 20, I know that. So, he definitely has issues holding the ball. So, that's something that we can see a guy like Sam Darnold, someone who's had those types of issues in college and then decided to take him over to the NFL. So, you know, I would love to see that competition go on. I mean, I'm from Chicago. I live in Illinois. I kind of want to root for Mitch Trubisky to see how good he does with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Maybe just have a little bit better group around him. Not that the Bears were terrible around him, but I definitely like Pittsburgh's weapons a little bit more than I liked the Bears when he was there. So I think it's going to be a good competition. I think Kenny Pickett will probably supplant him sometime in the middle of the season if the season's not going that well, or maybe he'll sit behind him for a little bit. But I personally had no problem with it. He was like I think I had him at like number 3. It was Matt Corral, Malik Willis, and then Kenny Pickett for me.
Which that is super interesting because of how varied everybody's boards were in general with every player, that it made these quarterbacks' values extremely fluctuate from team to team. So, I mean, I was extremely surprised because we'd heard the rumors that Pittsburgh was really into Malik Willis, and that might be the pick there. So I'm extremely excited to see how it comes out. I think Kenny Pickett's a baller. I think he's got some stuff to him that we'll see. Like, obviously, the hand thing is an issue, but
all right, we got the first one. Tight end, Cade Otton for the Buccaneers.
Cade Otton. Jason, when you think about tight end in this class, I know a lot of people talk about Trey McBride, but how something like Trey Otton here, is there a value here really late, or what do you think?
Whenever you're looking at tight ends, you're always going to have to wait at least a year, unless it's just a perennial talent like you saw last year with Kyle Pitts. And it's at this point, you're really not. That's not what you're looking for. You're looking for somebody you're going to have to develop. More than likely, you're waiting 2 or 3 years for it. It's somebody who's just going to be on your team to kind of learn the scheme, learn the block, learn what routes they need to run, how they need to play. And it's so, I mean, I prefer people not. You clearly have to draft tight ends, but you could easily just as well trade for them or easily pick them up for hardly anything. But I get understanding why. I'm assuming that it's just because they're also maybe a little worried that Gronk's not going to come back. And so they're like, oh, we need to throw somebody out there. So, but this being their first pick for the 4th round.
Yeah,
okay. Fourth round. Yeah. I was like, wait, did I miss 2? Okay. Yeah. But yeah, it's just crazy.
Yeah. Or we could just do everybody a favor and abolish the tight end position in general, and that would solve our problem. Oh, which also reminds me, we're going to take a second here to run a little bit of a plug for the newest endeavor that we have going over here at Important Nonsense, and everybody can check this out. Go right after the draft, sprint the card in to get all of your IN merch. And here we go.
I just wish Steve would have asked us if we wanted to model.
Yeah, I like to think that Neil, Steve, and Jason like scoped, like people watched people on the street and were like, "Hey, do you want to model for us?"
Oh, I would absolutely do that. Those two are scared. I would be all over and be like, "Hey, can you throw this on real quick?" And I'm going.
Yeah,
take some
there's never been
pictures of you."
stories that ended terribly whenever that started.
Right.
No, it's more like I'm getting on Craigslist and finding these
Yeah.
people. That's more of the
Much
creepy
better.
stuff.
in the misconnections section. Too.
Yeah.
Oh,
So yeah, but I mean, I'm super excited to see all the merch we got out. Everybody can go get a run there, get all the merch that you want, get the Jack Knows Best tee, the Abolish the Kicker tee, all that good stuff. And you can
Wow.
do that with code DRAFT22.
yep.
So,
Texans coming in again. Running back Dameon Pierce.
Damian Pierce.
Oh, I actually like this in terms of fantasy.
Oh yeah, it was one of those things that I was like kind of surprised that they're finally taking some running back. I expected that'd be a lot sooner.
They're finally
yeah.
taking some useful players. What do you know?
Well, they got jumped by the Jets for Brees Hall.
Yeah, which is brutal.
I'm sure they were gonna take Brees Hall.
Yeah. So what does that
Damian
mean
Pierce.
here for the backfield in Houston, Mike?
I don't think it takes very long into the season that he takes over the whole backfield. Depending on the coaching staff mentality, because we don't know what Lovie Smith is exactly going to look like, how he's going to look at the backfield. He could easily do a committee like the Texans have been doing and has been going poorly for them generally, other than the 1 or 2 games that Rex Burkhead somehow went for like 100 yards, even though he's 32, 33, something like that now. But Pierce is a all-around phenomenal player, is a great all-around back. He was showed in the Senior Bowl. He's one of the best blocking backs in the entire class. He's good at receiving, has run routes plenty, will line up even at slot or wide for a wide receiver role, and is a great in between the tackles runner.
Yeah, he's very agile. Like he gets through people, finds the right holes, and is able to just pile through. He really keeps his center of gravity low and is able to really be effective. And so that was a good pick for him. It's just, again, I'm still surprised that they went this way.
And with the competition in the backfield, you have Marlon Mack. Do they still have? They have Rex Burkhead. I mean, this is not, a stellar backfield that you have to worry about. I think they have Royce Freeman still. This isn't really, murderer's row of players to beat in the NFL to get to the top of the depth chart.
What do you mean, Mike? Free Royce Freeman. Come on.
He had his chance last year. It didn't go well.
Yeah, and Mack's clearly significantly better than everybody else outside of, well, we'll see how he ends up taking on Pierce Pierce at this point. But.
And so here's our little cut up of Pierce. Our crackpot team in the back room put this together for us while we were talking. Let me see if I even know how to do this one. Oh. So as our guys were saying, a lot of opportunity here because this backfield is, fairly open.
I think that everybody was going to be interested. We knew that the Texans were going to take a running back. It was going to be interesting when and which one they chose, because if it was the right player that was, was capable of being a 3-down back, this is a place that it can be supplanted for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And so we did touch on it just a little bit there. But obviously everybody was after Brees Hall. So what do we make of the Brees Hall, of the Jets jumping Houston and a number of other teams to get Brees Hall?
I mean, we get why they did it. It's just, I was hoping for more Michael Carter to have a good year, but it's just clearly not going to happen. So,
yeah, I loved Michael Carter last year, and for him coming into this year, his metrics when it was like a per touch basis were better in areas, or at least comparable to Javonte Williams, his former backfield mate at UNC. Just he didn't have as many touches, and so I thought that there was a chance that the Jets would get out of this without an early at least a day 1 or day 2 running back. Obviously, they thought otherwise. Breece Hall, his comp coming in was Jonathan Taylor, and being the San Fran regime that came over, they want to run the ball, obviously, and they're going to take a different mentality than San Fran usually does with, picking 3rd+ round running backs. And they got their guy, want him to be the workhorse, it looks like, and he's capable of doing it. There's no doubt about that.
It's just so frustrating because you guys brought it up last night, but man, he really needs to be on a team that's going to throw to him, and I don't think that's going to end up happening. And so it's just like, why would you do this? I mean, it's so frustrating for fantasy that he could have been on a team like the Texans that could have very easily passed to him. I mean,
this does look like early Jonathan Taylor's career, where he was mixed in with other running backs occasionally. They used Nyheim Hines a lot. They could use Michael Carter a lot in the passing game instead of Breece Hall. And the Jets, like we said yesterday, in general, they don't pass to the running back. Mike White did. Zach Wilson does not.
Yeah,
ever.
The backups definitely threw more than Zach did to the running backs. And so, on a less important note, the Browns drafted defensive tackle Perry and Winfrey.
Yes, with 108. And then after, the Seahawks took Cincinnati cornerback Kobe Bryant. No, not that Kobe Bryant. So yeah, that's a super interesting conversation to have about the running back, because if we're talking about, the clear cut 1-1 in Dynasty with Breece Hall, and maybe the situation he didn't go to is so well, are there any other backs that have been taken so far that you guys are a little more interested in? Or maybe not a little more interested in, but could possibly sprout early on?
I mean, Kenneth Walker obviously is the next to come to mind, because he was taken just a few picks later, and he goes to a situation that loves to run the ball. We know one thing Seattle's going to do when Pete Carroll is there, and that's going to be run the ball a lot. Chris Carson's injury is that we haven't heard anything about it for a long, long time, and that can't exactly be a good sign. So it seems like it's Rashad Penny on the 1-year deal. He's already 25. He might be 26 by the time the season even comes around. So why not? They thought, let's just get another running back that's uber talented when it comes to running the ball in between the tackles. We don't know anything about his receiving game because he was never given the chance at Michigan State. But Seattle doesn't throw the ball to the running back very often anyway. So I don't think this was a perfect spot for him to land. So he's the number 2 running back. And I mean, that was obviously thought beforehand. So nothing's changed.
Chris, who are you targeting in the backfield? Is it kind of the same thing, or anybody else you have your eye on?
I do like Kenneth Walker, a guy. I don't know if I would necessarily like him for fantasy right now, but a guy that I just think that he went into like a good situation, who I think could have a Ramondre Stevenson type of season, is Brian Robinson Jr. with Washington. I think that obviously Antonio Gibson's a guy, and last year I had Antonio Gibson, and J.D. McKissick was like a thorn in my side for like half the season. But, I think that Antonio Gibson will still get a majority of the carries. J.D. McKissick will still be in there, but I think Brian Robinson actually could have an impact maybe on short distance, just kind of literally like the Patriots use Ramondre Stevenson. That's what I just like the fit there. But for fantasy, I think that he might also kind of be annoying for Antonio Gibson every now and then. He might get a few of those goal line rushing touchdowns and steal a few fantasy points.
Definitely. I mean, a lot of it comes down to opportunity, for sure. Something that we talk about literally constantly.
Well, I thought you guys were for sure going to go with White at Tampa. I mean, I thought that with the upcoming chances that he's going to have with Fournette probably being gone next year, I mean, he's going to be set into this offense. It's not going to be immediately relevant, but looking at Dynasty, that's a great opportunity for him.
I think Fournette's contract is through 2023. Then they have an out.
Yeah, so, I mean, even then,
So
I could still see him being used.
So what happens when he supplants Lombardi Lenny for the job? Are we going to go to Jason and say we're sorry? Is that what we're going to do?
Leonard
you're
Fournette,
digging that hole now?
Per usual.
There's no doubt Fournette's not exactly the epitome of health, and he's getting up there in age when it comes to running back age. He had a lot of touches for last year, and he has throughout his entire career. Rachaad White is a very good flyer to take. I could see early second round as a great spot in rookie drafts to take Rachaad White because of you're thinking of a Tom Brady led offense this year at the very least. And the other weapons on Tampa Bay, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, they're locked up for years to come. So it's not like Tampa Bay is likely going to look at, even if Tom Brady does again retire after this season and actually sticks with it, they're not going to look to rebuild. They're going to look to keep this offense rolling as best as they can. And they're going to look at better quarterback options, whether it be trading up early into the first round to get a stud rookie or looking at veterans that can take the reign from Tom Brady. So, yeah, Rachaad White's in a great spot as well.
Yes, and then Ravens using their first of their 6 fourth-round picks. Daniel, I'm not going to try to attempt this.
Falele.
Thank you. Yikes.
He is a mammoth of a man.
Well,
6'8",
the Ravens aren't going to mess it
384.
up, so it doesn't matter.
I mean, I just hate that they're drafting so well. I mean, they always draft really well.
I was going to say,
but
isn't that just business as usual? They just, wake up, draft well, win games. That's how they do it.
I mean,
Well,
they have I think they have 6 fourth-round picks.
Yeah.
6.
But they've had a great draft so far, and they could easily just add to it and get whoever they want, which they just seem to have the right player fall to them, and they're like, oh, well, why isn't somebody taking this guy? I guess we might.
We might as well.
Jets got offensive tackle Max Mitchell, too, at 111. So I'm actually really surprised with the Jets and how they're drafting, too. I mean, outside of the Breece Hall thing, which is fine. I mean, it's not something they really needed, but it will definitely help their offense. It's just they're surprising me in how quickly that they're trying to really revamp this whole team.
It's the rookie contract mentality. You got to take it. Surround your rookie quarterback with as much talent as possible and see if he's the guy. You can't tell if he's the guy if you have, a wide receiver 3 and a wide receiver 4 as your lead guys with a non-existent running game. They're surrounding him with a lot of talent. Elijah Moore, Corey Davis, Garrett Wilson this year. Now we got Breece Hall in the backfield, and they've addressed the offensive line any chance they can get. So this offense is looking a lot more potent than it did last year or many years before that, really.
Well, and you kind of saw bits of it last year, but their defense was pretty solid last year too. So they're coming together, and it's going to be a really surprising team.
I'd say the Jets have the second best draft this year behind the Ravens.
Oh man, Giants tight end Daniel Bellinger, pick 112. Man, they just love their tight ends, don't they?
They really do. They really do.
Of all the places you need to get is more offensive weapons for Daniel Jones to miss.
Oh, what a
can't
time
catch
to
a
be
break with
alive.
that guy. If only Neil would appreciate this. This is the pick that he was really wanting yesterday, but they're back to gianting.
Giants gonna giant. Speaking of, I was disappointed that the Seahawks, at least, I mean, I might not agree with how they draft all the time, but this year I don't feel like they were quite as much of a head scratcher as they have in the past. They at least took players on a level that they were drafting at, as opposed to like extremely reaching for certain players and having us all scratch our heads. So maybe something's come over them out there. Who knows? I guess we'll see. I was hoping, because they had the 9th pick from the Broncos, I was hoping that they really messed it up and just shot themselves in the foot, because I love seeing things crash and burn. So that would have been super interesting for me. Right now we have the Commanders on the clock, and the Commanders have had a decent draft so far. What do you guys make of some of the pickups they've had, or even some of the needs they've ignored so far?
I can't say I enjoyed even their first round pick going with Jahan Dotson.
Yeah.
I don't think he fits a complementary role to Terry McLaurin, which who knows if he's even going to be there based on all their contract talk and everything else. But if you're going to you trade back. If you're trading, you traded back in the first round. So if you wanted a wide receiver, you saw the run that was coming. Should have taken. I would have taken a lot more wide receivers over Jahan Dotson. That's for sure. So I don't think that they really addressed anything even behind that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they got Brian Robinson to back up. I mean,
Again,
but you still have McKissick, and yeah, it's just yeah, it is frustrating to watch some of these front offices just shoot themselves in the foot.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely. I don't hate Jahan Dotson. I think it's obviously a little rich for the draft position for sure, but I think that pick tells us a lot about what they think their chances of actually getting Terry to extend are. I don't think that they're confident that they're going to do that, especially with just how their roster kind of generally looks and with the mass exodus of not only signal callers, but now pass catchers are also getting their egos up to move to better situations, because it's a passing league and these wide receivers are starting to flex their muscles a little bit and move around. I think Terry McLaurin might be, getting on the move here eventually soon. So that'll be a super interesting, because like I said, I don't hate Jahan Dotson. I think he's a pretty talented player. I think, but like we're all saying, as far as draft position, and you were in a position to take a different one, a potentially better one, I mean, you kind of missed the beat there.
Well, they just drafted Percy Butler, safety. So
Is he from Alabama? No.
Please,
That's what I was gonna say. Whatever Alabama players are pretty much available. I was hoping that they would probably get another. That's the thing. Like Jahan Dotson, he's a little bit smaller. He'll probably help in the slot. I think that they probably should have gotten a guy maybe that would dominate on the outside a little bit. Not necessarily dominate, but maybe some help on the outside, because I mean that's kind of where Terry plays a decent amount. So I would like to have seen them maybe draft a bigger wide receiver here, maybe in the late. I know they have one coming up in another few picks, so maybe they'll address the outside wide receiver position. I mean, but then they need a cornerback, so Josh Jobe is also still available from Alabama, so they might just go there.
No, he's actually Butler is a Raging Cajun, so he's a Louisiana kid from the East Gun. Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, he's quick. 4.36, 40. I mean, I was kind of hope his vertical is 31.5. It's not bad.
Neither of their offensive picks, at least when it comes to fantasy, seems to be very supportive for anything. Third round is a good draft capital for a running back, but Robinson doesn't seem to make sense for them. Running back in general didn't really make sense for them. Antonio Gibson's supposed to be their lead back. He had his receiving taken away with J.D. McKissick. And
He's still there.
Yeah, who was back there after the confusion in Buffalo. Then they sat there, and even last year, a big aggravation for many fantasy managers was Gibson would go from 20 to 20 and then get taken out in the red zone for J.D. McKissick, who obviously isn't a very large running back. So the confusion with it, and they just hand off to him a few times and eventually let him get to the end zone. So he took the receiving game and the inside the red zone. There was nothing good for Gibson to use, even though Gibson was a wide receiver in college. Like, his usage since arriving in Washington has been nothing but head scratching, to say the least.
Yeah, the end of his first year, I think that he was doing. I think that they were throwing it to him a little bit more towards the end of year one. The last year, I was right there on the fantasy app if I couldn't watch a game, just like, oh, J.D. McKissick's in now, so that's fun. Like, it was mind-boggling. And I know that I do like Brian Robinson Jr., but that's just like they have so many other needs that they probably could have filled besides backup running back that's going to come in for the goal line every now and then. So, I mean, it's just a little bit questionable, but.
Yeah, Giants took safety as well with Dane Belton. I
like their day one a lot.
You like their day one a lot from the Giants?
Day one, yeah, Giants day one a lot, and then their day two didn't really like. I didn't really. I think they overdrafted Wan'Dale Robinson. and then the offensive linemen. They probably could have. I think that was a solid pick, but then I didn't really know that Cordell Flott would actually be that high. But I thought that they would pick up. I don't know if I think the Patriots got Marcus Jones a little bit later than that. I would have taken Marcus Jones over Cordell Flott any day, but I'm glad he fell to us. That's what I'm happy about.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is a guy, I guess it won't matter as much, but so looking at my big issue with him is just as a safety, you can't lose coverage, and he seems to be a guy who doesn't know where the ball's at. My only notes on him is he loses track of where the ball is, and as a safety, that's not a good trait to have.
Yeah, that's for sure. That is definitely for sure.
And that's surprising with how good their secondary was. He probably wasn't the best one over there. I know they had that cornerback that was really good, but yeah, no, I don't really. I definitely out of Iowa had a really good defensive back, but I definitely noticed what you said about Belton.
Yeah, and then let's see. So just came in again. Broncos are drafting cornerback Damari Mathis.
Which I'll obviously talk a little on.
I was like, Mike's all about this one. This is right up his alley.
I do know this guy.
Tell us about him, Mike, because you know what, to be completely honest, I don't have as much of an in-depth understanding of some of these players a little bit further down the board. So I like hearing what our smart guys like Mike, Chris, Jason have to tell me about new players on the team that I root for. So Mike, what do you think of this signing? Go ahead and give everybody at home a little taste of what the Broncos have in store.
I have seen a little bit of him. He is a former Pitt cornerback. He is great athlete. Phenomenal athlete. He jumped out of the gym when he was at the Pitt Pro Day. It would have been the highest vertical at the combine if he had done it there. He's a fast player. Ran a 4.33 or something along those lines, and played a lot of man coverage at Pitt. That's what Pat Narduzzi liked to do. Is he likes to put his corners on basically an island and hope that his pass rush, which is a good pass rush almost, it has been the past few years. Let his pass rush get there and hope that the cornerbacks can be able to stick with the wide receivers as long as possible. So this is going to be a good selection for the Broncos as a fill-in depth type cornerback. He's going to fit their system well. And, obviously with Patrick Surtain, the second there, they don't have too many worries at the position, but they're going to take a luxury pick because this is a passing league. You need as many cornerbacks as you can get. There's going to be a lot of wide receivers on the field. You need a lot of cornerbacks on the field.
Yeah, absolutely. And something that, some of these analytical studies have shown us over the course of the last 5 to 10 years is that your fourth cornerback can provide more value above replacement over even like a dime linebacker or another linebacker that you're going to put onto the field. So this is definitely a great pick for them to continue to fill a strength that they have too. That's how, a lot of teams draft. We think about when people talk about best player available and they draft, well, I mean, a lot of the times that comes into a need as well. And that's why we talk about, sometimes we scratch our head, but it can be just as valuable to draft to a strength as well. And like we've talked about, continue to feed that rookie wage scale. So, and of course the Broncos have another pick on the clock and they've really been milking these last two. So we'll let them, best team in the league. We're going to let them work it out, guys. So actually, speaking of great teams, Jason, I didn't get a chance to ask you, not a ton of fireworks for our rivalry here, but how did you like your Chargers draft so far? Any pluses that you can pick out of there?
Yeah, I mean, they're not doing too bad. Our second round pick was awesome with Khalil Mack coming in. That was a nice one. Great trade there. It's a little more expensive than I was hoping, but it's definitely a benefit. And again, we got a backup safety going to be useful. It's just we need that depth clearly because it seems like one of them always ends up going out. And so if we have that ability, I'm glad that they're focusing on that as one of the options. I still really wish we would have had a linebacker. I want more depth there. I like JC, but man, I want to make sure nobody's running that ball on us again. Wow, watching that last year just broke my heart. Cause I'm like, oh, all you have to do is run it here. All you have to do is run it here. Just got to stop the run. Oh, okay, first down. Oh, that was fun. Good game, guys. So yeah, I'm excited for him overall. And again, the Colts got the guy I was really wanting to fall to the Chargers, but with the fact that we paid Big Mike, I doubt it was going to happen anyway. In Alec Pierce, and so it.
Jason, go ahead and plant your flag in Alex Pierce. You know, we were talking a little on the Discord, and our fearless leader, Steve, was giving Jason a little bit of flack for that. So, Jason, the floor is yours. Let's plant this out. I know he's not on your team, but let's plant this Alex Pierce flag. And so when it happens, you'll be the first one to say, I told you so.
Well, yeah. I mean, you have Pittman clearly as the one. He's going to be the clear backup option because they've gotten rid of pretty much everybody else, or they can't stay healthy. You're looking at Paris Campbell there, who hasn't played very much over the past, the entire time, and he's been in the NFL. And so this player who can high point a ball and is just an excellent athlete is going to come in again with, Matt Ryan has that ability to find those guys. You kind of had Julio Jones, so it's going to be that opportunity's there. And so not having that major coverage and having time to learn, I expect it's going to be somebody you can get really cheaply in redraft for the second half of the year that could go off.
Definitely. You know what? While we're planting flags, let's go around the group. Mike, give me your one flag planting player of the draft so far. Who are you taking? Who are you targeting? And who are you going to ride with?
Sky Moore. Heavy Sky Moore. I
Great.
mean, I loved the player coming in, but his landing spot is just a perfect landing spot for him. It's going to be pricey. There's no doubt about it. He's going to cost a pretty penny whenever you're drafting him, whether it be in rookie or even I think he's viable to draft in redraft. Because you have Marcus Valdez-Scantling that was signed for the Chiefs, and he's obviously going to be the deep threat. Juju Smith-Schuster was signed to only a 1-year deal. So in terms of dynasty, there's a very good chance Juju doesn't even come back next year, which leaves Sky Moore to be the next guy up, which I think he can easily be. He'll start in the 3 wide receiver sets sooner rather than later. And next year they could be confident that he's going to be able to take over for Juju and just have MVS, Sky Moore, and probably add somebody else along the lines in terms of free agency or another higher draft pick. But Sky Moore is just somebody that can get open in a phone booth. He's great off the line of scrimmage. He had the biggest hands at the combine, catches everything well, and is a great route runner. And here comes the dad jokes.
And as our guy Steve with the perfect dad jokes, the sky is the limit and reach for the sky. Steve obviously approves. And yes, I've been trying to ignore Steve all morning on here. He has been commenting away. You can check us out on YouTube and yell at Steve there. But those jokes were just too good to pass up. So bravo to you, Steve. We appreciate those. So the Broncos also selected their pick, edge defender from Iowa State, Ioma Uwazurike. I think I did that as well as I could.
That's why I didn't want to say it, because I'm like, I'm not.
I think I did it as well as I could. But if not, Uwama, come out. We'll have you on the show and you can set the record straight. We'd love to have you. Any Broncos are always welcome on my shows, I promise. Wow. So, and we pick another one. The Jets select Texas A&M edge defender Michael Clemens. So we've talked a little bit about some of these other drafts. We're getting a lot of defensive players, and Knee's going to be on later to break down some of these values that we can take in IDP. But let's go back to some of the things we were talking about. We've touched a little bit on who we liked the most or what drafts we liked the most, but so far, who do you guys think is winning this draft? And it doesn't necessarily have to be from a fantasy standpoint, but just in general, whose board are you guys liking the most?
Well, I keep saying it, but it's the Jets for me. They're doing all the right things right now, and I think it is really going to be a long-term play, but they look like they're doing exactly what they need to really set themselves up for success.
Yeah. And I mean, we've already talked about that too. Especially with when you come to evaluating quarterback, like you can't go wrong with giving them as much to work with as possible and letting them, sink or swim. So it's gonna be a nice year. It's gonna probably be a year that tells us a lot on that team here. Mike, who are you liking the most? I know we've talked a little bit about it behind the scenes, but who are you highlighting here?
As much as it pains me, the Baltimore Ravens draft is phenomenal. I mean, the Jets were my second, but the Ravens are picking. They arguably have two of the top 5 best talents in the NFL draft with Linderbaum and Kyle Hamilton, the safety and the center. They are, if you take positional value out of it, those are 2 of the 5 best players in this draft, in my opinion. And then to sit there and get guys like David Ojabo, who obviously had the Achilles injury, so there's certainly a chance he doesn't play at all and likely won't play at all in his first year. But with how their edge position looks right now, it's well worth the chance that you're going to take that he's going to come back and return to what he looked like at Michigan, which was a great athlete that was raw and learning the position still across from Aiden Hutchinson, but was still making plays all over the field. Great pass rusher. And then Jones, the defensive tackle out of Connecticut, another stud. He's nose tackle size that can play on passing downs because of his just get off, amazing get off. It's really hard to be very upset about their draft.
And the pain in your voice says it all, Mike. The pain in your voice as a Steelers fan says it all. Absolutely says it all.
Set the fandom aside whenever you're doing these analyzing situations. Yeah,
they're really not shooting themselves in the foot like you want them to, and it's upsetting as a Steelers fan, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. We have the Browns for that.
Chris, last but certainly not least, I have to laugh at that one for a second. I'm sorry. Chris, who are you highlighting as the best draft so far?
I will say I forgot to chime in on this one. The guy who I'm planting my flag for, David Bell, he drafted into probably the best position in that round that he probably could have. Amari Cooper is really the only guy there. Anthony Schwartz, a little bit disappointing. He was one of those gadget guys that you're going to kind of take a flyer on when they drafted him and say, he has the speed, but he's not really as refined as a route runner as Bell is. Bell is 6'1". He's going to be solid all around. He's fast. He's a really good route runner. I think that he is going to be one of those guys that people might not draft. He might slip in the dynasty drafts or rookie drafts. So I'll definitely plant my flag for him. As far as team goes, I'm going to go with the Philadelphia Eagles. I actually really like what they did. I think they were smart to get ahead of the Ravens. I know the Ravens were really high on Jordan Davis. Everybody's saying that they pretty much stole him from the Ravens because that's who they would have taken if the Eagles didn't get in front of them. And you have to count AJ Brown, I guess, as part of this draft class. And that is probably one of the biggest trades that's going to help Jalen Hurts a lot. I really like that. And barring all these injury things, I know yesterday after the draft was the day was over for the draft, Nakobe Dean kind of came out and said, I'm going to be ready for minicamp. He looks forward to being there. So grabbing a guy that was projected to be in the middle of the first round to late first round and the third round, I think that's a really good gift from the two. And last but not least, Cam Jurgens, one of the most overall solid centers in this class, interior offensive lineman, I should say. He's probably not going to start over Jason Kelce, but Jason Kelce is really old. Not really old. He's like 34, but he only signed a 1-year deal. So it'll be interesting to see if maybe he gives Brandon Brooks a run for his money. I know he's an all-pro, but he's been really injury prone. So maybe Jurgens gets in there pretty early at guard and then takes over at center once Kelce's out. But that's just me kind of picking the Eagles because I don't really want to say the Jets. I do agree with the Jets as much as it pains me to say that the Jets are doing really good as a Patriots fan. I think they do have one of the best classes. Also the Ravens, but I got to give some love to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, I like it. I think that, we talk about it, and a lot of times when you get classes like this, where it might not be the absolute best class at every single position where, everybody's beating down the door to move up. But what it did is it highlighted the real value in both the free agent market and the trade market. I don't know if we've ever seen a trade market as active as we have this offseason. And we're going to touch a little bit on that a little bit later too.
Well, you just brought up trades. Did you see the Vikings traded up with the Browns?
Yeah. So here we go. So the Vikings did just straight up with the Browns. For 118, they took Missouri cornerback Caleb Evans, and more defenders come off the board. Nee is probably super excited to see all these great playmakers that we're going to talk about a little bit later. But back to the question at hand, I think what team stuck out to me the most, and shout out to my guy Jack Kavanaugh here and the Believe Lions, but to me, I mean, I know that you're at the top of the draft and you expect to draft good players when you're up there, but I loved Detroit's draft. Detroit's draft to me was absolutely one of the best. And sometimes, I was saying it on round one, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And so when the Jags mess up their pick and Aiden Hutchinson falls into your lap, it makes it it always makes it a good day. It makes it a win-win. So I thought that their draft was excellent. And then to come back and to be able to get Jamison Williams at 12, to trade back up, to me, and I think that a lot of us have talked about this wide receiver class, that is a huge, huge grab, especially since he wasn't the first one off the board. I think that ends up being the value. And when we look at the wide receiver class in a couple years, I think we're obviously going to say Jamison Williams was a can't miss. So.
Yeah, they definitely did really well. Obviously, Hutchinson being the hometown guy, Williams, they have the luxury of waiting for however long he needs to get healthy. If he's not ready by the time camp comes around, that's perfectly fine. Take the time because he is a stellar athlete. He's not just a deep threat. His ability to get off the line of scrimmage, even in press and such, was above somebody along the lines of Deshaun Jackson or the stereotypical deep threats that the NFL has seen in the past decade.
Yeah, definitely. And our guy Ben Strauss agrees with me. The Lions, big ups to them. Ben's going to be on later, so everybody stay tuned. We're going to talk to Ben, and we're going to break some stuff down. It's going to be a good time for sure.
All right, Mike.
Oh,
Ravens draft, cornerback, Jalen Armour Davis. It's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
There's not that hurting himself, but man,
they needed depth at the cornerback position anyways. We saw what the injuries did to them last year. They were sending out guys they basically got off the street to play cornerback, and that's why guys like Joe Burrow threw for 400 plus yards against them.
Well, and another thing we've come to find with cornerback play in general is that it's a really high variance position. So it's also a super important position to have a lot of depth at. But it's a position that even the best guys can have, down seasons. And that's what we saw with, their secondary specifically, guys that play really, really well, didn't quite show up like they're used to, and then injuries and, it's a snowball effect where if you don't have the proper depth, you're just going to continue to spin out of control. So this should hopefully help to fill them in a little bit for sure. And it looks like the next pick is in. The Carolina Panthers traded up to pick 120 to take Penn State linebacker Brandon Smith. I would love more fantasy relevant players, but I mean, defenders are good too. It's a lot of defenders in this second round, and I think that it shows that teams are really taking note of some of these teams in their division that they're going to have to go up against and some of the firepower. So we might be seeing a revolution, especially with all these corners taken, this dime revolution where we're going to see a large jump in teams running dime to try to stop all these 4 or 5 receiver sets, because what we've learned is that dime doesn't necessarily mean that you can't stop the run, because you still can. You're just not going to be quite as strong, but you can still do it. So I think that we're going to see a lot of that. And I think that the way teams are drafting right here at the back half with some of these coverage linebackers, these cornerbacks, these safeties, I think that shows that that's what we're going to see at the next level here.
Yeah, and he's so tall. He's 6'3". That's pretty big for
humongous
for a linebacker. But man, that's
makes it really hard to fit balls over his head. That's for sure.
Yeah, well, I mean that's definitely something you're probably looking for. So that works out well for him.
He has good. He's good. Good at coverage for especially his size, being 250 pounds. So that's it. It's like you said for the passing game in the NFL right now. These are the types of players you're going to want as guys that can handle, at least hang in the passing game, that aren't considered liabilities.
Right. Or just throw their hands up and get in the way. I mean,
yeah.
When you're in that position, if you can get your hands up, it could definitely be a big asset.
Well, and we talked a little bit about this in round 1 when Atlanta took Drake London. You know, they're going to have two tall targets, and every defense needs at least one of those guys that can hang with those type of dudes, let alone if you have 2 on the field, you got to be able to get to them. So
I think that's what's interesting about the Patriots here is everybody was drafting or mocking a linebacker to them at least either round 1 or round 2, and they have yet to select one. And I think that's because they have about 5 or 6 safeties signed that are bigger safeties. At least 3 of them are bigger safeties that can just come in the box and play perfectly fine. Like Kyle Duggar is probably going to be a coverage guy for them. He was used a lot on Kyle Pitts last year. So,
well, and they just picked up Jack Jones, so another cornerback.
Correct. Patriots select Arizona State cornerback Jack Jones with pick 121. And more defense coming off the board.
Man, it's boring.
Yeah.
we need Nee here to talk all this nonsense on it because it's dried up here. There's
you heard it here first, folks. Defense is boring. Per Jason,
the draft is dried up.
The draft has dried up.
Well, Jack Jones. I mean, that's guys. Sorry. Go ahead. You're good.
Oh, Jack Jones, like the most random thing ever. I've been following him on like Instagram and Twitter for like 7 years or something like that. I think when he was in high school, he was like a really high recruit. And I've just been following his career ever since then. And just to see him go to my Patriots, I'm really happy. I mean, he's a really solid overall. He's very versatile. I know he's listed as a cornerback, but he can pretty much do both. He has, I mean, he's very talented. I don't think he'd put up many stats. Not that Arizona State's really a good defensive school, but I'm happy to see him go to the Patriots. I like Marcus Jones and him coming to us. We need cornerback depth like crazy, especially with J.C. Jackson leaving, and hopefully we get back some of our guys that got injured. But to go off that linebacker point that Mike was saying, I saw a report earlier today that people were saying that they're just a little bit more confident in the guys that they have in-house right now than guys that are maybe draftable. I was praying that they would have drafted Nakobe Dean, but that didn't happen. So.
And
the Raiders. Raiders trading up with the Vikings and draft running back Zamir White.
Wow.
That's predictable.
Of course, we don't need Josh Jacobs. We'll get Zamir White instead.
Well, they don't need Josh Jacobs. This is his last year. He's pretty much like halfway out the door.
Yeah, they didn't pick up his option.
In joining us, we have the great, the powerful Donald McJordan. Jordan, how are you doing today, buddy?
Well, great and powerful are not words I would think would be used to describe me, but I'm very, very glad that you said that. Thank you. I'm doing well. I didn't get to watch the draft yesterday. I had to work, unfortunately, but a lot of twists and turns. I think I speak for everybody and say that I'm very upset that Malik Willis went to the Titans. That it's just going to be a very boring offense, and you have a dynamic player like that. It's going to be interesting in 4 years when he enters free agency, and we're all like, "Hey, remember when he was supposed to be in the first round?" And that never happened.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, Dynasty lead Ben Strauss. Ben, how are you doing today?
Hey, doing great. Yeah, and been listening to y'all, enjoying all the chat, and waiting for some offensive players to come off the board.
So here you go.
But yeah.
So yeah, so here
there
we
it
go.
is. You came just in time for Zamir White.
Zamir White, right?
Boy, yeah. Golly.
Is that in Las Vegas?
That is
Yep.
Las Vegas traded up to pick 122 to draft Georgia halfback Zamir White.
So, Jason, who do the Chargers take here?
That's a
Justin
good question.
Ross.
Oh,
That probably wouldn't be that bad. I'm trying to say who's even the best picks available.
And as our
Yeah.
guy Steve says, they signed Kenyon Drake last year, didn't pick up the option for Jacobs, and now Zamir White. Josh's days are in fact numbered in Vegas, and I think that that's pretty plain to see for sure.
well, Zamir White could be an interesting dynasty option. Like, I'm not a dynasty guy, but just the fact that, that running back room is in limbo. Like, we don't, like Josh Jacobs, 1 year left. We don't really know what Kenyon Drake's role is going to be with a new offensive core or with Josh McDaniels in. So this is their guy, Zamir White. This is the guy they drafted. So a lot of appeal there.
Did Brandon Smith already go off the board?
I actually I think a good guy
Yeah,
for the Chargers
dang
would be Zach Tom, the offensive tackle out of Wake.
Yeah,
He's a
finally.
Great athlete. He's a great athlete.
We need to get rid of Storm. That's the big issue. Everybody hates Storm so much.
Storm.
You guys
So if we
finally
get-
have like a competent offensive line, and you guys are just like focused on the one part that's not good.
That's what
Well,
everybody. I was like, I'm completely fine with Zion and these picks, and they're like, "Oh, you want Penning?" I'm like, "We have Storm. We don't need Penning.
Well, you I was
The
gonna
same
say-
Oh,
person."
wow. You look at
Here we
look at who the
go.
Chargers picked.
Oh,
I want to see Jason's face as it comes off. With the 123rd pick in the NFL draft, the Chargers select Texas A&M halfback Isaiah Spiller.
No way.
Yeah.
Jason,
Let's go.
initial
Wow.
reactions. Let's
I
hear it.
love it. We did again. It's late enough. We didn't really have a second running back. I mean, we keep trying, and it's not working out. So somebody behind Eckler. I'm excited for that.
That is
I was not expecting that at all,
interesting
though.
That is an interesting one. In terms of fantasy, that's something that could jump Spiller back up rookie draft boards a lot.
Oh, baby.
Well, where does this put him in the pecking order with some of these other backs then? Are you putting him up there in the conversations in the first round, maybe in dynasty drafts, or what?
Based on how the rest of the draft is gone, the guaranteed first round picks are going to be for at least running back or Brees Hall and Kenneth Walker easy. James Cook's going to be in the conversation because of where he landed, but that's going to be a committee backfield. So that's going to be a tough situation to really know how it's going to go. If you have the chance to wait, I don't know how long. Jason, do you know how long Eckler has on his contract?
I think it's 2 more years guaranteed.
So this year and 1 more year?
Yeah. I'll double check, though.
I'd be perfectly fine taking Spiller at the back end of the first round in rookie drafts. The upside of him being a very good runner at Texas A&M and what he was able to produce along with just the situation he's in. I mean, you don't always want to chase situation, but these are the dart throws you're happy to throw because of the upside of this offense.
Yeah, so they had a potential out this year. So, but it is this year, next year, and then it's a UFA in 2024.
So Ben, we talked about this a little bit before, but I want to get your insight on this. When it comes to this running back class, we talked a little bit about Brees Hall. Are you highlighting any other players that you might think could carry a better value than, say, Brees to the Jets at 1-1?
Yeah, I think I was in lockstep. I think Mike was talking about this. Kenneth Walker, it's incredible. Like, I think just the landing spot in Seattle is really great. I don't want to just totally recap what y'all were saying before, but really, it's I think Pete Carroll was being himself, trying to be really optimistic about Chris Carson's fate, but I'm resigned at this point. I mean, I got a lot of shares of him, but he's dust at this point. Rashad Penny probably gets, a decent amount of work since he's on a 1-year deal, but Kenneth Walker is the future. He's certainly going to be the guy that they're going to lean on moving forward here. So I have him at 1-1. I'm still seeing Brees Hall. I was kind of trying to put together like a consensus rookie board, even though they're not all over the place. But Breece Hall's still up there for a lot of folks, but I really think Walker's the guy.
Yeah, and I'm actually a little disappointed. I thought that Ben was going to agree with me because that's why I saved my pick for this one. But I think somebody that I'm going to like, I love bloodlines. And so I'm super excited to see James Cook in Buffalo, especially since I've been, an apologist for a certain running back over there that won't be named. And I'd like to see it happen. See, another Cook brother just running around, just absolutely destroying the league. So I'm excited for it.
I would agree if it wasn't Buffalo. Like if I believe that they would
True.
hand that ball off more in the red zone, there would be more hope. But I just don't see it happening.
And so also on to Isaiah Spiller, our guy Steve, as you've seen right down here, Spiller is 100% in the first round now. His draft capital, it's going to put him right around guys like Javonte Williams, DeAndre Swift, Cam Akers, and ahead of, I think he meant Kenneth Walker and not Williams. But
Probably.
Either way, Steve, you know what, man? If you want to come on here, you come on in here, bud. I need more heads all the time. I'd love to talk to so everybody say hi to Steve in the chat. And maybe if we're nice enough, he'll come and talk to us a little bit later.
Hi, Steve.
Hey, Steve. I'm glad you're able to give us all this great content and do all the background work.
Speaking of great content, Browns just took a kicker.
Love it. Love it. With pick 124, the Browns take LSU kicker Cade York. And I'll just use this opportunity to say abolish the kicker. That's all I'll say.
See, I told you. the
Draft
Ravens-
22, shop important nonsense.
That's right. That's right. Draft 22, shop important nonsense. Go get your abolish the kicker t-shirt. Go get your abolish the tight end t-shirt. And of course, well, Jason, what does your t-shirt say again? There's too many Johnsons in the league. I belly laughed when I saw that one the first time. So I'm excited for that.
Well, and you were around on Thursday. I was going to say Monday because it's beginning of the week, but Thursday when we were talking about the new idea, and I want that one the most.
Yeah.
So victory is in the margins.
Well, and then, we have to have the accompanying one because I forget the name, but another umpire last night or a couple nights ago had a game where he missed a single ball in a single strike. And so I just want that strike zone for comparison because, oh my gosh, Angel Hernandez's strike zone is something else.
It's bad when you're like implementing it into another sport.
Yeah.
That's how bad it is.
Exactly. Your ability to do your job has become a meme. That's how
Exactly.
That's how bad that is.
Well, so actually it was on Thursday. We had two different umpires literally miss one call on their strike zone, and Quinn Wolcott and Chris Siegel. So 99% accuracy, 98% consistency, as compared to Mr. Hernandez, who is at 88% of accuracy and 88% consistency. And man, it's rough. It's rough.
Oh my gosh. All of a sudden, we've been bored all morning, and then we just get a run on fantasy relevant players. With pick 125, the Dolphins select Texas Tech wide receiver Eric Ezukanma.
Chris, it's your guy.
Dang. Yeah, this is the last thing I got to say because I got to peace out. But
that's a bad situation.
I hate that he went to Miami.
That opportunity.
Stinks. Like I wanted him to go to the Patriots so bad, or anybody that I didn't have to root against. But
Also,
yeah,
that's
a pretty. He is a solid route runner. He is like sneaky explosive because he's very tall, but he's not one of those lanky wide receivers that's just uncoordinated. Like he's explosive, and I don't think he'll probably see the field much early on in Miami just because of the depth that they have there. But he could work his way in there, and he could. I mean, that's pretty much like the San Francisco 49ers resume. So maybe he has a Kendrick Bourne like career for now to start off. Doesn't go in too early, but then eventually finds his way in, and especially in the red zone. He is very coordinated in the red zone. He doesn't just need to be a fade route guy. He could run slants. His route running is very good for how tall he is, so it's going to be a very tough matchup for whoever has to guard him in the red zone, especially on the goal line. But with that, I got to peace out. That stinks to leave on that note. I really wanted him to go to any other team, but in the AFC East. But oh well. It was
Well,
nice
You
to
could pull a
see that.
jack and wait another pick.
Yeah, maybe this will actually. Yeah, maybe this will. I'll wait one more pick and see if that helps. Maybe Justin Ross goes.
Well, while we're waiting for the pick, obviously we'll sit here so we don't keep you too long too. It's always good to talk with Chris. Everybody can find Chris's writing on importantnonsense.com, all of his breakdowns. So if your team went and drafted any of these players you're not quite sure about, why don't you head to Important Nonsense? We might have a player profile from our crackpot dynasty team who have all of the secret hidden gems. They comb through everybody to find all the best values for you guys. So it's going to be an interesting one.
Hoorah. Yeah. Ezukama's got a profile that Chris wrote, so go check it out.
That would make sense as to why he was so high on him.
Watching
Watching hours of tape on one guy can definitely do that to you.
Literally, I'm like, oh,
Won't
I've seen
cause
every
any
snap he's
bias.
ever played.
Or it just turns you off. Have you ever like run into that player where you're like, I just hate watching you. I just literally can't watch any more of your film because I scratch my head more often than not. I run into quite a few players like that sometimes.
Devontae Parker. Oh,
Another page.
sorry. That was somebody I was constantly like, why am I watching you play football? Why are you still here? Oh,
Las Vegas traded into this current pick with Minnesota.
that's why it's off.
And New England's next, Chris. So,
There you go. I might
You
say
wait 2 picks and then you could.
Yeah.
I'll see it. Yeah, out there. I'll see if the luck goes.
Neil Farrell.
You'll either go out really in a lot happier mood or a lot worse mood. Who
A
knows?
lot worse mood, yeah.
Let's just draft a kicker or something. I don't know.
I told you the Browns are easier to make, have for some entertainment.
Huh.
Might get upset about the Ravens and how well they draft, but the Browns just come around and take a kicker in the 4th round.
That's the thing is that usually all the other teams in the AFC East do like solid in the draft because they have so many picks because they're so bad. But now it's just like now every team is just really good at drafting. I don't know. It's just we'll see how they perform on the field.
Unless you're the Raiders who picked Neil Farrell.
Yeah.
I love it. They make me so happy sometimes.
Jason just likes to watch the world burn.
Just the Raiders. The Raiders, they always pull out the most random wins, and I hate it so much. So seeing them get Devontae Adams and potentially be good this year is going to be upsetting.
They're not, Jason. People go to the Raiders to die. As patrons of the AFC West, we understand that a little bit better than most. I've never once been scared of the Raiders in my time as a Broncos fan, and any Raiders fan can try to match me on that, and I do not care.
We always split with the Raiders. That's why I'm like, I know one of these games I'm going to end up losing because we get up or they're just on fire and we can't stop them in any form. I mean, they ran over us last year with Josh Jacobs. So
you almost tied them last.
Oh yeah.
Thank
I
God.
really
What
wanted
what
that.
happened? It was like they committed a offside or something.
Yeah.
And they
I
gave
think
them a
so.
first down and they went for the kick and they were like, yeah, we would have went for the tie if you just would have let us. Like we would have just knelt down.
Yeah, it was great.
That was such a Chargers way to not make the playoffs.
Chargers
Hey.
get a Charger.
But you said abolish the kicker. Staley is doing that for you. I don't know what the problem is.
You know what? I didn't say
That's true. Yeah.
I didn't say I don't
completely
He's
know.
eliminated
abolishing
our
the
kicker.
punter. He's not abolishing the kicker. He's abolishing the punter.
Oh, he's not going for well, I guess he does get the extra point, but outside of that kicker is very rarely used. I don't see a whole lot of field goals coming our way.
In the pick is in Chris with pick 127. Your New England Patriots take South Dakota State running back Pierre Strong Jr.
Wow.
Now, what is your initial reaction to that one?
That one's just I don't know why we're drafting more running backs. We just signed James White again. Like it's not like the worst running back. Like it's not, and it's like round 4, so it's not like the worst pick we could have made. But I just would have liked to have seen maybe a few other positions addressed. Linebacker, maybe like a 4th-round linebacker isn't as like, need to get him on the field as if we drafted him in the 2nd or 3rd round. I would have loved to have seen just Justin Ross, just because I love Justin Ross, but we probably don't need many outside receivers. We have a few guys locked in, so it's not like the worst pick in the world. But I mean, we have like 3 running backs that I can say that are safely going to make the roster. So maybe he makes it on as the 4th. Even then, we have J.J. Taylor, so he may be like the 5th running back. So we'll see.
Well, we love depth here. That's for sure.
Yeah, depth.
So, Chris, it was great having you on. We appreciate you taking the time, coming in, talking to us, providing your insight. And again, all the people at home can check all of Chris's work at importantnonsense.com. Check out all the player profiles from all of the great members of our dynasty team for any of the players that your team drafted. And you can find Chris on Twitter at QB3QB3. And follow him there for all more good insight and, good music takes too. So that's all.
Every now and then, yeah.
All right, Chris.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Yep.
Yeah, Chris.
I liked Pierre Strong coming into this. I don't like where he went.
Yeah, that's not a good spot. I mean,
No.
like you said, they have way too many running backs, and while he is talented, that's not talented enough for trying to beat out Harris and Stevenson and everybody else that they continue to have there.
Yeah, they're just going to continue making it a headache of a backfield. I thought Pierre Strong went to the right situation, especially with a 4th-round draft capital. I'd take him all day at the end of a 2nd round in rookie drafts and love it, just for the pure upside because of his home run ability. He had averaged over 7 yards a carry. I mean, he had some receiving involvement. It was, ran the fastest time at the combine. Just sad.
Sad. This is a sad room. We're a bunch of sad boys in this room right now. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Ben, what do you take of this pick?
Yeah, I'm trying to sort of make sense of it. I do agree, like, New England's really not a good landing spot, just dynasty-wise. Because really, like, I'm sort of looking at these big boards here. Like, you certainly have the, couple of guys at running back at least that are, probably going to be leading off a lot of rookie drafts. And then this has been, compared to any other year that I can remember in recent memory, that sort of 2nd tier of running backs that fall after a lot of the top wide receivers is surprisingly deep. Like, there's 6+ dudes in that tier right now. So that's just sort of having me question, even if I feel good about Pierre Strong maybe being able to like win some more of a timeshare in New England, what do I get from that? Or like, where do I pull the trigger? Like, I feel like somewhere around, I don't know. I feel like it'd have to be as low as the 3rd round at the highest. You know what I mean? But that's just sort of off the top of my head. Like, does that track with what y'all are thinking on him around 3rd round?
Yeah, 3rd round's a fine dart throw at that point just because of the talent. And we know that New England isn't afraid to give a lesser known running back or, a 3rd to 4th string running back the chance to make a play. So.
And our guy, Steve, coming in with Pierre Strong with a 7.77 rating, right around Michael Carter, DJ Dallas, and Bryce Love, just behind Brian Robinson. And I think, like we've all touched on, these, especially when we think of a fantasy standpoint, these backfields that have so many people in them just become such a headache. And when you look at New England, nobody ever knows what Bill's thinking. He's famous for benching guys that rush for 220 and 3 touchdowns the week before. So it's always a crapshoot there. So, but we actually have a pair. The tight end run is starting, boys. The NFL doesn't want to abolish the tight end. We apparently have a run where at pick 128, the Baltimore Ravens have selected tight end, Iowa State tight end, Charlie Kolar.
It's a good selection. Again, he's 6'7". He's a good receiving threat. Great in the red zone. Always reliable hands and great in the contested catch situation. Solid backup tight end in the NFL.
Definitely, yeah.
I was like,
And
yeah,
over a wide receiver too. There's options available where, Baltimore could have used a wide receiver, but that almost feels like it fits the scheme right, where they're just gonna keep having those pass catching tight ends and have that depth, build it up that way.
Wait, Ben, you haven't heard?
I agree with it, but
Ben, you haven't heard? It's Rashad Bateman's season.
And who else?
It is Rashad Bateman's season.
Ravens also have 3 picks coming up. Like they're picking after Dallas, so there's still options to take a receiver in this round.
Mm-hmm.
They are actually, in fact, on the clock as we speak because pick 129 has come in, and the Dallas Cowboys selected Wisconsin tight end Jake Ferguson.
It's fine.
Yeah, pretty much.
There's reports that they want to get more involved when it comes to the 2 tight end sets. Obviously, Blake Jarwin with his hip
he's
injury.
clearly going to be blocking.
Yeah, but they want to use more 2 tight end sets, and Blake Jarwin's not going to play anytime soon with that hip injury he just got, and it's arguably career threatening, I think. So
he's a free agent. He's not even with them anymore.
Oh, really?
So, yeah. So you're right in that sense. Where I think maybe they're just trying to, give different looks. And I don't know much about Jake Ferguson, but I don't know what they're going to do with Dalton Schultz. Like, he signed the franchise tag. Did they even give him a contract?
Not yet.
So that's kind of murky. So they kind of need to stock the shelves in the tight end cupboard, I guess. So
yeah, he's just not. I don't know. He's not a blocker. That's why this is confusing to me. Because considering that's what if they're going to run 2 tight ends, that would be one of them would have to block. And that's not his strength. I mean, he's not super fast, but he's one of the guys you're going to see battle through people to get the ball. So if you're wanting to get that first down, he's going to go through the 3 people that are in front of him to grab that ball and take it to that marker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sort of feels like a jack of all trades kind of tight end. That's the only value I can see there. If you were thinking of like a specialist, like I think there's guys on the board in either direction. If you just wanted a dedicated pass catcher or you just wanted a blocker, probably would have done something else. So feels like just something where he does it all.
Don't have to worry about the Ravens pick at least.
Yeah.
So that being said, in a pick that the Ravens actually traded for with Buffalo, the pick 130, the Ravens select Penn State punter Jordan Stout. Now, as our resident Jordan, what do you think about that one? No, I'm just playing.
He must be a fantastic punter if they're. Well, you know what? Let me just say, the Ravens have killed this draft. So you know what? They're probably like, hey, you know what? We need a punter. I don't even know who their punter is now, or was, or whatever. So and they probably Sam so. I mean, if you're drafting a punter in the 4th round, there's the expectation that he's going to be your punter.
For what it's worth, according to PFF's big board here, it has Jordan Stout as the 6th ranked punter out of 6 on the board.
Yeah. They didn't even take the generational punter.
They didn't even take the good punter.
Yeah. Matt Ariza is like a phenomenal punter. I mean, like, generational punter.
Well, maybe they just punted this pick because I don't know. I don't know what to tell you then.
They did. They did just punt this pick.
Or maybe they just spit in the face of PFF.
They did. You know what? The Ravens have a bone to pick, apparently.
The NFL Network even ran a story before today's start of the draft on this punter, Matt Ariza. Like, how many punters have a story written about or done on them?
He probably has the only punter's highlight package too. Wait, let me check our highlight package. Do I have an Ariza highlight package here? Let me check.
Okay, you're talking about Steve and Neil, so no, they hate the kicker. We literally have a shirt.
This
Shop
is a punter,
report
though,
nonsense.
Abolish the kicker.
It's abolish, but not abolish the punter though.
It's the same thing. He can do both.
We are pro punter here.
He kicks 69% of or.
So you're telling me? Are you telling me that Jordan Stout's going to be the Ravens kicker next year? Get rid
if
get rid of the
if
bum
they
they
abolish
have
the
now.
kicker, then yes.
Yeah,
I can hope.
First one.
Don't need Justin Tucker still out there.
Well, he's also old and was hurt last year, wasn't he?
Tucker?
Yeah, didn't Tucker get hurt for a couple games last year or no? That's in my head.
No.
Chris brings some good
that's a good point by
insight.
Chris. Then, if that's
Chris- Yeah.
Isn't him being
now we're
left-footed
just
a
being
good thing?
discriminatory against left.
See,
Yeah.
that's a good question because I always thought that Belichick targets left-footed punters for the fact that the ball is going to come off in a different direction and just throw your returner for a little bit of a loop. So that's a super interesting case, but I mean, I could understand it too because not every NFL team thinks the way that Bill Belichick does.
Yeah, he's really into his like long snapping, his special teams. Like he's broken it down to an actual science. So.
Yeah, wasn't he a long snapper? I think that's how he got hurt. He got messed up in a drill or something, playing long snapper in practice, and they busted him up. Back in the days when they didn't protect long snappers.
Titans doing it again.
Oh boy.
Hassan Haskins.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Wait, guys, I think we need to go back to what the people want. As Steve says, he comes for the fantasy analysis, but stays for the punter breakdown. So
Hassan Haskins.
Well,
that's nice.
If we're looking at Stout here, I think they really got him because they don't care about special teams, so they're able to drop somebody back there who can kick it off in 2 seconds. Like it's going to be, he's quick and decisive, so he'll get it off, and it doesn't take much for him to load and get it downfield.
So he's
with a hang time. I mean, he's very quick.
Where are you guys seeing these picks? Are you guys watching?
I'm on Pro Football Focus's draft tracker.
Yeah, it's really up to date.
Okay, I'm gonna check there then, because like all the people that were like, I guess it's not spoiling because they're out there, but the people that were like tweeting them out before
are not doing it for.
They're not doing it.
Yeah,
they
don't care anymore.
That's what I talked with Mike about that before. I was like, is Ari gonna tweet these out, or is he too big?
Albert Breer's not doing it. Connor Hughes isn't doing it. All the guys that like they're doing it yesterday because like I wasn't able to watch, so I was on Twitter though and just seeing like them announce the picks, but nothing today because nobody cares about Saturday except for us.
Oh,
Saturday,
Packers.
This is the important part of the draft because this is where you get like your mid-tier guys that help you win.
Mm-hmm. Your
like, they're not the flashy names, but
right.
Yeah.
Like
Packers fan.
Packers.
Wide receiver.
Yeah.
With pick 132, the Packers select Nevada wide receiver Romeo Doubs. What do we think of this? This is the second wide receiver for Green Bay, but again, none in the first round. Is Rodgers going to be a happy boy this season? I don't think so. His disposition is kind of sour just in general, but what do you guys think of these ads?
You mean overall for the Packers or for just Doubs?
Just overall.
I think that they're just spitting in on Rodgers' face. I mean, I know that he doesn't like rookie wide receivers in the first place. So many expected that even if they did draft one, it wasn't going to be an immediate impact guy. Christian Watson wouldn't have been an immediate impact guy in almost any offense. He's still very raw when it comes to the route running. He doesn't go up to get the ball as well. So it didn't make sense. At least they're going and adding bodies at the wide receiver position now. Doubs is a solid player, a little bit on the older side, but he's a two-sport athlete that's got the athleticism to be able to become something in the NFL. I'm not against it.
Big hand fighter.
Mm-hmm.
And we actually have a Romeo Doubs highlight package courtesy of our fearless leader, Steve Bonham.
I'll be interested to see how these Green Bay wide receivers actually play out when it comes to the regular season, because Lazard and Cobb are the only guys that have any real experience in the slot. And we know how much Rodgers usually would love to target the slot, so they're making the picks. I just don't always understand them.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
even
so
going back
to the point on Christian Watson too, I am really interested to see what direction that room goes, because it seems I think we'll probably learn pretty quick what's going on in Green Bay. I think it's sort of going to be boom or bust with them. Because Christian Watson, I think, would have been really a slam dunk on some other team, like the Lions. Perfect example of a team that can give someone patience and allow them to sort of develop into that sort of receiver. But Mike, I totally agree with what you were saying of, if Rodgers can have some frustration with the rookies, if you're saying, hey, this is your main weapon addition, aside from, Sammy Watkins, who's famously streaky. I don't know. I could see where it works, but I don't know. At this point, I feel like they might just run the ball and like dump it off to Aaron Jones a million times. That could be the way it goes, and just try to control the clock. But I don't know. It's interesting.
With a good defense.
What's that?
With a good defense.
Yeah, I mean, and the defensive additions have been really nice. So that could be the way to play. And they've sort of been, I think the past couple of years have been doing that a little bit more than they have in the past. And again, it's a thing with me and the Packers a lot. It's like I guess I get why they're doing it. I don't know if I really agree if that's how I'd run my team, especially when you have Aaron Rodgers with you. But it's been good enough in the NFC North for a long time, because they kind of have that historical AFC East sort of Patriots tradition where they're just like, we're going to just walk through this division and get into the playoffs anyways, but never succeed. But enough about this. I know we got a punter to get back to, right?
And a tackle.
Yeah. Well, I actually want to go back to Haskins if we can for a little bit.
Yeah.
Hassan Haskins, the running back from Michigan, went to Tennessee. So it's a great spot for a running back of his caliber or of his style. He is a workhorse, first down, second down, just keep ramming through the middle of the field. And it's something that I think that if you're the Tennessee Titans and you see how Derrick Henry did last season when he got the injury finally, we knew it eventually he had to get injured. His usage is so high that his body's going to fall apart eventually. It did, and the backup running backs actually played well. They played solid. So it shows that this offense can support somebody that's not Derrick Henry. So if Derrick Henry comes back and the injury isn't still setting well, because he didn't look great in the playoffs. He hurried back. It was obvious. So if even this offseason, it was a pretty serious foot injury. Never know what's going to happen with that. I think that Haskins is worth a dart throw eventually.
And I'm surprised they didn't have more depth behind him just for that reason. Like, Derrick Henry, we think he's like superhuman, and then he gets that foot injury, he's out for half the season, and they were shuffling through like the ghost of Adrian Peterson. Jerry McNichols was a nice surprise for them, and then they just pick up Deontay Foreman off the street, who played well, but that's the offense is designed for that. So he was supposed to succeed. So it's good that they're adding to, this depth that they need, just in case Henry just doesn't come back to form. Like, we don't know. Like, going into this season, we have no idea what Derrick Henry we're going to get.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like this was sort of the play a couple of years ago when they grabbed Darrington Evans, but he's also had some injury issues. So I feel like I don't necessarily want to say that I love Haskins as a prospect, that he's totally going to nail it. But at least for like the fit and sort of like the plan that the team has for him, I think it's sort of the same play, but it's probably on the timeline a little better with everything we were just saying about Derrick Henry and coming off of injury, and he can't take 300 rushes a year forever. So, it feels like it's the right time to add someone like Haskins.
Well, I mean, and he also has a contract that has him out as a UFA in 2024. So if Haskins can learn behind him and kind of pick up good habits from Henry, they could be in a good spot with that as well. So
Definitely.
And you can
It makes
see that
sense.
they have a plan. This is all actually like working out. You can see what they're trying to do or what they're going for based on this draft. They replaced AJ Brown in the first round with Treylon Burks. They added Malik Willis, obviously, to learn behind Tannehill, who has an out, I believe, after this coming season. And then you have a running back that can hopefully learn behind Derrick Henry. So they're trying to look a little bit to the future, because I think we all knew that this Tennessee Titans team was not number 1 seed in the AFC caliber last season. They obviously got it and earned it, but I don't think many people thought, yeah, this team's going to be the best team in the AFC and this team should make the Super Bowl, even when Derrick Henry was reportedly returning.
Yeah, and they put up a dud against the Bengals. Like, I don't know how they lost. Well, obviously they lost that game because Tannehill didn't play well, but the fact that they sacked Burrow 9 times and still found a way to lose, like, that was really eye-opening. It goes to show you that, I think that, told the coaching staff in the front office, like, we need something. We need, like, if what we're doing now might not be good enough.
Mm-hmm.
But they kind of took a step back. I agree with you. Like, they have a plan, but getting rid of AJ Brown is taking a step back.
Didn't say good plan.
Well,
I see their plan.
It's a plan.
It's a plan, but it's a session plan.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they have these pieces. They have, like, a good, offensive trio that they can rely on in a couple years, and that's if they pan out. But, yeah, it's strange what they're doing. Like, the AJ Brown thing makes sense. Like, they weren't want to pay him. I don't know why, but you recouped on that asset. You drafted pretty much a guy that does the exact same stuff, just younger, and you have that extra year now. So.
And apologies, boys. The Romeo Dubs highlight was so explosive it completely crashed my computer, my bandwidth. So I'm happy to be back.
Yeah, it was a bit choppy. I wasn't sure if that was just me or.
You know what? I thought for a second it was just me, but then when it absolutely locked up my entire computer, I was like, uh-oh. I know that's not just me. So we'll try to keep the highlight packages to the absolutely least explosive people to not lock down my computer again. So
can't put that punter one up then.
You're right. You know what? And I also saw that we did get a kicker on here, and I missed the kicker breakdown, and I'll never forgive myself for that.
No, I actually saved it because I knew you'd want to go over it. I took us back to Hassan Haskins. So,
good, perfect.
Let's go ahead and roll the punter footage.
Roll the punter clips. That's right. Well, all I have to say is shop.nonsense. Go draft 22 to get your Abolish the Kicker t-shirt. So who was the next pick?
Jake Camarda. Yeah, that's what I laughed at. Sorry.
Wow. Wow.
New t-shirt coming.
Fired, man.
The t-shirt line is expanding.
I am. You know what?
Except needs the Abolish the Mason.
That's right.
Abolish Mason's bandwidth.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, let's take it a nicer route, Jordan.
And the funny thing is that this computer that I'm on is hanging on by a thread, and I actually have another one here. So I have double keyboard, mouse. I'm going, and I just picked the wrong computer to do it on. That's all.
Oh man.
So we a few picks just went by. Chiefs grabbed a corner. I don't have the name.
Joshua Williams.
The Chiefs grab cornerback from Fayetteville State, Joshua Williams. And with the next pick, the Bengals select tackle from North Dakota State, Cordell Volson. So a bunch of boring players that we're probably not going to talk about. But that's good because it gives me a second to ask Jordan about what he thinks about his team, the Indianapolis Colts, draft so far.
I think they did a really good job, especially not having their first round pick. I like the Alex Pierce pick. I wish I could have seen the show yesterday to see the analysis on it. Jason seems to love Alex Pierce.
Hate him.
Bottom seems to hate Alec Pierce. I'm kind of in the the middle. Like I don't really know what to think just yet. I think he joined a really good spot. Like I think it was a great landing spot for him because he's going to get volume, just because the Colts don't have a lot of pass catchers. And Jelani Woods, my goodness, this guy is Mo Alley Cox 2.0. And you maybe think is that a good thing coming for you saying that? And yes, it's a very good thing. Like he's not, like an explosive athlete. I'm sure that Matt Ryan will target him a lot this year. He instantly could become their best tight end day one, at least catching tight end. Like don't get me wrong, Mo Alley Cox is a fantastic blocker and hasn't really got on the scene as a pass catcher, and
hasn't had the opportunity.
He has had the opportunity though.
No, Jack Doyle's been there. Got the little hands in his way.
Oh my god. Okay. Anyways, and then Bernard Raymond, seemingly fell in their laps. It was a position of need, and it was a guy that a lot of people were kind of like, mixed on. Like I was seeing like maybe late first round, early second, and now he's in the third. And something just happened where Jason's losing his mind.
The Patriots.
Yeah.
Quarterback Bailey Zappa.
With pick 137, the Patriots
Wow.
trade up to select quarterback from Western Kentucky, Bailey Zappa. And with that being said, you still have names on the board at quarterback like Sam Howell from North Carolina, who was a top 35 prospect on a lot of boards. Carson Strong, quarterback from Nevada. That's a super interesting ad there. What do you guys make of this?
I'm shocked that Zappy went ahead of Sam Howell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just because of the physical limitations compared
so-
to Howell, the physical freak at quarterback that's able to run and toss it about 70 yards on a rope.
And the Patriots have done things like this before in the past where they've selected like a backup signal caller to, I don't know, mold and shop, and they've done pretty well with that. Is there anything that we could see from Bailey that's gonna, say that he might follow in the footsteps of a Garoppolo or someone else along those lines?
I'm going to pull up his player profile.
I don't know. This is
Man, it's Walford. Oy.
Yeah.
I don't like that comparable at all.
He's a Western Kentucky style quarterback. I mean, we've seen a lot of these guys come out of Western Kentucky and systems like it that the guys aren't physically intimidating by any means. Their arms aren't going to be top tier arms, but they know where to place the ball. They read the field well. So
a great backup for Jones.
Yeah, I don't see him really, lighting the NFL on fire by any means. And I certainly wouldn't have picked him over the high upside of somebody like a Sam Howell or Carson Strong even. I mean, Strong has possibly the strongest arm in the class. It's just he had the medical concerns with his knees. So I don't know why you would take a backup that's got such a capped ceiling.
Well, did
Right.
they trade up? Oh, hello.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
Steelers?
boy.
We have something actually relevant to talk about now. With pick 138, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Memphis wide receiver Calvin Austin III.
Oh,
There he
Mike,
is.
wow.
like it.
what reaction for me? What are you thinking?
Cash money.
There's some joy and there's some concern with it. I do like Calvin Austin as the player. I mean, athletic freak we saw at the Combine, was top 5 in nearly every measurable category. The thing that's kind of getting me concerned is the fact that Deontay Johnson has a contract coming up. So this may be looking at possible insurance to have for the future with, because even they'd have to sign either Claypool, his contract's going to be ending in 2 seasons. So they're phenomenal at drafting these wide receivers and just churning them out, letting them sign somewhere else, rinse and repeat. So I don't have any problem with them drafting multiple wide receivers within 2 rounds of each other, because I like George Pickens as a prospect. I like Calvin Austin as a prospect. I think that they may just be looking to surround their rookie quarterback with as much talent as possible. So 4 wide receiver sets could look really scary in Pittsburgh. If you're sitting there with Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, George Pickens, and Calvin Austin, there's a lot of firepower out there. not to mention Najee in the backfield. You still have Freiermuth. It's a solid pick all around.
Yeah, I think they're building something. I actually was shocked to see that they picked him. Like, and you were saying it too. Like, they love drafting their like mid-round receivers who sometimes work out and then go on to greener pastures. And yeah, like they'll just take more and see the same things, and then they'll keep the ones that they like.
Yeah, exactly. Sort of a great in real football kind of take. For fantasy, I'm certainly a little bummed just because I agree he's really talented, and he was kind of someone. I was thinking one of these wide receiver needy teams. He's the guy I was hoping would go in this round to somewhere like that. So yeah, that, and I'm still sorting out my feelings on Pickett and Trubisky and what that's just going to mean. So I'd still probably take a dart throw on Austin, but probably with the assumption of you're going to throw him on a taxi squad right away, and then maybe 2 years down the road this is something. But there's just a lot of depth there, and then just some unknowns too.
The dime revolution in the NFL is alive, boys. That's all I'll have to say about it.
Yeah, I wish your quarterback could throw a dime.
Goodness, Jason.
My bad.
Mike
Who
has
was that
too.
towards?
I'm
Mike.
guessing it's going at Pickett.
Oh.
But
We'll see. He could potentially learn how to throw dimes.
he was the most pro-ready quarterback and arguably the most accurate.
So
I
you're
couldn't even
at
say
the
that with a straight face.
bargaining stage. It sounds like Mike.
I was just about to say,
So,
the stages
yesterday,
of grief are hitting Mike fast.
yeah, I went through the first 3 stages through the night after the first round. By the time the second round came around, I was already at 4. I'm up to 5 out of. I'm going to put it at 10 because I feel like there's a few more steps I need.
Well, I feel like for you, like you must feel a little bit better seeing that Ritter and Willis didn't go to the third round. So must be something not wrong, but like there was none of these quarterbacks were ready to play. Maybe besides Pickett, and Pickett may even sit behind Trubisky to start the season. So there wasn't a lot of options out there.
It makes you think that, okay, would Pickett even have gone in the first or second round? Like, do all the teams have him as the number 1 quarterback then? Or would he have fallen along with all the other quarterbacks and been in the third round? I know that there weren't really great options for what the Steelers' needs were at the top or at the 20th pick. I mean, guys like Zion Johnson, wasn't there. Kenyon Green for offensive line wasn't there. I don't think they would have taken an offensive tackle at that spot. So I would have actually liked Tyler Linderbaum instead of Kenny Pickett. If you could have done Tyler Linderbaum and then gotten a quarterback in the third round, I think it would have been a lot better.
Sticking with the AFC North, the Ravens are double dipping on tight end.
With a pick 139, the Ravens select Coastal Carolina tight end Isaiah Likely. Ben, I see you're rooting for that one. What do you have on Isaiah for us?
He's one of my favorites from the remaining tight ends here. So kind of, again, it's piggybacking off the point I made a little bit earlier about how, Baltimore's not swiping up the receivers like I thought. But, hey, if they're going to keep adding tight ends, like, we understand how the offense is oriented. So I get it. Certainly there's the depth to consider where, I don't think Likely is going to be blowing up the NFL in year 1, both because of the position and just Mark Andrews is still there and all that. But we don't really talk about handcuffs for tight ends a lot, but I feel like that's actually, if we're talking about a tight end handcuff for Andrews, Likely's a good one for dynasty purposes.
Gosh, I pray we never live in the world where we're handcuffing tight ends. I really do. I pray that never happens.
Only in premiums.
Out of the mouth, I'll admit. But.
So hey, Ben, would you think that Likely would likely? I hate that I said that, but would he be the actual handcuff you'd want, or would it be Kolar? Or is that kind of like wait and see approach, see how it shapes out in training camp?
Yeah. I mean, I guess it would just depend what you value. I mean, for fantasy purposes, Likely is my guy. Just, thinking about the way they're going to be used in the offense, Kolar strikes me as someone that might fit that like Nick Boyle kind of role.
Mhm.
Where you are catching passes, but just being realistic on how they have things set up. You're not getting the kind of volume that makes you fantasy relevant at the position. So, yeah, I'd say it's definitely likely.
Well, the Packers took another defensive
You
lineman.
too, Ben. Get out. You guys can't keep using the likely pun on my shows. I don't take that stuff.
Low-hanging fruit, I'm going to take it.
Yeah, that's his name, man. Like, what do you want me to do? Not make a joke about it?
Come on, guys. The low bearing fruit, Jordan. I expect more from your jokes. You're way funnier than that.
Well, that's your fault for having high expectations.
So we got another one with pick 140. The Green Bay Packers select Wake Forest tackle Zach Tom. As a man with two first names, I can appreciate a man like Zach Tom with double first names as well. I wish him nothing but the best. So
That one's hard, man. Zach, that
that
is just not a football name.
that-
Can you not change your last name? Just go with
I don't know that
it.
that's anybody's last name.
Is it he gets a red flag on your board?
Yeah,
just 'cause he has
that's
two
why
first
he-
names?
That's why he dropped
Definitely.
so far.
Already
Red-
holding too many names.
Big character issue. Two
Is
first
that why?
names.
Is that why Malik Willis kind of fell down the?
You
the
know
draft
what? I
board?
think we're unraveling. I think we're
Yeah,
getting down
like-
the rabbit hole now. I think we're getting in the rabbit hole. That's a super interesting point.
Golly.
So I think that we talked about this a little bit before. Did we? I think I didn't get a chance to ask Ben or Jordan, but Ben, did we talk about who we thought won the draft so far?
No, I don't think we were in for that. That was just a little bit before we came on.
What are you thinking about that one, Ben?
Yeah,
dynasty
there were a lot of good options that y'all were talking about. I think sort of a sleeper, I guess, that I'll bring up, and I'll try and get their list up in front of me, is I'm kind of liking what the Texans are doing now that they, have Deshaun out the door and they can actually start deploying their assets in some sort of plan that makes sense. Stingley off the top, I really like that pick. Certainly we don't know if he's going to hit, but a lot of folks pre-draft were saying this, and I think it's really spot on. Of if there was one player in the draft that could be a home run if they reach their ceiling, like Stingley's the guy. So they've got time; they can wait. That's good. I'm not too familiar with Kenyon Green, their guard, but after that, just their middle rounds have been really nice. Jalen Petrie, I really like from Baylor. Christian Harris as well. Those could actually both be some interesting IDPs. They seem like they'd be pretty good. I wonder if Nee would agree on that. Maybe you could ask him later. But then, with Mechie and Dameon Pierce, they just strike me as kind of guys where I guess the way I'd put it is they certainly have some upside just because they're going to a situation where they're going to be probably getting a lot of production right away. Which I always kind of like if you want to call these guys dart throws, you feel pretty good that you're going to get something right away. But because they're also in this sort of rebuilding franchise, there's a real possibility that they could, just stick around for 2, 3, 4 years, even if, compared to the rest of the league, they're a little bit subpar compared to like other position groups. They're just in an incredible situation and the talent's there. So, I really like how that's shaping out for Houston.
Yeah, I definitely agree there. And our guy, Steve, who's running around doing some things today, says he's behind on picks, but Eric Uzakama with a 6.74 rating right behind Amari Rodgers, Seth Williams, and Van Jefferson. And back onto the kind of point we were just talking about with teams that won the draft. I know, Jordan, you broke down a little bit about your Colts, but what is a team that sticks out to you that's kind of killed it so far?
You look at what teams have done in the first couple rounds, because these rounds we really don't know. Like, there's names that fall and grab that, but I really like what the Ravens did. I think the Ravens always do a really good job at the draft. They wait and they grab guys that seem to fall, like getting Kyle Hamilton at 14, even after the Eagles sniped them for Jordan Davis reportedly. Kyle Hamilton, what a great consolation prize. And then they trade Marquise Brown and they get Linderbaum. And I wasn't really sure what they were going to do with that pick. I thought they traded Marquise Brown too early in the draft to be like, okay, we're gonna replace him with a receiver, not like what the Titans did, because the Titans trade the pick and like we're taking Burks. Like they were like, okay, we must have a list of guys that we'll like around that spot, and Linderbaum seemed to be their guy. Really like what the Jets are doing. Seemed like they hit on all their picks. Took arguably the best corner. I mean, him or Stingley. It's kind of like, we'll wait and see. And then they took at 10. They took maybe the best receiver in Garrett Wilson, best running back in Breece Hall, and then Jermaine Johnson. They were smart enough to be like, hey, let's move up, get an edge rusher that's just falling down the board. I also like what the Giants did with their 2 picks. Arguably top 5 talents in this draft at 5 and 7. Thibodeau, I don't know what the concerns were, but the guy is fantastic. He's an explosive athlete. And then Evan Neal, who's smart as anybody. I was listening to some draft coverage before the first round, and I know that I think it was Scott Pioli was like pounding the table for them to take Neal. It's like, this guy's going to help you and help with the line and what Dable wants to do with his offense. He's a smart enough guy. The guy's been great playing for Alabama. Those are a couple teams. I'm trying to think who else. Those are ones that stick out to me, though.
Yeah, definitely. And our guy Steve making up for more lost ground. Hassan Haskins with a 7.14, the exact same rating as Antonio Gibson, a guy we all love. Same area as Justice Hill, LaMichael Pirine, and Kenny Gainwell, who is Steve's absolute favorite player to ever play in the NFL. Easy. So that's obviously a glowing review.
All in horrible situations. So it keeps on going for our lovely rankings here.
Yeah.
So like I said, I wasn't able to watch yesterday. What do you guys think of Brian Robinson on the Commanders? That's a head scratcher. Like, you don't think he's going to come in and have a little bit of a role that will like cut into Antonio Gibson?
If he doesn't,
beside McKissick.
Yeah.
Well, McKissick's something else. McKissick's his own little like. I don't really think McKissick's gonna like change too much. I think it'll affect Antonio Gibson more.
It's a confusing role for him because Robinson's obviously more of a early down rusher, and if you're looking at how Gibson was used last year, he was a 20-20 type running back that was used to get them down the field, and then they'd take him out and put McKissick in, who is not even considered a goal line back by any means, but they thought that he was easier to use inside the 10 and inside the 5 to hand off high behind the offensive lineman and find a hole. It's just adding another mouth to feed because a 3rd round draft capital is pretty meaningful.
And Steve coming from the top rope, he is going to steal McKissick's goal line work that JD was already stealing from Gibson.
Interesting.
I thought it'd actually go the exact opposite way. I figured Gibson would end up being the goal line guy. McKissick would do all of his pass catching nonsense. And then this guy's going to be between the 20s.
In a perfect world, Jason.
Yeah. Gibson needs all the touchdowns. That's what it really comes down to because his burst and speed, he just cuts through things and explodes into the end zone so quickly.
And just a little housekeeping here. With pick 141, the Baltimore Ravens select Houston cornerback Damarion Williams, another good ad for another good draft from the Ravens.
And the Rams grab Jacoby Durant.
South Carolina State cornerback Jacoby Durant. I wonder if he hoops.
Does he refer to himself as a god?
And then get bounced.
Look at that. We're meshing sports again.
I know.
I mean,
right?
If we want to talk about hockey, I'm here, man. I don't know if any of you guys follow
Go ahead,
hockey.
Jordan. Give us your best hockey take. We still got 2 hours to fill and the worst rounds to come. So
the
here's
playoffs
the thing.
start this week.
Yeah, they start this week, and my Maple Leafs are playing the 2-time Stanley Cup champion. Sorry, 2-time reigning Stanley Cup champions, Tampa Bay Lightning. To all Leafs fans that are watching here, and there's probably none. Don't be optimistic. Just see how they do. Hopefully they put up a good fight. And then when they get beaten 6, you don't. Oh, here's actual football.
Here's some actual football knowledge. Romeo Dubs with a 5.83, same area as Miles Boykin, Darnell Mooney, and Jalen Darden, and I'm a big Jalen Darden fan, so that's obviously a big ad. And I know we're all Darnell Mooney fans, but
yeah, he's gonna have a massive opportunity this year. Like, who else is Justin Fields gonna throw the ball to?
It's him and Cole Kmet, and that seems to be about it. I mean, they're throwing him to the wolves.
Yeah, have they not drafted like any, well, at least not in the first couple rounds, any offensive linemen to help him out? Like, they were putting Tevin Jenkins, like the Tevin Jenkins thing was fascinating, that he was a pure right tackle, and they just like, hey, you know what? We're gonna put you left tackle, even though we don't know how well you're gonna grade out there, but you're our guy.
And to answer your question, no, they have not taken any more
That's
offensive
just
line help.
fascinating.
They took cornerback, safety, and wide receiver.
Okay. And Ben brought up how he's liking Houston's draft so far. So right now, Vegas has their win total at 4.5. Well, do you think you take that for them to win more than, well, clearly 4 games?
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah.
Well, it will see. Like the division is really, really weak. So I mean, will they be able to get a win or two against the Jags? Like, I'm sure that they'll probably still win from either the Titans or the Colts. Maybe. They didn't play the Colts very competitively. I don't really know how they played against the Titans, and I don't know. Like, they have a 3rd place schedule, so they're playing like Baltimore and
they've got
I'm trying to pull it up right now.
Miami,
Cleveland, Kansas
So they
City,
start with They
Chargers,
start with the Commanders,
Eagles. Yeah.
Cowboys.
So NFC East too. Like, I think 5 is attainable. Like, I mean, that's not a bad bet if you want to take the over on that. But I mean, don't be thinking it's a lock.
Yeah,
Because
so,
this team still could be, like, this team's probably playing for the first overall pick next year, depending how Davis Mills does. Like, I think they still believe that Davis Mills could be their quarterback, but this year will determine if he is.
Yeah.
And Steve with more great insight. Bailey Zappi with a 12.11, just barely in my below average tier, right on the edge of quote unquote long shot. So I think that tells you exactly how the Patriots operate over there, especially when it comes to backup signal callers.
Hey man, my quarterback in Madden's long shot went on to have a very successful career. So nothing wrong about that.
Oh man.
Maybe get you a GM job.
Yeah, that's right.
You know what? I actually made a mistake there. I shouldn't have given Madden any credit.
You're
That
right.
was on me.
That's all you, Jordan.
That was out of character.
Yeah, you're right. Take your flowers when we give them to you, Jordan.
Yeah.
So another pick has come in with pick 143. The Tennessee Titans select Maryland tight end Chigozmi Okowanko. And I totally butchered that. I do apologize. But again, feel free to come on our show and correct me. I'd love to have anybody on, and we'd love to have you. So what do we make of this one, guys? Another tight end here to Tennessee.
Well, they don't have the most scary tight end room in the NFL when it comes to Austin Hooper and Ferkser. So there's an opportunity there. Kwanko was
there anymore.
Is Ferkser gone? I mean, it's not like it matters.
I'm gonna double check this.
Yeah,
Right. It's
I'm
not like
pretty
it
sure
matters,
he's
Mike.
Yeah, he's with
But-
the Falcons, so
Okay. Well, it's Hooper, so still not really.
Oh,
But
and Jeff
this-
Swaim.
You're not helping any. But this guy, Okonkwo, ran the fastest 40 at the combine for a tight end. He's a really fast, can break tackles. So it's the type of chance you should take at tight end. Because if the tight end's going to succeed, especially in terms of fantasy, they need to be athletic. They need to have some experience in the slot. Yeah, the next pick. We can go ahead and
Wow.
jump to
What we got?
Okay. Have we wrapped out our boring
Yep.
tight end talk?
Yep,
Now we've
we
got a
can-
real pick to talk
let's
about.
keep going.
Sorry about that.
Oh
Wow.
my gosh.
With the first pick of the 5th round.
Oh, Mason.
Oh, no.
Stanley.
You gotta do
Mason.
it.
Mason.
Big spot.
That was too much
The
for him.
I'll go.
All right.
The
Go
Washington
ahead.
football Commanders select QB out of North Carolina, Sam Howell.
That is really good value at the
Yeah.
top of the 5th.
Perfect time. Or
Wow.
perfect value to take.
I hate giving credit to the Commanders, but that was a good pick.
That's okay. You don't need. It's not normal that you would, or anyone would.
So does that mean Carson Wentz is out the door?
I mean, I doubt he's on a long-term contract. So
Yeah, what is his
you're going to
contract?
see what we have here.
I think he has.
Think it's
I'll check Spotrac, but I think he's got like at least 3 years, like signed. Obviously, they didn't get rid of him after maybe this year.
That would be my guess. I thought it was a 1 year.
I know he's got at least 2 years left on his contract, but I think he's
thought
like
the
has
two.
no dead cap after this year.
Yeah, it looks like a potential out in 2023.
Yeah.
So that works
Yeah.
out.
Prior to it or after it?
In 2023.
Okay.
Yeah. So, golly,
Uh,
man, that's
It's a good quarterback to pick. I mean, his arm talent is one of the stronger arms. His deep ball is great. His the freshman season was one of the better we've seen in the past decade, and it's just gone downhill since because of he's lost a lot of talent around him, and he's become a lot more of a one read and tuck it and run type quarterback. He ran for over 800 yards, which is good, and he can do it. I wouldn't do that in the NFL if I was him, but it's promising because this guy has the physical capabilities to be a starting quarterback in the NFL without a doubt.
And thankfully, we've got somebody pushing the buttons in the back room that's going to pull our highlight clip for Sam Howell here.
Wow, look how nice that's running.
That's mean, Jordan. I'm trying my best out here.
Man, you got to get off that dial-up.
I
yeah,
know,
you need
right?
to get a better VPN, man. You need to get the VPN and just move it around.
Someone call AOL for me, and let's get
that's
this
your
figured
issue
out.
right there.
See, the internet's working well in my igloo. I don't know about.
Yeah, you guys would
So-
be sick if you saw my screens right now.
Wow, that's a very
Player
Sam
very
Darnold.
yeah, very insulting
Yep.
player comp.
Yikes.
That's got when you guys were talking about it, I'm like, oh, that kind of sounds like somebody else I remember from back in the day.
Doesn't mean the
Yeah.
NFL will turn out the same way for him.
Hey, looky here.
And joining us is the real NWB, Nee Wallace Bruce. Nee, how are you doing today, in the day?
It does feel like the night. It kind of feel like the night is kind of melded into the day, but I'm here. I'm alive. I'm awake, and I'm ready to take in the value day of the draft. This is like, on Saturday morning when you go to the garage sale and you find like nice pick-me-ups that you weren't expecting. That's what the third day of the draft's all about. So I'm looking to see which teams are going to pick up the values. And I want to see what the Niners are going to do because they have Mr. Irrelevant as the last pick of the draft as it stands. So hopefully they do something and get another Elijah Mitchell type this year.
Yeah,
Well, two of the three Niners picks so far have been irrelevant anyways.
Yeah.
Well, they did get a running back yesterday, right? So they're already knocking out Elijah Mitchell and.
Oh, so is Trey Sermon officially dead then?
Oh yeah.
Well, he already.
Yeah,
was,
yeah.
so that's not.
Well, good thing we restarted our Dynasty League, so I don't have to be handcuffed to Trey Sermon anymore.
Yeah, I have him in one of my dynasty leagues, and not happy about it.
Chiefs traded up with the Seahawks.
The Chiefs did trade up with I have the Lions here, but at pick 145, they took Kentucky tackle Darian Kennard. But, I'm
Interesting.
super happy to have Nee on. But before we start raking Nee's brain, I just want to touch a little bit more on Sam Howell here and that opportunity because we talked about, that he has that opportunity here. And what we saw when Sam Howell was playing at UNC is that he did run one of the highest RPO percentages of any quarterback in college ball. And that's going to be an interesting transition into the NFL game. And we'll have to see if his coaching staff puts him in a position to win. So that's going to be another interesting prospect as we move forward.
No doubt.
But all right, since I've got you here, Nee, we needed you like an hour ago too. Also, somebody should have pinged you to jump in here because we have been struggling with some of these defensive players. But first off, I'm going to ask you just some general questions. We talked a little bit about your 49ers and what you think of their draft, but which team do you have so far that's won this draft?
I mean, it's hard to go past the Jets. It's funny to say that in 2022, but here we are. The Jets seemingly have had a good draft with Sauce Gardner. Brees Hall is going to be a nice pickup as well at running back. I don't know what that means to Michael Carter, but it seems that they're really making moves to make a run in the next year or two. And even the Giants seemingly have washed away the sins of Dave Gettleman in years past. And I think with Kayvon Thibodeau and Evan Neal, the defense is really set up in the trenches. So I like both New York teams off the bat. I see Steve Bonham just chimed in saying the Lions. And yeah, it's hard to go past Aiden Hutchinson, the Michigan boy. He stays in Michigan. I gotta ask, what do you guys think of the Lions draft so far?
It was my favorite, Nee. It was my favorite of the draft because, like I said, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And so when a team ahead of you messes up as bad as the Jaguars did, the only thing you can do is, not fail from that point. So I loved it. And I think that also the pick of Jameson Williams to go and take a playmaker like that they can wait on, I think they had a stellar draft.
I remember, Mason, you said this on the Thursday show before I came on, and I found it interesting. Didn't even think about it. There was a little bit of a layer to the Travon Walker pick that Balky didn't want to pick Harbaugh's guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Which I found really fascinating if that's true. It's like
I'm going to risk my job because I have a general spat with this person.
There's nothing to risk, man. Like, there are fans dressed up as clowns at the season finale asking him to be fired, and they didn't. And then he went on and spent all this money on mid-tier free agents, gave them top-tier money, and then messed up the first overall pick.
Now, the top-tier money, that could be some third dimension chess, like some 3D chess in terms of forcing other teams to move on from their established wide receivers. I don't know if he was thinking that far ahead, but
I don't think so.
No,
let's not give him that much credit.
Okay, let's.
I tried to give him credit the other night too, Nee, and I got absolutely hammered. So I'll just save you the trouble.
You just said pretty good. Like, it's not even like a great, not a good compliment. Just like,
yeah, I'm just waiting for him to undermine Doug Peterson at some point during the season, and for that to.
Well, he did. He did already by selecting Travon Walker first overall. He undermined Doug Peterson by not taking the tackle that Doug Peterson was rumored to have wanted. So you already, in my opinion, have a rift because if I remember correctly, Doug Peterson also wanted his own guy in the front office, and for some reason they're still sticking with what's broken. So I don't know.
Yeah, they wanted. Wasn't it Rick Spielman?
Yeah. Yes, I believe he did want Rick Spielman.
I remember hearing that.
Which
I mean, like, it's not great, but better than Balky.
Yeah, right.
Belichick's dog, Nike, could probably do better than Balky.
Yeah.
So a little housekeeping here. We did have a few picks come in, a pair of picks from the New York Giants, whose draft we've liked so far. At pick 146, the Giants actually traded with the Jets to take Indiana linebacker Micah McFadden. And with pick 147, they take Arizona State interior D lineman DJ Davidson. So another pair of defenders that until Nee got here, we've been completely lost on that fact. So Nee, we can come back to a couple of these defenders a little bit later, but I want to ask you first off, which defenders are you highlighting when it comes into IDP drafts, whether it be first round guys or guys with the best opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, I think back to Thursday with the first round with Neil and Steve, and that crossed my mind as well. Hutchinson's definitely someone to look at in Detroit. He's going to make the field straight away. In IDP, I said this the other day, rookie cornerbacks can get targeted by some of the more established quarterbacks. They're looking for these fresh, green defensive backs to target. So those kind of cornerbacks can accumulate tackles in that sense. But in terms of, I guess, a more intuitive way of fantasy, I'd be looking at Thibodeau in New York at edge. Kyle Hamilton, the safety at Baltimore, I definitely think he's a guy that can be involved in the box, the stopping tackles in the run game from the opposition. And the other safety that was drafted on Thursday night in the first round that I really liked was the name just escapes me. It is Daxton Hill. Thank you, the brother of Justice Hill, who is now a Cincinnati Bengal. So that'd be interesting to see if they tackle each other in the 2022 season. But as I said the other night, Cincinnati has Jesse Bates and Von Bell. They're both coming up to the end of their contracts in 2022 after the season. They weren't great last year. It kind of held them back in the playoffs eventually. But this guy, Hill, he can be a guy that you can look at in not only IDP, but also rookie IDP. So for Dynasty, I think he's a guy who could endure for 2 or 3 seasons.
Amazing. And we love it because obviously there were a lot of high-end defenders taken at the top of this draft that could really make a lot of differences. When we look into even some of the later rounds, Nee, who else pops out at you that might have the opportunity that other guys taken in these rounds just frankly won't have?
Yeah, it was interesting to see what day 2 threw up. I honestly thought the Buccaneers were going to trade out of that pick 33, the first pick on the day, but they went with Hall from Houston. I think he's a guy who has potential because you think about it, they finished the season off with JPP. They had Shaq Barrett, 2 guys coming off the edge who are seasoned campaigners, but they're also, they're not getting any younger. So they are starting to get a little bit younger at that position through the draft. A guy like Mathis from Washington, from Alabama. We love our Alabama defenders. They don't recruit scrubs out there, and he's a guy that he's going to be involved in the run stuffing game too. So he's someone I like the look of. Even looking at the 3rd round on day 2, there's a couple of names that stood out for me. So Asamoah from Oklahoma, he's an inside linebacker. You remember Minnesota? They had a defensive-minded coach, but they weren't very good on defense in 2021. So I feel like he has an opportunity, if not this year, but next year. He can be a guy who can be starting inside linebacker for the Vikings. We look further down, Harris, another Alabama linebacker. He's now with the Texans, and we know the Texans are going to be going through some growing pains in the next year or 2. I'm sure Steve Bonham will tell us that. But it seems like Lovie Smith he's going to be there maybe for that season. But even if he's just there for a year, he's going to build up that defense, and the next guy's going to have a reasonable set of guys to run with, probably an offensive-minded coach, I would say. Would you guys agree with that Houston will probably move on from Lovie Smith and go with someone offensive-minded in the future?
I hope not, just because the optics don't look good.
No.
2 coaches in 2 years, and especially coaches of color. I feel like you got to pick a guy and stick with it. You can't just be having a turnstile a head coach. It doesn't look good, and the Texans already have.
And not to mention their coaches that have previously outperformed the rosters that they've been given, especially David Cullen.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to say something about Christian Harris, and I don't want to be treading on the IDP thing, so I'm not an expert, but if Christian Harris gets starting time playing in the AFC South against Derrick Henry and Jonathan Taylor, would be a really good pick for IDP.
And we have another couple other picks that have come in here, and we'll touch more on Nee and all the defensive stars that we've had come out here as we move through even some of these later rounds. But with the 148th pick, the Buffalo Bills select wide receiver from Boise State, Khalil Shakur. And our guy Steve here has our little tidbit for Khalil with a 5.07 grade, the same territory as Calvin Austin, Riley Ridley, Devon Street and Chad Hansen neighborhood. And you know what? I think that this might be as good of an opportunity for us to roll back the Calvin Austin highlight package that we also didn't get to watch, so that we can do a little comparison of the skill traits that we have here with these guys. But I guess my first question is, what kind of role are we going to see from Khalil here in Buffalo?
Cole Beasley.
This is a phenomenal spot for him. Yeah, he is both Austin and but they're both paired together because of their size and things along those lines. But Shakir is a prototypical slot performer. Makes
Golden Tate.
phenomenal catches. He's always one of those guys that does the highlight reel type catches. He's good at finding space to be able to in the zones and things along those lines. He works great in the slot. I think he's going to. Jameson Crowder's there that took over for Cole Beasley, but he's only on a 1-year deal. 3 wide receiver set for years to come with Diggs, Gabriel Davis, and Khalil Shakir is going to be top 10 in the NFL.
Definitely.
Or has the possibilities of it at least.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a really good landing spot for him.
I don't know if he's going to be because we would probably expect because Jamison Crowder's there in Buffalo now, right? He's probably going to be taking those duties for a year. But I mean, just a couple of years down the road, I could see, Shakir stepping in and being a really good player there.
Yeah, not for 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And then another couple of picks have come off the board for us here. We have, with pick 149, the Washington Commanders have taken Nevada tight end Cole Turner. Now, the tight end run continues, boys. Are we going to have to revise our abolish the tight end thing? Is there going to be some guys that are going to pop out of this class, or can I safely continue to scream abolish the tight end from the mountaintops?
Well, you still can't. Like, both can be true. But I think, I don't know, like, about these, like, later round tight ends, like, if they can catch on and have a role in the season. But there's a couple that, could have decent rookie seasons. We'll see. Like, we'll see whatever the roles are going to be.
Just not here. I mean, you're trying to. Logan Thomas is still there, right?
Oh my God.
So that's his big issue.
Oh, Jason.
And Rivera was pretty keen on Samus Reyes towards the end of the season. I don't know if he's going to continue with that, but yeah.
Well, between Logan Thomas coming back from his injury, they had John Bates from last year's draft, who they said they were high on, who went in a similar draft capital. So this is just adding bodies to the position, I think. I don't know if I'm going to look too much into it with Cole Turner.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, especially with how many tight ends in this tier are in this particular draft, you can kind of set yourself up for, I wouldn't even spend rookie draft capital on them, but you know that there's going to be plenty of options on the waiver wire anyways. So thankfully that gives all of us time to, do a little bit more research and sort of see how, these the training camps and all that kind of stuff go. So, we've got time. We don't have to figure it all right now, I think. But ultimately, like none of them are gonna, I think, grow into like really, really incredible players. So we can keep the shirt on our store. We don't need to abolish.
Perfect. And speaking of time, Ben, I know we've probably kept you far too long than we had allotted. We really do appreciate you coming on and breaking down some of these picks for us because, that dynasty perspective is everything that we need. So we really appreciate your time. And of course, everybody can check out Ben leading the dynasty team and all of our great dynasty content at not IN.com, importantnonsense.com. You know what, Steve, if you're watching, let's get that URL. Let's get that going. IN.com. That's us. So
I'm going to go ahead and assume that's not available.
I can dream.
Simplicity is key.
Yeah. Dream big, guys.
Dream big. And again, thanks, Ben. It's been real.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody.
Have a good one.
Another nice pick just went.
But I do want to real quick just walk back to the Calvin Austin pick. I know we do have a highlight package that my ancient computer was not going to have a good time with. So we'll roll that a little bit and kind of talk about just some of these teams that have taken these late round wide receivers and if we should expect them to pop off, maybe not in the next year, but a little bit later down the road, like we did with the last one. Name's escaping me. Khalil Shakir.
Yeah, as you can see, he's more of an outside guy than an inside guy like Shakir, but the athleticism is there. There's no doubt about that. And there goes the speed.
Can't beat speed.
You can't teach speed.
Marquise Brown. It's not a bad player to be able to have in the fourth round instead of giving up a first round pick for it.
Hey, hey, wherever you can get value, we love value.
There we go.
So that's, another super interesting pick. Do any of these, why are you guys targeting any of these wide receivers in redraft or in Dynasty? I mean, probably not in redraft unless it's an absolutely stellar situation. But are there any of these guys popping off to you guys in the later rounds of your Dynasty draft?
It's going to be guys that you're going to have to wait on. They're going to be taxi squad type players that, I would definitely put Khalil Shakir in a later round, like a fourth round or late third or something, and put him on my taxi squad. Wait till the receiving core becomes thinner, especially inside at the slot for Buffalo. If you're tied to Josh Allen for years to come, it's not a bad situation to be in.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Like it's so tough to tell. Like, I mean, you're pretty much at the last round of your dynasty draft. You're just basically picking the guy maybe in the best position, like Shakir, who can make an impact year two. I just slot him in the dynasty or in the taxi squad and hope for the best.
And, and speaking of, we were talking about some of these guys a little bit later. Another one that I did want to touch on was Isaiah Likely, who we unfortunately did not get to visit the highlight package for. So we're going to roll that one now too. He went into Baltimore the last round. And, we've loved Baltimore's selections so far. And I know that we really like the prospect of what Isaiah Likely could do. Lord, I hope they don't ever have handcuffed tight ends. But if this is the guy that does it, maybe it'll grow on me. But
both Kolar and Likely have experience, obviously, as you can see, inside the slot, which is where Andrew spends all of his time. And that's where Baltimore likes to put their tight ends when it comes to the receiving option. These guys fit the mold in Baltimore.
And we put on here like biggest weakness is that his size. He's built more like a wide receiver. But when we see modern offenses, you have to have guys that play that wide position like that. So I'm super excited to see what we get out of him for sure.
Yeah, and I love the landing spot. I think that they'll find a nice role for him to succeed. I don't know if it'll be early on, but they definitely have a plan for him.
Yeah.
His name's Likely. I'm sold.
Yeah, yeah. We ran through all the likely puns when he got picked.
Not you now, too, Nee. I told Ben and Jordan if they make one more likely pun, they have to get off my show, and I'm not doing it. So let's see. We got a couple more picks that have come across the wire. Let's see. Where did we leave off? We left off with Cole Turner. So with pick 150, the Houston Texans select Stanford D lineman Thomas Booker. Following that pick, 151, the Atlanta Falcons select BYU halfback Tyler Algier. And that's him. This is his clip right here.
former linebacker turned running back, and you can tell by his running style.
So this one interests me that he went to the Falcons because we figured Falcons were taking a running back here, and it's a very, there's not a lot of players in that running back room right now that really have much fantasy value based on who they are. So can this guy actually come in and compete possibly for, the starting role, or at least like a part of a committee?
Yeah. I think based on his landing spot, he can definitely do that. Yeah, I mean, he is a great pass blocker, so they shouldn't be afraid to put him in there on passing downs. He's a one-cut, hit the hole hard and emphatically, put your shoulder into players type running back, obviously with the background of the linebacker. So if you make things simple for him, which I'm sure that Coach Smith and the Atlanta Falcons offense are used to based on his previous landing spot with Tennessee and Derrick Henry, this is a style running back that he's not going to be afraid to put out there and put his head down and run him 20 times if he actually gets the opportunity. He could easily take over Mike Davis sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, Damian Williams doesn't even bother me too much. Like, I think at the beginning of the season, they'll probably be the guys that will lead the backfield, but I'm interested to see, like, this guy would rise up my dynasty rankings, and obviously I don't make dynasty rankings, but just based on where he got drafted, I think that this is an intriguing player.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously a great player comp of Zach Moss here. We're a bunch of Zach Moss apologists over at IN. So send us all your positive Zach Moss takes. We'll take them wherever we can get them.
That might be tough to find now.
Just on that, what do we think of James Cook going to the Bills?
Thank you, Nee. That's the real question. You know what? I like that because, like I said, Nee, I love the bloodlines. I love when you have players of certain talent. Specifically, when I look at running backs as an evaluator, my most important trait for any running back isn't size, it isn't speed, it's vision and contact balance. And when you look at the Cook brothers, they have it in spades. They're just absolutely dominant runners. Now, James is a little bit of a different size than Dalvin, but I think that when it comes down to it, you're going to see a really good opportunity, especially up there in Buffalo.
All right.
Yeah,
So,
I think it's an interesting spot to land because of his just elite breakaway ability. He can take it to the house on any run, and with the threat of Josh Allen, the teams are going to focus on him. So if Cook gets the opening, he's going to take it to the house. It's just going to likely be a committee, which is going to be aggravating, and it's going to be tough to get some of those inside the 10, inside the 5 carries, which are always so valuable.
Mm-hmm.
Well, boys, I got to depart. Sadly, I work tonight, and I got to get ready. So it was great being on here. Mason, Mike, thanks for having me on. Doing a fantastic job. Jason, I'm glad that you're able to wake up for us. And Nee, always a pleasure speaking to you. And I was hoping to wait until the Colts pick, but I can't. So let's hope that they do the right thing. And based on this draft, they have. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Jordan, thank you for coming. We always appreciate your time. It's always a good listen. It's always good to talk to you. Everybody can find Jordan at Donald McJordan on the Twitter, not at Jordan McDonald, who happens to be a little bit more attractive than Jordan here. So,
well, I don't know about that, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, it's always been fun, Jordan. It's good to talk to you. We'll catch you next time.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
See ya.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see. Since Algier, there's been to the Broncos, the Laren Turner Yell, and to the Seahawks, Tariq Woolen.
We have a couple. So pick 152 was the Broncos, as Jason said. Safety out of Oklahoma, Delaren Turner Yell. With pick 153, the Seattle Seahawks take UTSA cornerback Tariq Woolen. And with the immediate pick, actually a couple have come in since then. With pick 154, the Jaguars take Ole Miss running back Snoop Connor. And with pick 155, the Dallas Cowboys select North Dakota tackle Matt Waldsko. I believe I totally messed that up. But again, my offer extends to anybody whose name I messed up. So I guess my first question would be,
God, that's
what
such
is
a
our
great name?
What is our that is an all-time name with Snoop Connor. I get immediate Snoop Dogg / Sarah Connor vibes. So, they have to be, BA. So what do we make of the Jaguars picking up a late round back here? I mean, there's no Urban Meyer, so we don't have to worry about if he even knows the running backs' names on his own roster, but
God, that was so bad.
I'm just assuming that this is a depth ad because we know that they have the two that are already there. I'm guessing that they're worried about injury again with Etienne recovering and Robinson kind of getting hobbled there towards the end.
And Steve, with our Algier rating 6.72, same as Gainwell, Tony Pollard, Darwin Thompson, ahead of Zamir White from earlier. And he also said he's a bowling ball with legs, and I love it. We love it too.
Not wrong.
Not wrong.
So Doug Martin-esque.
Doug Martin-esque. We all love a muscle hamster. Okay, that raises a great question. Is muscle hamster the absolute weirdest nickname anybody else has ever heard and just refuses to call him that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Definitely the strangest one.
We need to be better. You know what? I know that Nee has as a nickname with the names abbreviated, but we have to be a little bit more proactive with our nicknames for some of these star players. I do not understand why we go from just letters to the muscle hamster. Like there's just no in between of good names.
Mm-mm. Yeah, I don't know who came up with it.
Yeah, I don't know. There's been I really like Dr. Schultz for the tight end. I thought that was a good one. It's very much in between.
And Steve is going to be our resident muscle hamster defender, is the great nickname of all time, and I will not stand for the slander. Well, Steve, you're welcome to come on here and defend your guy, the muscle hamster. I wonder what Steve's nickname is in his own house. It's probably something along those lines, I would imagine.
He's just straight up the commander.
Steve, just like us in Discord, Steve forces his family to call him the fearless leader. So. All right. So we have another pick that did come in, and it is another fantasy relevant player with pick 156. The Cleveland Browns select Cincinnati halfback Jerome Ford.
It's an interesting pick. They've obviously got a crowded backfield. Nick Chubb, Kareem Hunt, Dearness Johnson, and now they're adding a lot more explosive player in Jerome Ford.
Yeah.
A player that's not expected to be an every down back at any point, but he's a great complementary back, good hands, as you can see. And usually if you get the ball in his hands, he's taking it for at least an extra 5 to 10 yards.
That's so funny. That's exactly what I was going to say. Hit the player comp. I was like, man, he kind of reminds me of Joshua Kelly. So that works out great.
Jason has a Chargers player comp for literally every player. He's like, oh, that's exactly that.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, this might be a little bit of a hot take, but I'm actually not as high on Desmond Ridder as a lot of people were. And that's because of guys like Ford. I thought guys like Ford and even, Pierce, just guys were bailing him out in a sense that like he's a good player. I think that he has a solid floor, but I think that the talent he played around him and, especially on the defense, I think that they gave him a lot of opportunities to show that team was good. I don't necessarily think that he was the driving force behind that as opposed to a really good roster.
Right. So the quarterback class of this year has been polarizing. It's not last year's class. It's not classes from years gone by. But honestly, who is going to be the guy that we look at a few months from now, a year from now, and say, yeah, this guy made it happen?
Yeah, that's a great point, because we had Kenny Pickett go to Pittsburgh at 20, Desmond Ridder go to Atlanta at 74, Malik to Tennessee at 86, and Matt Corral to Carolina at 94. What do we make of that, guys? Who do we
No
think
love for
is going to
Bailey?
be the
You're
best
not
landing
going to
spot?
include Bailey in there?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so we do have – you're right. No, my bad. We have Bailey Zapp to New England. No, Jason's right. And we also have Sam Howell to WFT. So
The Commanders.
I think they're just Washington now.
I'm not going to do that.
I can do it. We did so good the first couple of days of calling him that. Now it's gone back to WFT.
Oh, so who, Jason?
Well, usually they're WTF, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It just works. But Jason, back to the question at hand. Which of these quarterbacks are you highlighting as maybe having the best landing spot or the biggest potential to succeed in the first handful of years?
I mean, it has to go to Pickett just because of the fact that he has a lot of weapons around him. He has a solid coach. They're looking already to kind of help him out anyway. They know what kind of talent he is. And so immediately when you're looking, especially at fantasy, he's going to get the first start, and he should be one of the better players to really show up here. I mean, I wish I could say more for like Malik, but he's fighting with Tannehill is not going to be an easy battle for him. I mean, that was just unfortunate. And then I wish I could say something about Ridder, but golly, that's a horrible situation until they learn how to protect him and give him some more, I mean, a better scheme in general, because I think he's going to be tackled to pieces.
Yeah.
Pickett's the only one you can really talk that much about with any confidence because of the draft capital. If you're third round or later as a quarterback, if you have one bad game, they're perfectly fine to pull you and put somebody else in.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just there's not going to be any confidence behind any of the other quarterbacks. If you're looking in terms of even a super flex dynasty, they're going to all be dart throws. They'll be an outlier if they succeed, which is tough to put stock behind. Pickett's going to get his entire rookie contract unless he just, he'd have to really, really bomb in order to not finish his rookie contract. So with a first-round quarterback in a situation that's as consistent as the Pittsburgh Steelers and, as you can see, smart enough to surround him with talent, that's the only quarterback in this class you can have a lick of confidence in.
Yeah, I agree. In another side note, I'm not necessarily going to plant my flag in this one, but I hate saying it, but I low-key like the fit of Matt Corral to Carolina, not because I love Matt Rule or I love Matt Corral, but I think that Matt Rule is one of those guys that is just goofy enough to put Matt Corral in a system that he's going to be more comfortable with than say some of these other guys who they're going to kind of force to, like Malik Willis in Tennessee, in a system that plays nothing to his strengths, that plays nothing to his opportunity. We've already spoken a little bit about Desmond Ridder, and then obviously the pluses of Kenny Pickett. To me, it's Matt Corral right down there, and that's just because Matt Rule is just crazy enough to change his whole offense to fit Matt Corral again. And the opportunity with Sam Darnold ahead of him is, I mean, we can make what we want of Sam Darnold, but
okay,
The
so
NFL's already done that.
just staying with that, what about these rumors of Baker Mayfield ending up at the Panthers by the end of this weekend? What do we read into that? Is that a thing, or is that just hot white noise?
I think it might have been a thing, but then they made a pick. So, I mean, I think you can only have so many assets at the position. Like, I guess we'll see. Maybe they work some magic, but I think that would also entail them needing to deal Darnold or find something to do with Darnold so they don't have to take his whole cap hit.
Yeah, the most logical place now for Baker seems to be Seattle. Obviously, we haven't seen them take a quarterback yet. There's only Drew Lock and Geno Smith at this point. It's an offense that obviously is predicated on the run and focusing on the run, which Baker is used to doing back in Cleveland, and was able to use that and play action to look good at times. Like there's no doubt that he has had good seasons. He hasn't been able to keep it going for more than one season at a time, and that's why he's where he is now. The problem will be if the Browns realize that they have to eat his contract, basically, to get rid of him. No matter what way they do it, they have to eat his contract, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. And so we have a little bit of housekeeping here. With our last pick that we announced, it was Jerome Ford. And our guy Steve with a little insight, Jerome Ford with a 6.38, same area as Elijah McGuire, Naheem Hines, and Kalen Ballage. Oh, boy.
Yeah. Not a good look.
Not a good look. Not a good look. I might have to retract some of my statements there earlier about that Cincinnati offense and what they could do. But back to the picks at hand. We had a number of defenders go off the board. With pick 157, Tampa Bay has selected Sam Houston State cornerback Zion McCollum. With 158, the Seattle Seahawks select Ohio State edge defender Tyreek Smith. 159, Jordan's Indianapolis Colts select Missouri State defensive lineman Eric Johnson. And with pick 160, Jason's Chargers select UCLA Otito Ogbonnoya. And I totally messed that one up too. But again, please come on and correct me. I'd love to have you.
I remember there was an Ogbonnoya.
Yeah, I think
it was either last year or a year before.
Oh, yep, that's right. So I should have known how to pronounce that one. Ogbonnoya.
I think he went to Dallas.
I think so. I want to say. But anyway,
we're here to react to this draft.
You're right. We're here to react to this draft. So, we had a number of defenders come off the board.
Right.
Are any of these defenders popping out to you? Or even any of the later round defenders? I know that we said we would talk about it a little bit more, but.
So yeah, I guess to answer that portion, Mason, I got something cooking in the kitchen relating to that. So I'll give you a nice little IDP serving later on. So
good.
That'll wet the whistle. But in terms of the recent picks, I think McCollum is intriguing because we know that Tampa Bay needed cornerback assistance. That was a bit of a weak point last season. My guy who came across in the Seahawks and the 49ers, Richard Sherman. He's solid, but he's not Legion of Boom Richard Sherman. Okay, they do need more cornerback help. Maybe McCollum is that guy. I honestly thought they were going to make a move for James Bradbury at some point in the lead up to this draft, but that hasn't happened. I do think Bradbury needs to go from New York, by the way, but we'll see who takes him. The pick that I want to talk about, and maybe Mike, you might want to weigh in here, is Johnson, the defensive tackle who's from Missouri State. He's gone to the Colts here. The Colts have a Super Bowl caliber defense. Would you agree?
Yes. Yeah, they certainly do, especially with how this offseason has gone for them. Adding Stephon Gilmore was big. Obviously, Darius Leonard is one of the biggest playmakers on the defensive side of the ball. I'm curious if they're going to look at all for the safety help, and maybe they still could use another cornerback. But the defensive line, they know how to make that stout.
Right. And yeah, it's amazing how Ballard does it. Every season, he just, whether it's through free agency or the draft, he just goes out and finds one or two guys and just makes the defense go from good to great to next level. I mean, I don't know if they can afford Tyrann Mathieu, but if they were able to get him, then I think it's over in terms of the AFC South. Maybe it is already.
You know, and that does bring up a good point. Let me get the remaining free agents list here, because there are still a number of great players, especially defenders. So let me see here. Some notable defensive free agents still on the market: Tyrann Mathieu, Jadeveon Clowney, Akeem Hicks, Anthony Barr. Yeah, a number of people. Jerry Hughes, Trey Flowers. There's a bunch of good players still available. So even these defenses that are coming into shape here in the later half of this draft could look drastically different come the next couple of days when undrafted free agents come across and then just the regular free agent market picks back up.
Absolutely. And Matthew is definitely the pick of the bunch there that you mentioned. He's a guy that he will perform on the field. He's pretty durable. I look at the Colts cap situation. It's looking like they have cap space of roughly $13 million. So maybe they can work something out. But yeah, I guess Matthew, he wants to look after himself as well in terms of his potential contract situation.
Nee, from an IDP standpoint, what would be your preferred landing spot for a great playmaker like Tyrann Mathieu?
Can I give you my 49ers standpoint first?
Of
He'd
course.
be awesome in San Francisco, but they don't have the cap space. Now, safety, I mean, like we said, Indianapolis would be nice. Looking at other spots they could do with a little bit of safety help. Just having a look at Dallas. I feel like Dallas always needs some defensive back help. Who else?
I know the reported teams that had interest prior to the draft that he had visited with were Dallas, New Orleans, Pittsburgh, and I think there was talks with Indy, just not any formal visit there.
I mean, New Orleans is curious because he's from Louisiana, so there's that personal side of things, but they're like a team that should be tearing down, but they seem to be wanting to rebuild. They're kind of confused, so I feel like they can probably pay him. They have the cap space to pay him, but if he wants to go for another ring, New Orleans is not it. That's not the place for him. But in IDP, probably a good spot.
Well, it looks like Jalen Ramsey's trying to recruit him to the Rams. So,
well, yeah, Les needs. If Les Snead pulled that off, honestly.
Yeah, right.
Oh my gosh.
Not gonna lie, like 3 years ago, I thought Les Snead was not gonna make it, or like 4 or 5 years ago, he made a trade for, I think it was Sue at the time. They didn't have any first round picks or any other picks, and that went on for years, and he's still kicking, and they still made it to a Super Bowl, and I'm the one eating my words now. So I guess we'll see.
I wonder if Les Snead is a Hall of Fame executive after what he's done.
Hey, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. I guess that's all I'll say.
Yeah. F them picks.
As far as picks that we have coming through, we did have another. Actually, no. Oh, real quick before we get too far, Jason, your Chargers have added another member to the D line. Are you happy? I know we were talking about stopping the run. And Nee, what do we make of UCLA D lineman Otito Ogbonnia?
Yeah, I think he's a solid pickup, and I'm sure Jason will happily tell us the Chargers still need a little bit of help on the defensive line. They got run on, didn't they, Jason, last season?
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, and I like the pick. I feel like this is a good time for him to learn, and with all the talent that they have coming in, he could easily pick up some definite moves to help with some of his weaknesses. So overall, I think this is a good pick for him, and definitely will add some depth that could be pretty beneficial if he does not just supplant somebody.
Yeah, and you're in a division where you've got the likes of Javonte Williams running around. Oakland, they still have some leaning to running with the ball, so he's going to get his stops. Absolutely.
They have made it a point to address the D-line throughout free agency, even before the draft, with Austin Johnson and Joseph Day.
Yeah.
So.
But, Tillery's probably coming up. I mean, Boza's still there, but after that, I mean, golly. Everybody hates Fehoko, so that's another one that could easily come in and replace, and Covington's okay. I'm trying to think of who else is over there. But, yeah.
Artillery was not great last couple of seasons. I know I think he had some time off with injury, but they had him in the interior, they had him on the edge. And so. He's been so since he's come out of college.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm with Matt coming in for the other edge, that helps things a lot too, to kind of help push it. But like you said, we need people in the middle to really beef it up, and so I'm hoping that adding him will definitely be a big help. We'll see. I'm a little nervous about it, but overall, it should be pretty exciting. Continue to get better.
Now,
right?
as a resident Chargers, it can only get better. As a Chargers expert on this wonderful network that is important nonsense, I'm going to ask about interior linebacker, because that's the second part of your run stuffing problem. First part was at the front line, and then the second line, inside linebacker. Kenneth Murray hasn't been the guy that we thought he would be. It's been a bit of a turnstile at the rest of the position. What are the Chargers going to do to sort that out?
I'm assuming that's part of the reason they got J.C. Jackson to come in. I mean, with Derwin James kind of being able to move all over, they have Adderley who also can move all over, but and of course, I mean, Samuel is really showed up well for us as a cornerback. So, I mean, it's tough to really that was why one of the things I was hoping for was linebacker. I was like, I need more linebackers, but I mean, Drew is usually pretty solid, but Murray has been a weak spot. And I mean, they, again, for that Raiders play, that was the whole reason that they even got to kick, is because, they put in Kenneth Murray to be a part on the field for that portion. And I was just like, great, you definitely gave it up there, buddy. So, I mean, it's just part of it. And I know people are going to hate on him, but again, you can still learn so much. I don't think that he is developing as he should. And so giving him some competition could definitely be more beneficial. So maybe he'll learn from JC.
Right.
It's still, I don't know. I feel like there's going to be a lot of moving parts of people going around, and Jackson and James and Adderley are all going to kind of probably be moving around a lot and switching into different positions instead of their actual like set safety, free safety, linebacker, cornerback. It's going to be a merry-go-round for sure.
Right.
And
now
Brent
Brent
from Facebook has asked why nobody picked up Kenneth George Jr. from Tennessee.
So good question.
That's a good question.
That's a very good question.
Man.
Did something happen in Las Vegas, or has something happened that we don't know about?
Maybe. I mean, that's always
Vegas...
the interesting thing on draft day is you really never know, because things do happen in the days leading up that absolutely catapult people's stocks. So we'll see.
The Rams just traded for this current pick and made their selection with wide receiver Phillips from UCLA.
Oh,
Yep.
was that
Titans?
The Rams? That was actually the Titans the pick before. So, but Mike is correct. Is that we did have a few picks come in. I think
Titans.
we left off. I think
it was Chargers.
Chargers.
Okay, so
Yeah,
we did. So with pick 161, the New Orleans Saints took Appalachian State linebacker DeMarco Jackson. With the next two picks, with pick 162, the Broncos selected Samford wide receiver Montrell Washington, an unranked player on most boards, and passed by the very next pick, which was taken by Tennessee UCLA wide receiver Kyle Phillips. And we do have a Kyle Phillips highlight package, and we do not have a Montrell Washington highlight package because I don't know that we reached that far down our board for Montrell Washington.
I think Steve only did like 50 players. He can only go so far.
I appreciate all the ones Steve's cut, because these are some amazing highlight packages that really highlight the aspects of these players, and we're really getting a good vision of what they can do in their next home. So Tennessee, obviously a really interesting spot because of the new glaring need at wide receiver that they have. So it makes a little bit of sense that they double dip in this draft to do that. Mike, what do you make of that?
It's an odd choice. I do think Kyle Phillips is a good player. was productive. He's an only slot player. He has not played out wide at all. He sticks in the slot, is a short to intermediate at most type receiver. So, but the weird thing is that, all right, you have Robert Woods, who has spent plenty of time in the slot throughout his career. You got Treylon Burks, who was projected to be a big slot in the NFL. And now you're drafting Kyle Phillips, who is only been a slot, but he's been more of a prototypical slot throughout his college career. So I'm curious as to what their how they're going to portray these receivers out on the field.
Yeah, definitely agreed. And I am in a way scratching my head at this pick because I thought that it was gonna be Kyle Phillips for the Broncos, the pick earlier, but it ended up being another wide receiver, Montrell Washington, which I actually did not get the opportunity to watch because I don't know, it must have been player 400 on my board or something like that. So I'm a little peeved about this one. Somebody talk me off the ledge.
All right. I mean, I think that they're getting him because I expect that Hill is going to actually be a receiver that they use, and he can easily slide into the special teams portion of their game and be a receiver there. I mean, he did lead, I think, the NCAA in all-purpose yards, so that was something that was pretty impressive, but it's just, again, I mean, special. Let's see. What can I find out on him? He's a little short, which I'm not a big fan of. 5'9". I mean, that's
5'9", 181 pounds.
Yeah, that's pretty tiny. Not super fast, but has success. Clearly, with returning, seems to be his biggest strength. Wide receiver and kick returner. So that would be the whole purpose of it. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of is that,
and this is nice, Jason, because Jason would love to just crush my Broncos. I know he would. So I do.
Yeah, I was trying to help you.
I appreciate it, Jason. I really do.
And I'm assuming that's exactly where he's going to slide in. He's just going to be your special teams guy. So it's not the best point for it. They probably could have waited, but they wanted him, I guess.
Agreed. And so we have some more picks coming off the board. And with pick 164, we have the Rams, who traded up with New England to take Notre Dame running back Kyren Williams. What do we make of this one, boys? A lot of mouths to feed kind of back there in that Rams backfield.
But this actually makes sense for them because he's a passing down back. That's what he's going to be in the NFL. He's good at being a passing down back. He's good at pass protection. He's good at receiving, good at route running. Not the most athletic, as we saw, and that's why he fell down a lot of people's draft boards. But that's a great role for him in LA with Cam Akers and Darrell Henderson, neither one being either the epitome of health or known for their receiving ability or pass blocking.
Just as Mike says, player comp being James White makes a lot of sense. Jason, you smile at that one. Do you see a lot of James White when you watch Kyren Williams? Kyren Williams?
Yeah, you can definitely see the parts of it. It's just, it's so weird. It has to just be the health portion of it because they got so close to being out of running backs last year that they were like, okay, we can get some depth here and be okay. And man, that's rough. I don't love it for him, but it's definitely a good spot to go and probably going to be heading to the Super Bowl again. So get a ring early.
We love to see it. If only. And as our guy Steve coming in with the great knowledge, Kyren Williams with a 6.89 around Kenny Gainwell and Jonathan Williams, just ahead of Tyler Algier. And again, like we said, we love Kenny Gainwell here, or at least Steve really does. So you can tweet at Steve all of your Kenny Gainwell love too.
At @nonsense_Steve.
At @nonsense_Steve. That's right. Thank you, Jason.
I got you.
Now, Mace, speaking of love, how much have you loved the Broncos offseason so far?
Great. So we were talking about it a little bit on night one, how I was a little disappointed that the Seahawks didn't absolutely shoot themselves in the foot with the pick that the Broncos had given them at number 9. But you know what? I'll take my victories where I can get them. And when you trade for a player like Russell Wilson, I mean, everything else is gravy. I'm on cloud 9. I'm super excited. The city is electric. I mean, I don't want to like hype up Denver too much, but we love the Broncos here. And whenever something is happening with the Broncos to be excited about, the entire city is buzzing. Russell was seen at a pair of the Nuggets playoff games. And, you know, we just love to see people embracing the city, and they're going to embrace him, you know, full. So I'm super excited to see it. It's been a long time since we've had competent quarterback play here, and it's going to be a good time.
There we go.
You know, that brings up another great question, though, Nee. I know there's so many crazy things that have happened this offseason, and definitely in conjunction with the draft class itself being a little, you know, variance between team to team. But what was the most surprising trade, or what was your guys' reaction to AJ Brown going to, which was my number one most surprising moment of this draft by far, was AJ Brown going to Philly for a first and a third? What do you guys make of that, and what is the fantasy value that we're going to see out of AJ Brown or even the rest of that team?
There's no doubt that I don't think AJ Brown's value changes very much. I think it actually drops a little bit because this Philly offense is not, at least hasn't shown much in the passing game. Not much electricity, not much, you know, flair or creativity when it comes to the passing game for even play calling or alignments. So Sirianni, that's why he moved to the very heavy run offense that was so successful for them by the end of the season. Jalen Hurts gets a boost up because obviously AJ Brown's a phenomenal playmaker, especially after the catch. It's just going to be an easy 5 yards, toss it off to him, and then let him run the rest of the way by himself because he certainly can. Drops down Dallas Goedert a little bit, red zone threat, another one that's going to take away touchdowns for a tight end. That's what they need to succeed, is touchdowns. And Devontae Smith is now the number 2. Well, probably number 3 really, but and then Tennessee, it takes down Ryan Tannehill a bit, probably boosts up Derrick Henry, I guess, if you really want to think of it that way. And you got to hope that Treylon Burks is going to see the targets, because that's why you draft him in the first round, to replace AJ Brown, is to be a focal point of your offense. So he's going to probably move up all the way to 102 in most rookie dynasty drafts.
Definitely agree. And, you know, and the other super interesting trade, a little bit of a head scratcher, was obviously the Ravens trading Hollywood Brown and a 3rd round pick to Arizona for their 1st round pick. What do we make of that?
Oh, I guess Kyler Murray's staying.
That's a good way to put it.
They
That's
hope.
a good way to put it. So do you think that this is a sign that their contract negotiations are going better, or is this their
Probably
like,
opposite.
yeah, okay. So this is their like, hey, please don't leave us. We picked a guy that you used to play with type beat?
Yeah, I think this is them trying to mend a relationship or improve a relationship in any way, and just putting all their cards on the table like, hey, look, Kyler, we're doing everything we can to make your life easier, surround you with guys that you want to throw to, things along those lines. And Baltimore was able to fleece them for a 1st round pick. I mean, if you would have told me earlier in the offseason, AJ Brown and Marquise Brown would go for the basically exact same capital in a trade, I would have thought you were insane.
Yeah, very close capital. They actually had to give a 3rd with Hollywood, whereas AJ, they included a 3rd. So, but yeah, super close, interesting. And that actually brings up, are we at all surprised that Deebo Samuel didn't go on the move if a guy like Hollywood Brown did?
Yes. So I
Yeah,
guess
I mean,
that
you just
comes
had to give
down.
up so much, though. Like that's what they were wanting. They were just wanting
Right.
too much.
Did we
Because they know
did we
that
ever get an official what they asked for? I never saw exactly, but I did hear it was a little bit rich.
Yeah, they were
I believe
wanting
it
at
was
least two first.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least multiple picks. And it's not just that; it's also who's going to be able to pay Debo what he wants. Because Debo doesn't want wide receiver money; he wants wide receiver plus money because he has that running back hybrid potential.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So we've thoroughly evaluated that one. We have a little housekeeping to do with some more picks coming across the board. With picks 165, the Minnesota Vikings select Minnesota edge defender Asezi Otamiwo. Apologies again.
Mhm.
And with pick 166, the Bengals select Toledo safety Tyson Anderson. With 167, the Dallas Cowboys select Fresno State cornerback Deron Bland. With pick 168, the Chicago Bears select South Utah tackle Braxton Jones. So a number of defensive backs coming off the board. That's been a theme with these later rounds. And Nee, I want to ask you about this because it's something I brought up a little bit earlier. With all of these secondary players coming to some of these teams that we would say maybe don't need defensive back help all the time, are we going to see a revolution of the dime defense in the NFL?
I think we're already there, Mace. I think we're seeing it where you have these defensive backs who are not just stay deep and watch out for the deep pass. They're all going all over the field. You're seeing guys like Jalen Ramsey and other guys at the line of scrimmage. Defensive backs getting a sack is now becoming more common. I'm not going to say it's the norm yet, but it's definitely a thing where a cornerback is going to end up in the backfield. It's different looks that these defensive coordinators are giving out. We're seeing more dynamism on the defense, and yeah, we're going to see packages where you have 4 or 5 defensive backs in there, more than usual, less linebackers because of that dynamism. I think the NFL is evolving. It's a copycat league. When someone starts something, other teams try and follow and emulate, and I think it's here to stay for the time being.
And I think Jason loves hearing that because obviously they have a murderer's row over there in the secondary for the Chargers.
Yeah, it keeps getting better. But no, I was actually really surprised about the pick from Chicago. That was one that I think will actually be pretty beneficial for Fields over there.
South Utah tackle Braxton Jones. According to PFF, he actually had a very great overall grade, 93.9. He's an incredible wingspan. He tested out the roof, very explosive. And, you bring up a great point that's exactly what we've needed to see by the Bears. I think we brought it up just a little bit earlier that they didn't that they
have
weren't
anybody
protect
protecting him.
Yeah, they don't have anybody protecting him. He's going to run for his life. Hopefully this is going to be one that works out pretty well for him. So we have another one that did come across the board here.
Uh-oh.
With pick 169, the Minnesota Vikings select North Carolina halfback Ty Chandler. Now, with the previous UNC running backs that we know of that came out last year, who had a lot of talent, do we see Ty Chandler reaching either of their peaks?
No. I mean, he's a pretty talented running back. Good athleticism, one of the top 40 times at the combine. He's an older player. He's already on the verge of 24. So that's not very helpful. He's a transfer, I think, from Tennessee. So Tennessee didn't exactly have the strongest backfield in the first place. Transferring from there because you couldn't get as much playing time as you wanted is a little bit difficult to help. He's not a big guy, but he can hit the big runs whenever he gets the opportunity to. I think he was a solid sleeper depending on his landing spot for if you wanted to take a flyer in 4th+ rounds of rookie dynasty drafts. This isn't really a spot that'll help him.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the comp for him, it's Ty Johnson. So kind of gives you an idea of what you're looking at there. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, there's not much to get excited there. The backfield duo of Dalvin Cook and Madison have shown that they're enough. They get the workhorse work whenever they're available. So that's it.
Free Alexander Madison, by the way.
Eventually, that'll happen.
Yeah. Cook shouldn't have too much longer.
It'll probably be with Kellen Mond, though.
Kirk's not going to re-sign for another 1 year, $40 million extension.
I mean, if his agent's good enough, I'm sure he might, but
He's shown nothing but being apparently really good at getting money.
hey, he is a very consistent quarterback. I don't know what your problem is. He's very consistent. That's what he
Aggressively
wanted.
average, some might say.
I was going to say that consistency can be a good thing. It isn't always a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Justin Jefferson makes him look good. Adam Thielen made him look good. He keeps finding ways to at least give hope to some people and then just quickly shoot it down. That might just be the Vikings, though. It might not even be him. It could be the Vikings not really allowing him to try and win games. They want to let their defense handle it, which you saw how well that worked out. I mean, this past year was just a hot dumpster fire on the other side of the field. So
there's not much defense to really do there.
Exactly.
Another top 12 fantasy season incoming for Kirk Cousins. That's all I hear.
Just not on Monday nights, not in prime time.
Yeah, it works out. You know when not to play him and when not to play him. It's all good.
Exactly. Is it daytime? Okay, I'll start him.
So that does bring up a good point, though. What do we project maybe even the next landing spot of a guy like the signal caller over there, Kirk Cousins?
Oh, man.
Hmm.
I'm trying to think
I
of
know
somebody
some
who's going to
teams. There's going to be a team that's going to
New York.
think that they're just right there, and Kirk's going to be able to push them over, even though he's proven in both the landing spots he's been that he isn't the guy that's going to push you over.
I'd say the Giants. The Giants would do something like that because they're going to have a reasonably decent defense. They got some pretty good skill position players. Daniel Jones, probably not it. They might be a team that might do that next season.
Oh, I thought you were going with the other New York team.
Oof.
I mean,
Yeah, they're in play.
Yeah, I mean they've added weapons. If he can't get it done this year, he's going to be in a definite hot seat situation. So that could be a good gap for him. I mean, I don't know how much better than next year's classes yet, but yikes, it's gonna be rough.
I mean, if they are looking at riding Daniel Jones out for this year, and then just completely resetting at the position with a rookie, I don't think they'll have the draft capital to be able to get somebody next year of one of the top two guys, which is Bryce Young or CJ Stroud. And then after that, it's going to depend on how the season goes, because there's guys like Richardson for down in Florida that has all the tools. He could be Cam Newton, but he hasn't put it together yet. So there's talented players out there. Obviously, Rattler was thought of as something until he just fell apart this past season. The rookie quarterback class next year has got the top tier talent that would be above anybody this year and on par with any of the top guys from last year, probably even above them. But once it gets past that, it becomes a huge question mark.
Absolutely. And so we did have a couple other picks that did come across the board. With pick 170, the Houston Texans select Oregon State tight end Tegan Quitoriano. I definitely said that one right.
They're not helping you out with these names here.
No, they aren't. And then with pick 171, the Denver Broncos select Washington center Luke Wattenberg. So I think, with the Broncos pick, they pick a center. And that brings up another good question for us in terms of fantasy. With the return of Melvin Gordon, what do we make of Javonte Williams' value heading into the season?
I mean, I think it goes up just a little bit from last year. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of difference between this year and last year because I really feel like they're trying to make sure he remains healthy. I mean, as a team that you have so much better set up your team as a whole by getting an actual quarterback in there, it's going to be interesting to see how much they really are able to spell Williams with Gordon in there. So
it's going to be interesting because this offense is obviously so much better with Wilson. So the touchdown variance is going to be through the roof compared to last year. Most of their games last year, you saw Mason, and they were lucky to hit the 20s.
Yeah.
So, 2 touchdowns. It's not very good chances of Williams being high up in the scoring chances there. I think that it's going to be Williams' backfield with probably a 65% Williams, I'll go with, because they are going to want to spell him plenty. But I also think that he's such a talent that he's going to make the plays on his own and show them that. I know that Gordon's not washed. He's still a talented running back. He showed that last year with, I think it was over 4.5 yards per carry. He was good in the receiving game, broke off plenty of big plays. It's been compared already to the Green Bay backfield of Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon, which is scary for fantasy owners.
Yeah, absolutely. And scary for Broncos fans also, by the way. So we've got a few more picks that did come through. And for our guy Nee, with pick 172, the San Francisco 49ers select Toledo cornerback Samuel Womack. Now, Nee, what is your initial reaction to that pick?
About time. About time. It's the third day and there's no defensive back help, but here we go. If you looked at the last few seasons for the 49ers, they have struggled when it comes to defending the pass. And I know they were one dropped catch away from going to the Super Bowl last season, but even then that doesn't paper over some of the other issues they've had in terms of stopping opposition from getting back into games, because they have the pressure down. They can blitz, they can get teams into position, but it's stopping the pass. I really hope that this is someone who can make an impact straight away. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know a lot about Samuel Womack. I haven't really been following Toledo and that conference, but
we don't blame you. I don't think anybody follows Toledo.
Toledo's what? Is that the MAC?
I believe so.
I believe so, yeah.
The MACtion, the midweek action of the MAC.
Having watched way too much MAC, I should know that right off the rip, but to be honest, I do not.
Well, yeah, shout out to Toledo, Ohio. I'd like to see another safety, to be honest. I'd love to get Tyrann Mathieu, but I can dream. Yeah, that's where I'm at with the 49ers right now.
Well, they are about 13 picks off from their next pick in the 6th round, so who knows? We might even get some more depth there. The next off the board comes with pick 173. The New York Giants select North Carolina guard Marcus McKeithen. So I think that brings up another good point. We don't necessarily have to talk about a depth piece like Marcus McKeithen, but we can touch a little bit more on this Giants draft that we all tend to like a lot. Daniel Jones is going to have a bunch of weapons. They added a couple new draft picks. Now, I'm super excited to see Evan Neal, obviously, because we've seen him dominate for a long time. And I think I'm most surprised at the pre-draft process of the rumor mill hammering Kayvon Thibodeau and then turning around and drafting him as highly as the league did. Was that all a smokescreen, or are we really excited about what Kayvon Thibodeau has to bring with the Giants knee?
I think if you're a Giants fan, you have to be excited because when Blake Martinez went down, it was a pretty long season for them. I know Martinez lives in the inside, but he does bring a leadership presence in addition to his defensive production. So to have a guy who has explosive potential like KT, and as well as Neil, having both twin towers coming off the edge like that, that definitely makes Martinez's job a lot easier when he comes back from injury this year. I think it's what you want to see in a team that's on the come up like the Giants. It's ambition, and it's a division where they're going to need to be able to stop quarterbacks like Jalen Hurts and Dak Prescott. So they're definitely seeing the competition, and they're looking to address it.
Yeah, I think they arguably they got two projected number one picks, considering both were mocked as a number one pick at some point throughout this offseason. So to be able to sit there and do that at two positions of need as well, with edge and offensive tackle, that's a phenomenal day one for them. I don't think they could have dreamed it to be any better than that, really. And Thibodeau's just him and Ojulari should be one of the most athletic and best bending edge pairs, at least certainly of the young edge pairs in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, you only need to look at the last two Super Bowls. It was decided in the trenches. Like the Chiefs lost to the Buccaneers because they didn't have the offensive line help, but the Buccaneers drafted a first round offensive lineman. And then you look at this year's Super Bowl, just gone. We know Cincinnati didn't have a lot going on in offensive line. They got eat up by one of the best defensive linemen in history. In fact, both of them, Von Miller and Aaron Donald. It just makes a big difference to have a solid defensive line and a solid offensive line.
Which obviously we don't care about here, being fantasy football folk. No, I'm just kidding. But Jason, I think I have a question for you because we kind of kicked around this idea. Is this going to be enough for Dan Jones, or are they going to be looking at quarterback next year?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest benefit for Jones right now is actually Daboll. Like that's going to be what really helps him out. And so if he can't get it done, I don't think he's going to have a second chance. I think that they'll immediately move on, and it won't even be another word because I don't see if you can't develop with him as your head coach. I'm worried about you in the NFL.
Yeah, absolutely.
Seeing what he did with Josh Allen, and I mean, just his track record, it's an impressive feat.
He has a long, rich history of great programs he went with or coached with in college, and then now his track record in the NFL is spot on. So, I mean, if he can't get something out of Dan Jones, I don't know that anybody can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I certainly hope that he got something out of Mitchell Trubisky or put something into Mitchell's head. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
he looked fine when he played for the Bills.
I mean, he looked better.
Yeah. He wasn't making all the mistakes that he used to. So there's improvement there.
Only most of them.
Yeah. Campbell over Nagy. I mean, every day of the week, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think we have to bring Belichick's dog back into this, but he's just the easy mascot. Rather him than Nagy.
Oh, jeez.
Too easy.
Too easy for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he's been...
Okay, so Mace, you asked me about Thibodeau, so I just want to tie a bow on that, and we can come back to this later on at the end of the day. So if we're thinking from an IDP lens, because I gave you like the real life perspective. In terms of IDP, Thibodeau's, I'd still put him behind Hutchinson, and I would actually put him behind Trayvon Walker for the time being. I do think that Walker has some advantage in Jacksonville because of Josh Allen, the other Josh Allen, as I like to call him. I think Allen still draws a solid amount of attention from offensive linemen. Walker may not get that respect, so he may have more opportunities to generate pressure and make big plays. And Hutchinson, as far as I'm concerned, was the best edge in the draft. And he will make an impact straight away for Detroit. Thibodeau might take a bit more time, but that's kind of where I put them in terms of like a 3. He would be 3rd.
I actually think that when looking at the in an IDP scope, Jalen Petre, great spot and player for an IDP. You know, using him as a defensive back. I don't know if they're going to label him as a cornerback or a safety, but him being in the slot and the box 90% of the time and being such a sure tackler that he is, not afraid to get his head in there, I think that's going to be great for him, especially in the secondary of Houston that has Stingley and nobody else.
Right.
He can easily become a top guy there.
Yeah.
And that's the
Definitely
thing. As we said before, the Houston situation, they punched above their weight in 2021, and they weren't as bad as we thought they were going to be. The coaching staff got the most out of the players that are on the roster. I think that there is some talent there, especially on the defensive side. So someone like Lovie Smith, I think he can really get some potential out of some of these early picks that they've made during this draft.
Well, and we all know my love for Davis Mills, so I'm a big fan.
And we're obviously going to see more of that in this season to come. Everybody, make sure we all stay locked on at that FF Nerd for all of those great takes that we're going to see.
Oh, it's going to be a blast this year.
It's going to be a blast. So we have a couple more picks that have come through the wire, and we are reaching towards the end of the 5th round, at which point we'll probably take a break because we're about 3.5 hours in. And only 2 rounds through. So we will take a break at the end of the 5th. But for right now, we have some more stuff we're going to crack into and break down. With pick 174, the Chicago Bears select Miami of Ohio edge defender Dominique Robinson. And with pick 175, the Las Vegas Raiders select Tennessee defensive lineman Matthew Butler. So we've been talking a little bit about, the defensive line and what that meant for the Giants and Kayvon Thibodeau. Some of these picks have been super surprising. I think what are you guys' most surprising picks of the draft so far? Jason, what has really stood out as you as like why are you doing this? I know that we've talked about a few, but any that really stick out amongst the rest?
Man, that's a tough one. Golly, it really just kind of took me off guard, huh?
Well, I know Mike
I can
might
go
have a good
first.
one. We'll go with Mike because I know Mike has a really good one that we talked about a little bit off air.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going with a pick that you don't understand, it didn't make any sense in your mind, things along those lines, the Patriots taking Tyquan Thornton, the wide receiver out of Baylor, as early as they did with their second pick seems just astronomically dumb to me. When there was receivers, the talent of receiver that was on the board still at the time, with guys that we have already mentioned, obviously with George Pickens, Sky Moore, these guys are phenomenal players on their own rights. And Tyquan Thornton ran the fastest 40 time at the combine, but there's no doubt that his route tree is limited to say the least. And you're taking a player like that. He's in most boards, he's around 200 overall player, counting all positions and everything along those lines. So you're taking him in the 60s or something, I believe. It was even probably earlier. I think it was maybe the 40s or 50s. So this just didn't make any sense to me. I know that they had receiver need, but that's not fixing it in any way.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's
I
curious.
guess it would go with one of the Commanders picks here. I mean, I wasn't a big fan of them going with Dotson in the first round and then Robinson in the third. Like those were both just why. I mean, if you're trying to lose, that's one thing. You should pick up pieces that are really going to help you further along the road than just this. I'd rather you get, offensive tackle or pieces that you could actually use to help make sure that the people that you're going to be adding to your team are safe and more effective. So those would be, I guess, my two big ones.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, for me, I'm happy to be challenged here, but I'm actually gonna go to Seattle on this one. So Kenneth Walker, I feel like Kenneth Walker is a guy you pick up if you're almost there in terms of a championship window, but you need somebody who's going to help you add some explosion offensively. I know they added some offensive linemen later on, but I think that really should have been a quarterback pick. Maybe not necessarily Desmond Ridder, but unless they're honestly just going to mail in this season and look to pick in the top 10 next season, I don't understand why you pick Kenneth Walker where they do in the second round. But I'm open to suggestion on that.
I think that in a normal world, you're 100% right, but Pete Carroll still runs that team over there. So he values Kenneth Walker like the number one quarterback in any draft. So I'm thinking he's ecstatic that Kenneth Walker fell past the first pick in the draft. I think in his mind, that's what he thinks every single time. So I don't try to fit logic into Pete's thinking. He's on the wrong side of senile at this point. So,
I mean, would we have been very shocked if Kenneth Walker went number 9 to Seattle?
I would have liked it more because I could laugh very hard about that.
But we wouldn't have been that surprised.
Not that surprised.
That's saying something.
So what I'm hearing is that Seattle locked up Pete Carroll in a Starbucks for Thursday night and then didn't let him out.
That's like they do with Jerry Jones. Send him to the basement, close the door, lock it.
They give him a fake phone. They give him one of those the kids' phones that just types 3 numbers or whatever, and he can't get out. They lead-lined the walls so he can't get a signal.
Mm-hmm.
I think for me, I know we already talked about it. I mean, the AJ Brown trade and then the Titans just turning around and taking Treylon Burks to me was a questionable move. I mean, I'm high on Treylon Burks, but I thought that, obviously you're doing it for a money standpoint. But I felt like if you were really hey, we're, moving on, if you had decided that early on, I think you got in on the wide receiver run at the wrong point. And you probably should have made an effort to get higher. But I guess, that's just something we're going to have to see here. And we have a few more that have come through so far. So with pick 176, the Dallas Cowboys select LSU linebacker Damone Clark. And with pick 177, the Detroit Lions select Virginia Tech tight end James Mitchell. And that's a bit of a value on this tight end board. I know that he was ranked among some of the higher tight ends in there. But again, you guys know me. I don't even know how to spell tight end. I don't even know how to spell tight end. So, I, in a way, whenever teams decide hey, we might not necessarily really covet this guy. He might not have been super high on our board, but when value players fall down the board, I never have a problem with taking them. So, that's a pretty interesting pick, which at the big board I am looking at, he was at a overall 109 rank. So not super high, but a good 60 something picks ahead of where he went.
Yeah, and a solid place to go. Behind TJ Hawkinson, they're just looking for guys that they can count on to be out there and make a play whenever it's made up for them. And Mitchell seems like he was just a forgotten player this season because he tore his ACL early in the season. Capable at lining up at wide receiver. So athletes are good to have. Can never have too many of them.
Right. And medicals scare away so many teams for probably very little reason, especially when they can get around a lot of them if they just wait and don't force guys back too soon. But patience isn't a virtue in the NFL, that's for sure.
Absolutely not.
Detroit certainly hasn't seemed to mind much about a lot of these medical concerns
Right.
with any of their players.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, it just proves to that point that they're fully willing to, take an L this year to continue to build this team up with quality playmakers on rookie contracts that will help them to get out of the hole they're currently in, which so many bad teams just do not do. They just do not take the long view. They want to get out as soon as possible. And I mean, you can't blame them, but when it comes down to it, they hinder their own success by not remaining patient in whether it be the draft or free agency or whatever. And, the Jaguars are the perfect example because we can talk about them, messing up the wide receiver market on purpose, but at the end of the day, they're still overpaying the wide receiver they took. So that's an interesting aspect of that.
Mm-hmm.
And, we are coming down to the end of round 5. There is only one pick left. With the Green Bay Packers on the clock at 179. The pick has not come in yet, and we will actually touch on that when we get back here in a few. But for right now, we're going to take about a 5-minute break so my guys can stretch, get something to drink, use the restroom, and we will be back at it here soon. My cat just decided to leave, bro.
The cat is filling in. The cat's going to give his insights on the Green Bay pick.
Who do you like? Who did you like out of this class? Nothing?
Cold shoulder.
She's usually a talker, but I guess not.
Okay.
She liked all the Panthers picks.
Exactly.
And the Bengals.
Exactly. So I'm gonna take us out here. We're gonna run an ad from our sponsor over at Underdog, and we will be back in a few.
Hayden, we love fantasy football.
We do?
It's a fantastic game, yet still not perfect. Like, I hate leaving high-scoring players on my bench.
The worst, man.
In fact, hate it even more when I put injured players and they're in my starting lineup.
Can't have that.
And I need a life. The waivers, the trades, every single week, it grinds on me. So we at Underdog Fantasy want to make fantasy football easier for everyone out there. It's called Best Ball, and we set your optimal lineup for you each and every week.
Now, 3 tips on how to win. Number 1, do not overcommit to a position. You drafted a quarterback early, chill out, wait a bit later to get your second. Number 2, stack your team. You drafted a wide receiver early, maybe get his quarterback a couple rounds later.
Stephon Diggs, Josh Allen.
And most importantly, get those rookies in. Jamar Chase last year,
Stud.
a 6th round pick. 2 years ago, Justin Herbert, ever heard of that guy?
Breakout.
Last round pick, get those guys in. That's how you win big.
Yes, and you can do it all year long. We have drafts going all the way from February to week 1 of the NFL season. What are you waiting for? get a little extra something on that first deposit and that first time you play on Underdog Fantasy. This is Bandit. He founded Underdog Fantasy so that humans who really love sports could play with their friends and win some big prizes. Tell your human to go to UnderdogFantasy.com today. Hayden, we love fantasy football.
We do?
It's a fantastic game, yet still not perfect. Like, I hate leaving.
All right, we're back. I really didn't realize that was going to throw us right back in, but we roll with the punches here. Sorry, boys.
That's okay.
So
Ready.
we did lose Jason at the end of the round. I want to thank Jason for coming on and carrying the show for 3.5, 4 hours, because it's always great to talk with Jason. You guys can find all of Jason's work at that FF Nerd on Twitter. He's a fantastic follow. Go check him out. He does everything from college hoops to all sorts of good stuff here for us. So make sure you guys go give him a follow. But now that we're back to it, we have more picks to go through.
And
So-
guess who just went?
Guess who just went? So we left off with the final pick of the 5th round, and that was the green with pick 179. The Green Bay Packers selected South Carolina edge defender Kingsley Egnabara. And with the more important pick, with the first pick of the 6th round, pick 180, the Buffalo Bills select San Diego State punter Matt Araiza, the punt god. Guys, what do we make of this? like Hall of Fame punter, I'm ready to call him already because I've watched quite a few San Diego State games, had to grade a number of them, and I have never seen a man boot the ball the way that he does.
Right?
Can we abolish kicker and add punter? Is that possible to our draft?
Punting in
Why don't-
fantasy.
you can add punter to fantasy, but why don't you just keep kicker as well? It's all good. There's love
That's
for
no
everyone.
fun. That's no fun. We're not changing the world like that, Nee. We're trying to change the world here.
I mean, punters are a lot more willing to get in and get in the tackles and stuff like that.
That's
It
what I'm
looks like.
saying.
Anytime you've seen a highlight of a punter, kicker, special teamer doing something, 9 times out of 10,
Right.
it's a punter making the tackle.
For the brand. For the
Yeah,
brand.
for the brand, as Pat McAfee had says.
So,
For the
and
brand.
I love to see it. I think that if anything with kickers and punters, we should pull the IDP approach and add points for tackles and an extra boost if someone deemed it as a hard hitting tackle, a good one. So, I'm ready.
Yeah, bonus points for dropping the shoulder. Okay, that I'm here for that. I'll
There we go.
get behind that campaign.
Now we got his attention.
Drop the shoulder. I've been having to watch a bunch of the USFL, which is actually super interesting. If anybody's interested in USFL lines, I write those on the regular every week, so you can check those out. But this past week, there was a pair of kickers who laid some big hits, but man, was it bad form. So much leading with the head, and I have a hard time. Looking at that without cringing because Lord knows that poor punter had his bell rung when he tried to deliver that hit. So,
Yeah.
I mean, Ariza in Buffalo with that wind could kick a 100-yard punt.
yeah.
So it's a good place for him. I mean, they're not going to use him often probably, but when they use him, going to get a good punt.
Exactly.
Yeah. Here we go. Now, Buffalo, they're going to renovate that stadium in a few years' time. So that'll be interesting to see what happens with the wind factor. in a few
Up
years.
punters. That's right. Up punters. We're big on punters here. That's
Punters are
right.
people too.
Punters are people too. We love punters. So we have a few more picks that have come off the board since the punt god. At pick 181, the Philadelphia Eagles selected Kansas edge defender Kyron Johnson, and the Giants come back with 182 and select Cincinnati linebacker Darian Beavers. Now, Nee, we talked a little bit about some of these guys we were targeting, and you gave us a little force and insight into your thinking on this process. What do you got for us in store for some of these later rounds? Are there any playmakers still on the board that you're really excited to see come off, or are we shooting fish in a barrel now, seeing what's up?
I think Beavers in particular has a shot. Honestly, I think next to Blake Martinez, I think he could take that spot that's currently held by Tate Crowder. I know Tate Crowder stepped in and was the de facto leader last season, but he doesn't move the needle for me, to be honest. He's a bit of a guy. He's just a guy in terms of what he does at linebacker. I think if Beavers can really excel and push himself through this offseason, he could take snaps away from Crowder, and he could be a guy for the future for the Giants. But again, 6th-round draft capital tells me that this is more of a dart throw, if you will.
Yeah, totally understandable. And is there anybody left on your board that does excite you?
Let's have a look.
I know that's a little bit of a loaded question because especially at this point in the draft, it's a lot of it's about fit, and we come across that some front offices just flat out aren't as good as other ones, and will take guys that just don't fit their scheme or any number of things this late. So I know that that's definitely a question contingent on where they land, but is there any players that just have the talent that you think are like, wow, I'm not quite sure how they're this far down, but that's a value for any team?
Let's look at an IDP guy. I'm going to go with Malcolm Rodriguez from Oklahoma State. He's a converted safety. converted to linebacker. So he's a little bit smaller, but I like the idea that he has that coverage down and he can offer a little bit in the box in terms of tackle. So if he falls into the right spot, I think he has potential to be a producer. But again, I've never been a fan of taking safeties or guys who are drafted late on day 3. At that point, it's kind of like teams telling us where they're at with these guys. So I lean towards the earlier picks. I'm not going to lie. It's obvious, but for IDP, you need those early draft picks. Those guys are going to make it. They're going to make it to the field quicker than the other guys. They're going to have more snaps, and there's more potential to perform.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we always talk about how that draft capital leads us into a good spot with projecting how much time these players are going to get, because even if they have somebody, if you spent a second or even first round pick on some of these defenders, you're kind of ham tied to do it. So I definitely see it. Then I guess another great question that we would have if we're gonna talk IDP is, what are some of these players in these early rounds? Who do you see that is maybe not highly on the radar of these 3 and 4 letter sports networks, but that you really highlight as a guy who had a great landing spot and who could really succeed early on?
You live in Denver, don't you, Mace?
I do.
Let's talk about Nick Bonito, because I think he's someone that I thought he was going to come out last year, to be honest, but he didn't. He stayed for another year. Maybe that's because of COVID and all that stuff that impacted the college season. Anyway, he's come out in this class. He's come out a little bit later than I thought he would in terms of his draft position. I thought he was going to go earlier than he did. But again, it's a pretty loaded edge class. It's all good. He's going to a position that has a Von Miller-sized hole in it in Denver. I know they still have our guy
Bradley Chubb, and they got
thank you.
Gregory.
Yeah, but they did trade away Shelby Harris, and there is opportunity there for Bonito. Bonito is a guy who I think has explosiveness. I saw some of those games that he played on the West Coast, and I think he has that potential to really make a name for himself in this league and also get points in the box score for IDP.
I love it. Nee. You could come on my shows whenever you want and gas me up like that, because I love it. I love to hear it.
The cat likes it too.
Approval. If the cat approves, it's a good one. Yeah, I love Nick Bonito, and we were getting some, talk about a guy that can bend. And I hate to be the quintessential Denver fan, oh, he reminds me of Von Miller, but that is very much what the situation reminds me of, for sure. And we've had another number of picks that have come across our board,
including an interesting one.
Couple of interesting ones for sure. So with pick 183, the New England Patriots select South Carolina running back Kevin Harris. What do we make of that one, Mike?
It's confusing, because how many running backs do the Patriots really need?
Yeah.
So they got Damian Harris, Ramondre Stevenson, James White, J.J. Taylor, and then drafted 2 running backs today with Kevin Harris and why is the other one blanking me? Oh, Pierre Strong.
Pierre Strong, yep. Yeah.
And these are actually similar running backs. Style-wise in general, Kevin Harris is a good rusher, can break the long run as well, is not afraid of contact by any means. They're duplicating their own backfield over again, essentially. So right. I don't understand how many running backs they really want.
Are they going to field a B team that they take out there for, games they aren't expecting to win or something? Because I don't understand how many running backs one team can roster. Realistically, how many are you going to carry when the NFL has been moving so much to passing? Now, maybe that's just what the Patriots do. They zig when everybody zags, but I don't see a way. Like, I guess I get it. You're trying to take some pressure off of your young quarterback to figure out, who can run the ball in this offense. But was that really a need? I don't know
at this
that it
point,
was.
what I'm leaning my only when I'm grabbing at straws here to see what the reasoning is. Damian
Sure.
Harris's contract is, I believe, coming up. Now, I don't know if it's this year or just after this year. So they're obviously probably not going to pay him. And I understand the mentality of don't draft a running back rather than pay your current one.
Mm-hmm.
So then you have Stevenson. James White is obviously looking to retire eventually. He's up to, I think he's 30 years old now. Had the injury last year that kept him out essentially the entire season. So looking at Pierre Strong and Kevin Harris here, are just thinking one of these guys is going to hit or should hit in their mind. Whichever one does can back up Ramondre Stevenson for years to come until they rinse and repeat.
Yeah. I guess it's good to have more lottery tickets than less, I guess. But
their whole scheme in the past couple of seasons has been going towards this run-heavy offense after Tom Brady leaving.
Mm-hmm.
Signing multiple tight ends. Obviously, their first-round pick was a guard this year. We obviously have as many running backs as they're adding. So you can guess which way they're going to go when it comes to a scheme next season.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Now, does the departure of Josh McDaniels impact things at all?
I think it would make it more run-heavy even. Because I think that McDaniels was actually one that would like to pop the top off the defense every now and then and try and bring the passing game into it with various play actions and stuff. He used the run to get to the pass a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Belichick will. He's an old school guy, obviously, and I honestly don't know who's going to be calling the plays next year when it comes to the offense. Slipping my mind I don't even think they named an offensive coordinator.
I was going to say I don't recall them.
I think they left both offensive and defensive coordinator just like labelless. They're just having a coaching staff.
No numbers for the coaching staff either.
A nameless coaching staff.
Nameless coaching staff, numberless players. I see the same thing. I think that if you were to think about like they still like to run the ball even when they had Tom and Josh. So it's like, without somebody with their standing within the organization telling Bill, like, no, we want to throw it right now. I mean, Bill's going to overtake anybody that's like, no, run the ball right now type thing. So, and of course we have our fearless leader back, Steve Bonham. Steve saw that a punter was drafted, so he had to run back in here. We love to see a good punter, Steve. Of course, we broke down the punt god, and it was a great
cool nickname.
Right? You have to be really good if they call you the punt god. So, we're excited to see Matt Araiza in Buffalo. And for anybody else that missed our riveting Matt Araiza and punter breakdown, you can always check out the VOD after we're done here. You can even rewind it through YouTube if you're watching through YouTube, and see all of our good stuff at the Important Nonsense YouTube page. Also, go on to Shop Important Nonsense and use draft code 22 or use promo code draft 22 to get all the good stuff. I'm excited though I'm gonna put a big hole in my wallet for all of our good draft merch that we're gonna have.
I mean, I'm gonna go for the Jack Knows Best either shirt.
That is a
mug.
Classic. That is classic.
I can't go I can't grow a mustache anywhere near like that, so I'm going to just vicariously buy a mustache.
There you go. If you can, I suggest it to anybody. It's a great clean look for absolutely anybody. But you know what? It takes some extra skill and probably some supplements to grow one as thick and luscious as Jack's. So
he at least knows mustaches best.
He does know mustaches best. Let's change the show to Jack Knows Mustaches. That's for sure. So Who did we leave off on? The Patriots. The Patriots, for some reason, select another running back for God knows why. With pick 184, the Minnesota Vikings select Illinois tackle Viridian Lowe. With 185, the Bills select Villanova cornerback Christian Benford. With 186, the Bears select San Diego State tackle Zachary Thomas. And with 187, San Francisco 49ers select Fordham tackle Nick Zakelji. I believe I got that right. But if not, again, come on my show. I'd love for you to correct me.
Yeah, they needed offensive line help. I think a guard would have been preferred, but help is better than no help, I guess.
Yeah. And at this point, you never know who is the next 6th round star that we're going to come out. You know, some of these guys that we might not have heard a whole lot about might land in the right position and absolutely flourish. So it's great to see.
I guess if I'm going to have a whinge about the 49ers, because I'm a 49ers fan, I'm allowed to whinge. We had Trent Baalke as GM, so I get that right. I will say that I don't like the idea that Jimmy Garoppolo and Deebo Samuel are still on the roster at this point. They should have been traded by now. I know on the 3rd day of the draft 2 or 3 years ago, they made that trade for Trent Williams, so I know that John Lynch has it in him. They just need to get the right price and get it done. Deebo Samuel does want to be there. He needs to go. And Jimmy Garoppolo has shown his limitations as a quarterback. He's good. He's good looking. He's not going to win you a Super Bowl. He's shown that. And he's also not going to win you a game in the clutch in the 4th quarter. He's also shown that. So he needs to go because the 49ers are in a championship window. And these things close very quickly. They got to move on, get draft capital, and get it going. End of rant.
End of rant. You know, and I agree. Like, there's the fact that I get that you want to maximize the value of a player on your roster, like, well, specifically like Deebo Samuel. Now, I mean, in a way, I think Jimmy Garoppolo's on the roster because they're hoping that he's a throw-in and adds value to whatever team they want, as opposed to if you try to deal Jimmy Garoppolo on his own, you are essentially asking somebody to be like, here, take this contract off my hands, and you're taking, you know, little to no assets in return for it. But if you try to package him, you can, you know, be like, oh, hey, these guys play together. It can, you know, however much minuscule it might raise Garoppolo's draft status. And I've always called Garoppolo aggressively average because that's the way that he looks like to me is he's a good quarterback, not a great quarterback. He shows flashes where you're like, hey, you might be good if you just, you know, figured it out. I was going to say something that I probably can't say live on YouTube, but so, you know, I think that makes a lot of sense, but you bring a great point with, if Deebo doesn't want to be there, don't let him, or you need to deal him. And I think a lot of teams need to realize things like that, especially front offices, that you are thinking you have leverage because the player is on your books. And you're not going to trade a player like John Lynch said that is quote unquote too good to get rid of. Like, you run the risk of these players, especially at extremely premium positions like quarterback and wide receiver, who we've had move teams a ton this offseason. If you are letting it get to the point, especially in the media, where there's so much bad blood, there's not a lot of way to fix things, like, you are tying your hands because other teams see those reports. Other teams have seen the video in the San Francisco nightclub of somebody raising a sign that says Deebo staying, and Deebo looks dead in the camera and goes, nah. It takes one video like that to be like, you have no leverage. If I'm a team that's trying to trade for, you know, Deebo, I'm going, you're going to run the risk of this guy sitting on your bench and moping if you keep messing around with these teams that are offering you. And that's why we see like really talented players sometimes go for peanuts or pennies on the dollar because, GMs can't get out of their own way. And now I don't think that of John Lynch. I think John Lynch is extremely savvy. I've really liked what he's done throughout the years, but I think that this is a mistake. And when you have guys that like want to force their way out, I think you got to make that trade before the report comes out that so-and-so wants out, because as soon as that happens, his value drops because he could easily sit. So
absolutely. I'll meet you along the way with John Lynch. I think he's a good GM. I think he's very sound. He's very shrewd. But I think his philosophy when it comes to drafting, or his philosophy when it comes to recruiting or bringing in defensive backs, whatever you want to call it, is a little bit questionable. I think that he is a former defensive back himself. So he's a safety from Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He's a Hall of Fame safety, all right? He's a public pops.
And a type of safety that is no longer relevant in the NFL, too. So it's a little hard for him to disconnect that.
And I think that might be a problem with the way that he approaches the way he brings in defensive backs. Like, at some point, maybe you're going to spend the money. I know they did that with Richard Sherman a few years ago, but try it again. Go get James Bradbury. I think Jimmy Garoppolo will be very good in New York with that market. Try and get something done.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, I agree. And, I think like it always takes the right team to be like, yeah, I want that or whatever. So it always, it takes two to tango or whatever they say, whatever that old saying goes. And so maybe John Lynch is doing all he can to make this deal. But when we hear things about like, you wanted too much from the Jets to make that move. I mean, I don't know if that's a bad move on the Jets' part, or maybe it's a little bit of both for not making the deal. But it raises questions at the very least that are going to need to be answered before we head into camp. That's for sure.
And they haven't handled it very well even when it comes to what they're letting out of their own office, because we've heard reports of them having an offer for 2 second-round picks for Jimmy Garoppolo, and they were like, "Oh, well, we can expect more." Yeah. And now they're sitting there thinking, "We'll be lucky to get a second."
Yeah.
So this is I don't think it's been handled very well. That's for sure, especially on the Jimmy Garoppolo side, because if you're going to give up all the capital to get Trey Lance, many people said, "I don't care if he's ready or not, start him week 1 of year 1. You give up 3 first-round picks, you better just hitch your wagon to him and see where it goes."
Right. Right.
And now we're even having reports of possibly Jimmy having some playing time this year again. Like, oh, we wouldn't be mad if Jimmy starts if he's ready, or if he's ready to go health-wise, and Trey Lance we don't feel confident in. No, that would look horrible.
Mike, come on, man. Nee is here. You just put Nee through it by saying that. Nee had all the stages of grief go over him at once right there. Nee, tell me what you think about that.
Not just that, but I go back to that game against the Rams where the 49ers were not far away from the Super Bowl. I know just Quisky Tot dropped the interception that was thrown to him pretty much. But let's move past that. Mistakes happen. I get it. Let's go to the offensive side of the ball and Jimmy Garoppolo trying to stage a game-winning drive. As far as I'm concerned, as you pointed out, if you're going to spend 3 first-round picks on someone, I think you throw that guy in the fourth quarter at that point. If Jimmy Garoppolo is not moving the chains in that fourth quarter with his relatively static quarterback style, you bring in someone who can run with the ball. You give the defense something else to look at. I think if you spend that kind of draft capital, you got to put the guy in.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta let him, sink or swim at some point for sure. And I am obligated to add in a Wally Pipp reference as our old heads, Steve Bonham, they're gonna, come and put that in our chat any minute about Wally Pipp and him. So our obligation to include that reference has now been filled.
Wait for it.
There's no more punters, so he's gone.
So he's gone, right? So the draft has officially ended for Steve because Ariza has come off of the board. You know, and this whole talk about what is going to happen in San Francisco brings up a great point. There's not a lot of locations that Garoppolo can go. But where might be a decent fit, do we think? I know we might have touched on that a little bit earlier, but any spots that stick out? Do we think he might be able to go down to New Orleans and compete, or do you think Seattle? I know that they're in the division, and that doesn't seem like a move that usually happens, but I mean they're the most needy. So do we see anything like that happening, or? I'd hate to see him on the roster again because we all want Trey Lance season in the Trey area.
Absolutely.
So,
I mean,
Go ahead.
yeah. I was just gonna say, I think if Seattle get involved, it needs to be a 3-team deal. I know it's not common in the NFL, but it is possible, and that's how you would get Jimmy G to Seattle. I would say New York. Otherwise, probably not Carolina anymore. Mike, who do you think?
Honestly, I think Carolina's his best fit in terms of depending on how much they would have. They wouldn't be able to give up much, and it would obviously be difficult when it in terms of Sam Darnold's contract along with Jimmy Garoppolo's contract. Drafting the Matt Corral in the 3rd round, I don't think changes their mentality when it comes to adding anybody when it comes to the quarterback position. This coaching staff is on their final leg. There's not much more time left that they have to prove that they're able to win in the NFL because they haven't yet, and they've had talent. I know Christian McCaffrey's had injury problems the past 2 seasons, but DJ Moore is still there. Robbie Anderson's talented. Taylor Moton's one of the better right tackles in the NFL, and the defense has guys like Brian Burns that is one of the best edge rushers, especially of his age, in the NFL. It would make sense for them to do it, and he's better than Sam Darnold. That's for sure. I think everybody can agree on that. But they just put themselves in such a terrible situation with this contract and immediately picking up the 5th-year option, which is all guaranteed, just like Baker Mayfield's. They're out of options. There's not any other teams in the NFL that are desperate at quarterback and feel the need to trade assets for someone that San Fran doesn't want anymore.
And that's middling at best.
Yeah, or who shouldn't want anymore.
Yeah. And it becomes an issue, like we were talking about when a report comes out that they're like, hey, we have 2 seconds on the table for Jimmy Garoppolo, and they didn't want to take it. Well, that report comes out from Jimmy's agent, not from the front office. That comes out from Jimmy's agent because they're obviously identified that that's probably the highest value that they're going to get for him, especially with all these teams moving around. I don't remember a time where there were this few teams who were in actual dire need of a quarterback. And maybe that was a good thing because there were not a lot of quarterbacks in this class, obviously, that are going to move the needle. And then you have to ask yourself about these remaining ones on the market. And if you're a team that's after like a signal caller, just in general, are you hitching your wagon to any of these 4 or 5 quarterbacks that have come off the board in this class? Or, I mean, would you rather go after Baker Mayfield or Jimmy Garoppolo? It's a question that every front office that needed that had to ask at some point.
Yeah. And if you're looking at even at the beginning of the offseason when there was at least a handful up to about 8 teams that were looking to upgrade the quarterback position, whether it be because they were losing their quarterback to retirement, free agency, or just quarterback play was bad.
Yeah.
Most of those front offices realized it's much better for me to pay a Marcus Mariota or a Mitchell Trubisky with incentive-based contracts than to give up assets to another team to take on a already bad contract that isn't even incentive-based. It's guaranteed-based. So the 49ers waited too long. The surgery didn't help. Obviously, team can't work them out, so they don't know exactly what he has going for him. He might come back and not look anything like he did before. Who knows? It's a shoulder surgery. I don't remember if it's a throwing shoulder or not, but either way, it's still looking at, you can't work him out. You hate his contract. Baker Mayfield and Jimmy Garoppolo are going to be near impossible to trade for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And so we have thoroughly ignored this draft for the last 15 or so minutes. So we'll do a little housekeeping, round off some of these picks that have come here in the middle of the 6th round of the NFL draft. With pick 186, the Chicago Bears select San Diego State tackle Zachary Thomas. So another dip into the pass protection pool for Justin Fields there. With 187, the same. Oh, actually, you know what? We might have already read that one. Actually, we did. So that's not another one. Whoops. We had 187 with San Francisco taking Fordham tackle Nick Zekeji, which is what prompted our conversation on the Niners there. So we pick it up with pick 188. The Detroit Lions select Oklahoma State linebacker Malcolm Rodriguez. The Carolina Panthers at 189 select Virginia Tech edge rusher Amare Barno. And with pick 190, the Falcons select Georgia guard Justin Schaefer. There are some more picks, but I want to get into a little question that I have for Nee in general. Nee, when we look at some of these defenses around the league, we've talked about the revolution of the dime defense that's going to be sweeping across the NFL. Which defensive unit do you see made the most progress or the biggest jump in quality over the offseason in general, whether it be through free agency signings or through this draft so far? Is there anybody that sticks out to you, or are you expecting some more of the same big names that continue to dominate the defensive side of the ball year in, year out?
Yeah, I mean, I'll answer that in two parts. I mean, in terms of the big names that stand out, I still like the Giants. Sorry, Giants. The Colts. They wear blue as well. I like them. I like the Bills. I think by picking a cornerback as early as they did on day one with Elam, I think that adds another string to their bow. When I look at teams that have upgraded, I think New York has to be in that mix. I like what New York are doing there. They didn't have a whole lot of talent. They only really had Quinnen Williams and CJ Mosley when he was healthy last season. Now they've added 2 or 3 guys who can help out straight away. I keep coming back to the Giants. They're a team that upgraded. They needed to upgrade. I like what they're doing there. Yeah, I think those are the teams that stand out for me in terms of improvement this offseason.
Right. And I like the picks, and I ask because obviously, on the defensive side of the ball, I mean, on both sides of the ball, generally, that when you get great players around you, it can, bring up everybody. So some of these teams that are adding some, good pass rushers, whether it be through free agency or early in this draft, guys that are stoppers on the outside at cornerback, like there's a reason why, the first 5 picks or whatever were all defense. And it's because those guys can change the game for you. So I'm super excited to see it.
I want to actually point out the Chargers offseason for their defense specifically, with the additions of Khalil Mack and J.C. Jackson to go along with what was already there, with a healthy Derwin James, Asante Samuel Jr., even Joey Bosa, and then Kenneth Murray. Like, there's some real talent on there, and they were already very strong defense when it came to the pass. They're hoping to build up for the run, obviously, because of adding all the depth in the defensive interior. But against the pass, they were top 5 against wide receivers, especially those lined up out wide. Then you add J.C. Jackson. It's going to be something to look at for these players in fantasy, even if you're looking at next year. Like, Russell Wilson's going to have deal with them twice a year. Derek Carr is going to have to deal with them twice a year, which means Devontae Adams is going to have to deal with it twice a year. And Cortland Sutton on the outside is going to have to deal with it twice a year. So this has like a ripple effect between the matchups for a lot of these guys. You know, Stephon Diggs loses J.C. Jackson in his division, so he has a much more open divisional opponents when it comes to the outside cornerback position. So these are a lot of matchups that might help when it comes to scheduling for a lot of these players that are fantasy relevant.
And Mike, you're ultra plugged in, especially with these matchups on the outside. You really highlighted extremely well the whole last season with your cornerback, wide receiver matchups to highlight on a weekly basis in fantasy. And that really, I mean, that was a great asset for me, not only in setting my lineups, but in picking bets for the week for sure, because those matchups do mean a lot. And you're right, it does create a ripple effect that we see a little bit further into the season. So we have some more picks that have definitely come off the board here. We left off with the next pick is 190. The Minnesota Vikings select Michigan State wide receiver Jalen Naylor. With 192, the Colts select Youngstown State tight end Andrew Ogletree. 193, the Cowboys select Oklahoma State linebacker Devin Harper. So we had a couple of offensive playmakers come off the board. I know we've talked about it a little bit with the wide receiver class. Are there any other fits that have maybe happened a little bit later that you guys scratch your head at, or even in the early rounds? We had a crazy wide receiver run. I know who we talked about, who we like. And I think we talked a little bit about not liking Jahan Dotson as well. But is there any other wide receivers that you're kind of like, I'm not sure why they selected that dude?
If I'm looking at, I definitely don't understand Chicago taking Velus Jones. He's an old wide receiver for a college player. I think he's 25 years old already. He's not the biggest guy. He's only 6 foot. A little stockier, but he's more of a return specialist type player than he is an overall playmaker at the wide receiver position. And looking at the wide receiver position in Chicago, you're thinking there's Darnell Mooney, Byron Pringle, Equanimous St. Brown. Like, that's not the most intimidating trio out there. And you should be trying to help out a second-year Justin Fields behind center that's showed promise last year. His game against the Steelers was probably the best game of any rookie quarterback the entire season. And so he showed the flashes. So you're just not giving him a whole lot of help. It's basically Darnell Mooney, and then it's Cole Kmet at tight end. And then the only other one that I thought was a very strange one was Wan'Dale Robinson going to New York for the Giants. He's a gadget-based player a lot. He's get the ball in his hands. He'll make plays with it. He's supposed to be a good deep threat when it comes to even the slot as well. Not the biggest guy in the world also, but it's the players that are already in New York at the wide receiver position, and you're adding someone of that style doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You have Kenny Golladay already, Sterling Shepard, Darius Slayton, Kadarius Toney, obviously from last year. Then Wan'Dale put in there for another slot type player. So that's 3 players that primarily played in the slot between Shepard, Toney, and Robinson now. And we don't know what's exactly going to happen with Toney. There's all the reports that have come out and such. But that's an early pick for Robinson, I believe.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely a head scratcher. So we have a couple more picks that have come off the board. We left off with Dallas's pick. With pick 194, the Saints select Air Force defensive lineman Jordan Jackson. 195, Jason's Chargers select Georgia tackle Jamari Saylor. And surprisingly, the next pick was forfeited by the Saints. Now, I don't have the broadcast live right here, so I'd imagine they let that tick away. You hate to see it, but I guess is what it is. With pick 196, we do have a fantasy relevant. Will you relax? We have my cat loves the fantasy relevant players. Every time we get somebody to talk about, she hops up here.
Wait, Mace, I got an update. So the Saints forfeited their pick because of the COVID violation in 2020.
Oh, okay.
That's what they mean by forfeited.
That's what they mean. Okay, got it. That is good insight. We know. I don't know how they could have messed that up, but here we are, I guess. But like I said, we finally have a fantasy relevant player at pick 196. The Baltimore Ravens select Missouri running back Tyler Batty. Obviously, the team that loves to run the ball in Baltimore. What do we make of this one, guys?
He was considered by a lot to be a sleeper when it comes to dynasty rookie drafts. Good player, had 1,600 rushing yards last season. Smaller, only 5'8", but pretty stocky at like 195 or so. And good vision. It's very solid to above average in the receiving game. Could count on him. He's had 300 plus receiving yards every year of his career in college. So adding some depth at a position that they had their struggles with last year because of injury. And we know that we've seen year in and year out in Baltimore that whatever running back is leading the backfield is going to produce likely because everyone has so far.
And as Steve brings us Tyler Batty with a 6.15, drafted in the same area with the same grade as players like Khalil Herbert and Elijah Mitchell. That is pretty glowing review there.
Two very good players based on
very good players.
Some, draft capital last year that showed out throughout the entire season.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Now, these Ravens running back picks, is this a reflection on the I guess disaster that happened last year where they lost 3 or 4 of their depth chart and they had to bring in guys like Devonta Freeman and some of these names from yesteryear?
If you're looking at it in general, like in more of a capsule, as like an isolated type thing, and just looking at the situation, I think that they're aware that obviously last season didn't go well, and usually after an ACL injury, even as early as J.K. Dobbins was, and Gus Edwards, you're not going to come back and immediately be like Adrian Peterson did. That's not normal. He came back and had that phenomenal MVP level season, but I think it's just adding to a position that they know that they are supposed to invest in so much because they rely on the running game as often and as heavily as they do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They can't. There was reports that Melvin Gordon was going to come in and sign with them as well. It's doing your homework, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And as our guy Steve says, I think it's interesting that the comp is Gio Bernard, since the Ravens don't seem to see Dobbins as a pass catching back. And I think that, it obviously reinforces it. So
even though Dobbins has proven based on his talent level and his ability, he can catch the ball.
Right. Which is a head scratcher for all of us. And even in such a good draft as the Ravens have had and have, on the regular basis, not every move always makes the most sense, but we roll with the punches here. Let's see. So we have a few more picks that have come off the board since Tyler Batty. At 197, the Jaguars select. I have never seen this school before in my life. Cornerback from Quitatica Baptist, Gregory Jr. Now, I didn't even say the university right. At least he had an easy enough name.
Quakita?
Quakita. Oh, Quakita Baptist. See? That's why we keep Mike here, to keep me honest.
I mean, I can't say I know where that's located, that's for sure.
That'll
not
be
not one of the colleges I visited when I was coming out of high school. I'll tell you that.
that'll be on our NFL Draft 2022 quiz after the show, everybody. So make sure you write that one down. Look up the answer to that one.
Yeah, good luck spelling it.
Yeah. With pick 198, the Eagles select SMU tight end Grant Calcaterra. And 199, the Carolina Panthers select Tennessee tackle Cade Mays.
Now, I know yesterday, Sonny Gray, the wide receiver from SMU, is right there, is who we were confused about because the 49ers select them with the final pick of the 3rd round. And we almost brought up Grant Calcaterra's highlight reel to be able to see Sonny Gray. As you can see, Sonny Gray is just standing around while Calcaterra can make all the catches.
Can actually do things, yeah. So that's an interesting...
Gray looks like he's open for some of them at least.
It could be worse, right? And I think that brings up a great point that oftentimes gets overshadowed, is that front offices and talent evaluators oftentimes fall in love with traits versus the actual production, especially when they come from maybe a little bit lower division in the group of 5. So it's an interesting thought experiment to see exactly which front offices value the traits versus the production. So,
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm still looking up this Wakita school. It's a private university in Arkansas.
Oh, okay.
I just want to know what's going on in the background between them and Trembaki, because I have to be skeptical.
You had to find them somehow.
Exactly.
It's like back in the 70s when you had the scouts that really just went to the smallest of schools that you could think of to try and find these diamonds in the rough.
Yeah, especially at the cornerback position where the variance is so high. It does bring questions. We're looking under rocks for these cornerbacks sometime. Steve off the top rope pronounced Washita.
Oh, okay.
How it's pronounced that? I have no idea. But
I apologize to the people of Arkansas.
No, don't. As a man born in Fayetteville, Arkansas, you do not need to apologize to anybody.
Okay, copy that.
A glowing review. We'll just schedule our next team meeting over there in Arkansas.
There we go.
That's a trip nobody wants to make, I promise.
Don't they have nice barbecue down there?
No. Lord,
okay.
Lord, no. They have good catfish. They deep fry the hell out of anything. But
okay.
Other than that, it's best to just fly over it and keep going. Keep going to wherever you're going. Sorry to the good people of Arkansas and Treylon Burks. I love you.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get too many subscriptions from Arkansas now.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, I don't think we were going to get that after we smashed Jerry Jones the amount of times we have.
Nah, the people, no. The people are right there with us.
Okay, all right.
At least I hope. Nobody's angry in the chat, so I guess.
There we go.
That's all we can gauge off of.
Now, staying with Gage, let's talk about your team, Mike, the Indianapolis Colts, and let's talk about Matt Ryan.
Actually, I'm Pittsburgh.
Wait, what? Oh, I got thrown off out of the boat.
It's actually a Lions one.
Okay.
All of my jerseys are at least some affiliation with Pittsburgh, whether it be at Pitt or the Steelers, and LeBeau being a former defensive coordinator here.
Yeah.
I felt like getting his jersey.
My bad.
I mean, I could talk Colts.
Do we dare talk about the Steelers, or is that going to be depressing?
We've done a bit of it as we've ribbed at me and such.
Feel free, Nee. You know, we kicked Mike a little bit, but you might as well come in on this beatdown too.
Nah.
I mean, I understand that. Hey, I am an analyst as well as a fan, but an analyst first. So I'll always think with that side of my head.
Okay. So what are we going to get from Trubisky next season?
average middling quarterback play. You're going to get probably, so in terms of a fantasy, you're looking at best 12, probably 10 to 15. I'd go, that's the best. That's if he like really hits the ground running. I think it's going to be more towards the 15. Like he's going to be a bye week fill-in type player, even with his rushing upside. He has enough playmakers, obviously, on the outside and in the backfield. I don't think the Steelers are going to look to throw the ball very much. They're going to go to more of a run-heavy offense. Most of their offensive linemen are built for mauling, not pass protection. So, and we've seen with, like I said, with this Kenny Pickett pick, I think it's more of protect the ball, not try and do something you're not capable of. So if Trubisky does some of the things that he did at the end of his career in Chicago, where it was making those mistakes that seemed to just halt drives inexplicably, then that's when Kenny Pickett might be coming in. It's going to be a tough thing to trust Trubisky if you're drafting him. I don't think you're going to draft him in redraft. He's going to be one of those guys that if you see a good game out of him and he starts off hot during the season or the matchups are right, that's when you're looking at him. In Dynasty, he's only a 1 year at most fill-in.
And Mike, we might not, I really liked the George Pickens pick. And now it might not be the best situation considering the quarterback room there, but is George Pickens a type of player that people should maybe be targeting in their Dynasty drafts to eventually come up through that system? And when they do get adequate quarterback play, because we know it's probably not long, they're pretty good at evaluating talent. Is that somebody that might, carry a lot of value?
I liked Pickens a lot coming out into the pre-draft process because I thought there would be a big value for him. He has the pedigree of being a high 5-star recruit. He was dominant in his freshman season at Georgia, led the team in receiving. Not many freshman wide receivers are going to do that. And then the injuries happened. And he still showed out even in the championship game and things along those lines with big catches. He showed that he can be good in hitch routes and just snatching the ball out of the air, making sure that he's the one that comes down with it. Jump balls down the field, things along those lines. He's really good at it. He was the biggest alpha receiver when you got out of the first round type guys. In my opinion, he's going to be a good wide receiver in the NFL. In terms of fantasy for the opportunity, it's going to likely take either Claypool or Deontay Johnson leaving, either via trade or in free agency with both of their contracts coming up within the next 2 years. So good player, good situation. It's going to take some time for him to produce, I think, at least on a consistent basis. Yeah,
definitely understandable. And I forget who said it right off the rip, so I apologize if this was a quote from one of our colleagues out in the ether. But somebody said that, you want a guy like George Pickens on your team, but you want exactly one of them. You don't want a ton of these different guys that bring this attitude. But I think when you look at picks like that, especially when he lands with a team like the Steelers who carry that attitude, who are a hard-nosed football team, I love the fit there. So I'm excited for Pickens. That's definitely going to be somebody that I target and that I think is going to be undervalued in a lot of leagues for sure. So.
Yep.
We have more picks that have come across the board. Let me get in here real quick and pull them up. So we left off at Carolina had selected Tennessee tackle Cade Mays. With the 200th pick, we have finally reached the 200 pick mark. Congratulations, boys. We are in the home stretch, nearly almost to the 7th round. But with the Patriots select Northwest Missouri State edge defender Sam Roberts, another Belichickian disciple coming out of a school that nobody's heard of, At least I know where Missouri is, so I can figure out what state it's in, unlike some of the other schools here. So always interesting picks from Bill. At pick 201, the Cardinals select USC halfback Keontae Ingram. What do we make of some of these backs in the later rounds? I mean, they obviously all have, a glaring flaw, which is why they've fallen this far. In situations going to mean a lot. So it's going to be an interesting thought experiment to see which one of these late round running backs gets an opportunity, maybe due to injury. But is Keontae Ingram a guy that you guys at all like to this fit at the Cardinals?
I think a big part of it is the fit, as in his location, like where he landed, his landing spot. Because if you're looking at it, I thought they certainly were going to even draft a running back earlier than this. I know that they like James Conner. He performed well for his contract, especially last year. He looked like himself that we saw back when he was filling in for Le'Veon Bell for the season he sat out. But Conner certainly has an injury history. I think that's the most games he had played in his entire career, or since his second season in the NFL. He's 27 years old, and behind him is only Eno Benjamin. That's about it. And Eno Benjamin didn't look great last year when he got the chance, when both Conner and Chase Edmonds were dealing with injuries at times. So I feel like they're going to eventually realize they have to address the backfield a little bit more. I don't know if they think Keontae Ingram is going to be the number 2 or the number 3, or a committee with Eno Benjamin if Conner does get injured. It's just, that's the biggest thing, is a running back landing in Arizona is a good thing for the running back. It's a strong offense. Murray. Yeah, it's a strong offense. He's a good running back in terms of rushing. He's great after contact. Had his best season, his final season. All things that are, things you like to see. It's just whether it can all be put together, because obviously it's a 6th-round running back. 6th-round running backs don't always, not even every year has a 6th or 7th-round running back or 5th-round running back that does anything.
Yeah.
It's still a very outlier type thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've had a few more picks come off the board. At 202, the Cleveland Browns select Oklahoma wide receiver Michael Woods II, an unranked player on a lot of boards, but we're getting to that point where it's really, buyer beware and dealer's choice for who you want, especially at some of these playmaker positions. A lot of these guys are going to come up draft boards here towards the end. Some of the guys that we thought might get drafted will fall. And that just all comes down to preference of evaluators. So that's a super interesting one. And with the 203rd pick, the Chicago Bears take Baylor kick returner and running back Tristan Ebner. And our guy Steve is beyond himself. The Bears gonna bear, I guess. That's what they're gonna do.
The Bears are who we thought they were.
They are who
enter the damn draft.
Exactly. I hate to kick teams, especially this early on. And I know we've asked a lot of questions about who we liked and some ones that are scratchers. Who, out of your guys' opinions, has the absolute worst draft of the day or of the weekend?
It's gonna be tough.
It is. Yeah. It is gonna be tough because they're with all good, there's bad. With all bad, there's some good. So it's gonna come down to a little of everybody's own preferences.
San Fran, I didn't like many of their picks, but I don't think they also have the caveat of didn't have a 1st-round pick. So their day 2 was odd. After they had Drake Jackson, the edge out of USC, who I think is a good player. Then they pick a wide receiver and a running back with the next 2 picks, which I mean, the running back wasn't even one of the top 5 running backs left for most draft boards. He was the Davis Price out of LSU. Fine player, but I don't think that anybody expected him to go as early as he did. And then Sonny Gray, the wide receiver I was talking about from SMU, that I had trouble finding some highlight tape on. I certainly don't like that draft. The Patriots have been confusing, to say the least. They've reached on Cole Strange. They reached on Tyquan Thornton. And then they did several running backs. So those are 2 that come to mind, at least.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, since Steve said it first, I don't have to worry about getting fired. But to me, it's the Bears. Not quite sure what they're doing over there. They needed protection. They barely dipped their toe in there. And they're doing quite a bit, like Steve says, to quote unquote fix their special teams. And it does say a lot. It's glaring, in fact.
Yeah. Hard for field to succeed.
Yeah.
It's some interesting moves by Chicago there, especially with the new front office as well. So you can't blame Ryan Pace anymore.
Yeah.
he's out the door.
I guess bad habits happen.
Right. Old habits die hard. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm going to throw Seattle in there because I think it's a bit odd that for years they neglected the offensive line while Russell Wilson was there. They trade him away, and then their first pick is an offensive tackle. Is that meant to be a middle finger to Russ or something? Anyway, there's that, and then they go and get Ken Walker in the second round. They're not competing. Why are you getting a running back when you really need a quarterback unless you want to have Drew Lock start for you for the whole season? Their draft just has not moved the needle for me at all.
Yeah, they're at this point, are they really gonna trot out Drew Lock to quarterback this team for the next year? God help them if that's the case, because I think that it's nice to be like positive, like, oh, he's got some traits, but when it comes to quarterback, there's only so much you can teach, and a lot of the times accuracy is not one of those things. And you're going to go from debatably one of the most accurate deep ball throwers to play the game to a guy who struggles to hit short and intermediate passes with any consistency. I think that obviously they want somebody, the meme that we love is that they just want somebody that's going to turn around and hand off the ball. But I don't know that that's going to work as much when they don't have the threat of somebody taking the top off their defense like Russ did with his weapons. So it is definitely a head scratcher, undoubtedly.
And it's a bit disrespectful to Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf. I don't know if they're going to try and trade DK Metcalf. What do we think of that? Is he on the roster by the time the season rolls around?
I would say no. I mean,
I think he is.
I think that if anything, they might be doing it just a little bit quieter than other wide receivers and agents that have been very vocal about their, not being happy there. But yeah, I have a hard time thinking that either of them are going to be content with what this is going to mean for their numbers heading into, actually getting paid, at least for DK Metcalf. Your numbers start to dip. It doesn't so much matter. They'll definitely highlight that and ding it on your next contract. So I think time is of the essence for him. Now, if it actually means that they deal him, I don't know, because they sat on Russell long enough that they were kind of, in my opinion, lucky to get as much as they did. So I guess we'll see. And I know Mike disagreed. Mike, what's the big hang up there for you? Is it just that the Seahawks shouldn't really feel obligated, or?
I think it's stubbornness on their end.
Easy. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that the Seahawks organization is going to be a bit stubborn about it, even though they are in a rebuild and it's obvious that they are not going to be competitive next year. their mindset is, that Pete Carroll is the oldest coach in the NFL. They traded away their star quarterback, and they've gotten in return a 30-something-year-old defensive tackle, the quarterback that is obviously the other team didn't want because he hasn't shown too much promise at the very least, and a tight end that they already signed their other tight end that they already had to an extension. So it's a confusing situation, but I don't think that Seattle front office knows what they really want, so they're just going to be stubborn about it and keep DK Metcalf. If anything, I could see a during season trade and try and get the most out of it at the very last minute.
Yeah, definitely understandable because they're not the smartest team, and ego gets in the way a lot. So we know Pete has that in spades. So some more picks have come across the board since we hashed that out. With pick 204, the Tennessee Titans select Tennessee cornerback Theo Jackson. At pick 205, the Texans select LSU tackle Austin DeCoulis. And at 206, the Broncos select Wisconsin defensive lineman Matt Henningsen. 207, the Chicago Bears select Illinois center Doug Kramer. Dang, a lot of picks came through as we were going. I did not realize. Pick 208, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Michigan State tight end Connor Hayward. And at 209, the Bills select Virginia Tech tackle Luke Tenuta. So not a whole lot of fantasy relevance through this board. An abolished tight end and some linemen. We love to see it, though.
If you had any money that you could possibly bet prior to the draft, and it was like, make this bet. You have to pick this player is going to this team, or you're like gun to your head type situation. Connor Hayward to the Steelers was a guarantee. His brother Cam obviously is a defensive stalwart, one of the best tackles in the league. And the Steelers you knew they were going to draft him when it came to the 6th round, 7th round.
Yeah.
So this is fitting.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Not fantasy, but
Yeah, right. And since we do have a little bit of a lull here, I know that our guy Nee has to take off and take care of a couple of things, and he is going to be back for us here in a little bit. So stay tuned for more Nee Wallace Bruce. Nee, where can the people find you on the socials if they're not already following?
You can find me on Instagram at the real NWB. There's some good stuff going on there, and I'll be back with some goodness. I just take a quick time out, but we'll wrap up the draft in the next hour, and I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks again, Nee. It's always great talking to you, and we'll see you here in a little bit, bro.
All right, take care.
Yeah, with this, lull we have, if we're looking at kind of trying to see ahead to if there's ever going to be another fantasy relevant type player selected in the last round and a half we have here, a couple names that we're going to try and keep in mind that were interesting coming into it, but obviously not interesting enough for the NFL teams. Guys like Justin Ross, the Clemson wide receiver, was a stud in his freshman year and then has been dealing with that difficult neck injury he had, and he hurt his foot last year as well. It's if his medicals check out, then I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see where he lands, because I thought that he had at least the ability to do something, become something in the NFL.
Yeah.
Because of his ability to go up and get the ball. And he showed on an offense with other guys that are NFL talents. He was there with T. Higgins. He was there with Hunter Renfrow. It's
Oh, yeah. And our guy Steve coming in with, I love Mike's look has progressed through the weekend as a player in the green room that has slipped down the board. This is gold.
Well, thanks for our graphics team.
That is excellent. Can I get that on a t-shirt, Steve? Can somebody submit that as a request for our merchandise department, because I want that one.
It's a good looking t-shirt.
It is. It is.
You know?
Well, I like that you know who you are and you stay with your color scheme, because it does work well for you. The black, you look good in the black. So I appreciate it.
Might as well do that. Figure I'd change the jersey for matching the rounds that we're going in. You know, LeBeau was drafted in the 5th. Deontay yesterday was drafted in the 3rd. And then we had Mike Ditka that was drafted in the 1st. You know, might as well keep the theme alive.
There you go.
Get these things out there.
And you know what? As another member of the team that actually decided to dress up for at least part of the draft, I can appreciate how good you were looking. You know, Neil comes in here with his zip, and Steve is hawking our merchandise, but we came ready to play. So hats off to you, my friend.
Hey, there's a lot of people out there that aren't even paying attention when it comes to day 3. At least we're here and we're still going.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
You know, you got to chug along.
You can always check us out at importantnonsense.com. We take all of the stuff that nobody else wants to do and we bring it right to, no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, you know, but you bring up a great point of like players that have fallen down boards, and you bring up Clemson's Justin Ross, and there's something about Clemson receivers that always strikes me as, when I see them on paper, I think you are a prototype. You have a great size, speed combination, all of that. But then there's something that just drops them down boards. And ironically for Justin Ross, it's a neck injury where he played at the University of Clemson, which is similar to Mike Williams, who had an extremely scary neck injury at Clemson when he ran into a goalpost, and has just finally broken out. And that was a number of years ago with a guy who was taken very early. So a guy like Justin Ross may be in for a value pick down here somewhere. So it's an interesting spot. And I think another glaring one is that a guy like Carson Strong, quarterback out of Nevada, is still on the board. Granted, the quarterback class in general, we've already talked about not a lot of quarterback needy teams, but I find it hard to believe that he has slid this far considering his raw arm talent. And I mean, nobody's banging the door for him to start right away. So you could have easily stashed him for a team that was in need of a project backup, you know, quarterback to mold. So that's another interesting one down the board for sure.
His medical, I'm sure, scared a lot of people because he's had, I hadn't even heard about this before, prior to seeing, like, looking into him, ligament replacement surgery or something like that, where they actually like just got new ligaments put in there instead of fixing the ligaments that were there, which I thought was confusing to me at least. But his arm, there's no doubt about his arm talent when it comes to the strength. It's there. Can throw it anywhere along the field, but his mobility is lacking, to say the least. And he's the prototypical statue in the pocket.
Yeah.
I did think somebody would have taken a shot. I didn't think he would go, you know, at this point, possibly undrafted. There's only a round and a half left or whatever. And he's the only quarterback left that I think has any real merit. Brock Purdy from Iowa State is more of a college type quarterback. Same with Skylar Thompson. They're both guys that are athletes, made plays on the ground, didn't have the best arms or the most athletic accurate arms. So Jack Cohn from Notre Dame, he's not going to impress anyone really. He didn't impress anyone in college even. So it's odd.
Yeah, absolutely. And the traits that Strong has, you know, 6'3", 226 pounds, even if, you know, like you said, you're not expecting him to come along immediately, like those are traits that teams covet. So that's a pretty interesting one.
I'm sure we'll have at least one clip here of him throwing it basically 60 something yards.
Yeah, right. Because I mean, that was his calling card, was big arm, ability to deliver the ball deep. accuracy a little bit suspect at times, but like that's an NFL throw right there, the deep 10-yard out. Not a lot of guys can make that.
Going opposite hash and everything.
Yeah, it's a Kevin Cobb. I mean, that's a good comparison in terms of just play style for sure. Yeah, biggest strength outside the numbers. When you have a rocket like that, you can make up for certain things. Late processing is one of those things that it helps out young quarterbacks when they're not necessarily sure what they're seeing, but if they can catch even a glimpse of something and fit a ball in, they have a chance to make the throw. It's something that we've seen Josh Allen learn throughout the years and actually, come up and be much better. Now, Josh Allen isn't Carson Strong isn't Josh Allen by any means whatsoever, but it's just a similar, hey, rocket arm. This is how these guys like to operate. So
I'm sure if Denver
doesn't
sure Denver's old regime that was actually making the decisions was still in. Yeah,
John Elway has been calling George Payton all morning, asking him why Carson Strong is not on the roster all morning. So we're starting to leak into some more picks here. As we went through the board, we had 209, the Buffalo Bills select Virginia Tech tackle Luke Tenuta. At 210, the Patriots select LSU guard Chasen Hines. Great name, like that. And at 211, we have the Rams selecting UCLA safety Quentin Lake. So another big point we're seeing in these later rounds is guys looking for depth on the offensive line. And that might not mean anything specifically to the, offensive playmakers that we're projecting when we come into rookie drafts here in the next month or two. But it is an asset to identify some of these late guys that might have an opportunity on a team and use that as a indicator of which teams are upgrading their offensive line. And namely being the teams that are not upgrading their offensive line. So, I mean, we've already dragged the Bears through the mud left and right, but that's one of those things that when we come into next season, we're going to, pick apart guys that aren't going to have the protection. And even though it's not in the forefront of our mind right now, it's something that's going to be a part of the process and an interesting tidbit as camps start to shake out.
I mean, if you're looking at even the Kansas State Chiefs of last offseason, they heavily addressed the offensive line after the debacle against Tampa Bay in the Super Bowl when they were having Patrick Mahomes under pressure within 2 seconds and running for his life. They traded for Orlando Brown, the tackle. They signed Joe Tooney, the guard. They drafted Creed Humphrey and Trey Smith and completely revamped their offensive line in a matter of one offseason, essentially. And it definitely helped to protect Patrick Mahomes a lot. He wasn't under pressure as much, and that wasn't the reason he was making the mistakes that he was making. They were more forced errors that were just odd for Mahomes during last year's little bit of struggle. And if you're looking at this offseason, plenty of people picked the Bengals to be the next team that would look to completely revamp that offensive line. Oddly enough, they did well with adding a tackle with Lyle Collins at a value, I think. So their tackles of Jonah Williams and Lyle Collins are set. But their interior still is questionable. And they've only used one draft pick on an offensive lineman, and it was a tackle.
Yeah.
So I'm a little confused as to why they didn't address the interior of the offensive line sooner.
Yeah.
And kind of it all.
Yeah, absolutely. It raises a point that some regimes are just destined to continue to make mistakes. And I think it's because of how they value positions. And, the general thinking over the last handful of years has been, if you're able to get the ball out quick, you can make up for poor offensive line play, especially at tackle, because, the average time to pressure is 2.5 seconds. or the average time to throw is 2.5 seconds. And people just go, oh, well, we can get away with that because we can just do a quick passing game. But I think it's proven that you can't exactly win like that every single time. And if you pigeonhole yourself to being like, oh, we're only doing the short passing game because we can't get the time to, fully drop back. Like, I mean, that's when you hang out guys like Joe Burrow to dry. In a lot of teams just frankly cannot afford to do that, but don't understand the direness of that situation.
Yeah, Burrow was phenomenal last year at reacting to the pressure and being able to extend plays even enough that he could get the ball out to one of his playmakers in Higgins and obviously Jamar Chase. Not every quarterback is going to be able to do that. I mean, as I saw with Big Ben last year on the end of his ropes, he couldn't run back there very well anymore. So that's why his was a 2.5 second release time for his time to throw. Yeah.
Fastest in the NFL. And you're exactly right. It's because he knew he doesn't have, he's not the same young man where he can shuck off a tackle that's coming at him in the pocket. He didn't have the protection, and that's what you get an offense that can produce. They can do things in spots, but then you run into big walls where some of these defensive backs are just going to stonewall you, and it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. So definitely agree there. And so we've had a few more picks come off the board here. Where did we leave off? The Rams last selected UCLA safety Quentin Lake, and with the next pick, 212, they double up in the secondary and get cornerback from Georgia, Darion Kendrick. And I think that this brings up a great point where I'd love to get Nee's insight on this when he gets back. But when we get into drafts like this, where maybe it's not the deepest, maybe it's not the most elite, but there are some good players, are we seeing evaluators just fall back on schools they know and programs they know that come out with great talent? Because this is the 10th, 7th, I don't even know, 7th or 8th Georgia defender and like 12th Georgia player to come off in this draft. Are teams doing that, or do you think it's just the luck of the draw?
No, I believe there's certainly some teams that they have their fallback schools that they go to in believe, like if as a tiebreaker, or if they're in a bit of a lull as to can't seem to get a player that they're thinking like this is the guy this round, this is what we want, then that certainly will push players up their draft board. If we know that the Ravens for years were fans of Alabama, Houston has become a fan of Alabama as well. It's not crazy to love a team that has won like 9 national championships in the past 20 years or whatever, but that doesn't guarantee that all the players that are on that roster are going to be NFL players. You're just banking on the fact that they were usually highly recruited coming out of high school. If they were going to make it to one of these bigger name schools or perennial powers, they played against good competition, usually in the SEC and ACC, all those type conferences, Big Ten. It's a little bit more of a lazy way of doing it, but eventually, I'm not saying that they're lazy for doing it. It's just that's an easier thing to fall back on.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen it over the years with Ohio State. Ohio State's had a number of guys probably come off even earlier than they should have because of the prestige of the university and the defensive program they come from. So that's another super interesting tidbit when we think about how guys evaluate players when it comes to these drafts, especially later rounds. So we are coming up towards the end of the 6th round. We are burning into the demon hours of the afternoon, about 5 hours in here. We are going to take another quick break to stretch, keep our sanity, maybe turn the lights on, open some windows, get some air. And we will
Yeah.
see you guys back here in about 5 minutes.
Hayden, we love fantasy football.
We do?
It's a fantastic game, yet still not perfect. Like, I hate leaving high-scoring players on my bench.
The worst, man.
In fact, hate it even more when I put injured players and they're in my starting lineup.
Can't have that.
And I need a life. The waivers, the trades, every single week, it grinds on me. So we at Underdog Fantasy want to make fantasy football easier for everyone out there. It's called Best Ball, and we set your optimal lineup for you each and every week.
Now, 3 tips on how to win. Number 1, do not overcommit to a position. You drafted a quarterback early, chill out, wait a bit later to get your second. Number 2, stack your team. You drafted a wide receiver early, maybe get his quarterback a couple rounds later.
Stephon Diggs, Josh Allen.
And most importantly, get those rookies in. Jamar Chase last year,
Stud.
a 6th-round pick. 2 years ago, Justin Herbert, ever heard of that guy?
Breakout.
Last round pick, get those guys in. That's how you win big.
Yes, and you can do it all year long. We have drafts going all the way from February to week 1 of the NFL season. What are you waiting for? Get a little extra something on that first deposit and that first time you play on Underdog Fantasy. This is Bandit. He founded Underdog Fantasy so that humans who really love sports could play with their friends and win some big prizes. Tell your human to go to UnderdogFantasy.com today.
And we're back. Sorry to cut your lunch a little bit short there, Mike.
It's okay.
Again, I'm not quite sure what all these buttons do back here. And sometimes I put us on live when I don't realize it. So, but we are back. It's been a little bit of a long afternoon. If we're honest, we did not expect to be live for a good 6 hours, which is what this looks like it's going to go through. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring you all the way through round 6. You can follow us on Twitter at football_mace, at _Mike_Manning, and nonsense FF on the Twitter for all of our takes. We're going to have a bunch of written stuff. Our dynasty team is definitely going to have some tidbits. So make sure you follow everybody that's been on today for any of the news come post draft or the 7th round or any of that stuff. And for everybody that's stuck around, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts, because that is amazing. And, you know, you guys are all MVPs to us. So we really much appreciate you. Also, as we've said, as you just saw our ad, make sure you guys check out Underdog Fantasy. They are a great sponsor for us. They do great games, all sorts of stuff. Promo code nonsense there. Also check out the Important Nonsense merch store, code draft22 for your discount there. All sorts of good stuff. We're going to have even more in the books, and we're so excited for it. But let's get into the end of this round. Let's break down some of the picks that have come through the board so far. So the last one we left off with was a pair of defensive backs from the Rams, which is going to be an interesting tidbit. Might actually, as Nee was bringing it earlier, it might disqualify them now from, you know, Jalen Ramsey's recruiting of Tyrann Mathieu, because they obviously highly targeted it right here. Granted, it is the 6th round, but both players projected a little bit higher than they should have. Quentin Lake, not quite as much, but Darion Kendrick has been a fairly good player. At pick 213, the Atlanta Falcons select Georgia tight end John Fitzpatrick, another unranked player on most people's boards. At 214, the Chargers select Wake Forest cornerback Jasir Taylor. And as we said earlier, secondary play tends to be very volatile. We're looking under rocks for guys that can cover. So traits tend to, you know, shine when we look at those positions. So even though you get a guy that not a lot of people know about, like Jasir Taylor, they can carry some value in the league. So we'll see what happens with that. At 215, the Cardinals select Virginia Tech guard Laketus Smith. At 216, the Colts select Cincinnati defensive lineman Curtis Brooks. At 217, Jack's very own Detroit Lions select Jackson State edge rusher James Houston IV, if my Roman numerals are correct. You know, it's been a long day that sometimes you have to question things that you should very well know right off the rip. So, and let's see. So we have at 218, Minnesota tie-in Co Kieft. That's another all-time name. You know what? Anybody with a good name, I'm instantly a fan of you, because I have a number of weird names. So I can appreciate that. Shout out to
this is a little bit shorter than yours.
Yeah, right. Who I forgot. Who's Tom? I forgot what was his name again earlier. We'll have to go back. He's my new favorite player, even
Zach
though I forgot his name. Zach Tom, that's right. Shout out Zach Tom. You ever want to come on the show? Give me a holler, buddy, at football_mace on Twitter.
Offensive lineman for the Packers now.
There we go. Give me all when you get there, Zach, give me all the Aaron Rodgers tea. I want it all. So at 219, we have the Tennessee Titans taking Ole Miss linebacker Chance Campbell. And at the end of this round, at 220 and 221, we have the San Francisco 49ers back-to-back on the clock. Since we're not going to wrap through the 7th round, we're going to go through the last handful of clips of players that we have targeted from a fantasy standpoint through the rest of this draft that could go either in the 7th round here or even undrafted potentially. So we're going to run through a few of those clips before we sign off, so you guys have some guys to target.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier with Justin Ross, just the intrigue there.
Right.
Big-bodied guy, able to make plays on the outside.
Able to create separation, which is not always common with guys of his size.
But
beats the press. Like,
medical was the biggest red flag for him.
Right.
Because obviously, even this past season, he fought through a foot injury and played through it a bit.
Yeah.
And the Clemson offense wasn't anywhere near what it was with Trevor Lawrence, with DJ Uiagalelei.
Yeah. Player comp of Terrace Marshall. We obviously love Terrace Marshall here. We are big fans of Terrace Marshall. So seeing that as a comp for Justin Ross is very telling. Biggest strength, physicality, like you just saw it, got off the press, still separates, big body, makes contested catches. But it just comes down to health, especially when it comes to necks. Necks are so scary that you have to ask, the player, they have to ask themselves, how important is football to you? Because it could mean, a very, very serious injury, re-aggravating and coming down the stretch, later into your life. So we obviously wish him all the best and hope that he makes a full recovery and can come and absolutely tear up the league. And that's going to be a huge value for whoever takes him and can hopefully wait on him.
Mm-hmm. Another 5-star recruit that was coming out of high school, just had the pedigree and everything, showed it early on. We'll see if he gets the draft capital at all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can't say I know much about McCormick.
And we love backs that come from situations where they get a bunch of carries. He started off a little bit lower in his first season at UTSA, but as you can see, when you get 262 carries in your season in only 12 games, that means that your team relied on you to be the guy, which is why his biggest strength is a bell cow profile. Now, that also can be a reason why he falls down boards a little bit, because people are worried about the tread on the tires. But in a way, it should also be a plus that, hey, you might not have this guy for 6-7 years on your roster, but if you were to draft him in the 6th or 7th round, and he needs to be called because you have an injury and you're like the Baltimore Ravens where nobody's left in the room, it helps to have a guy who's experienced, with a long and grueling workload, because that can do a lot to you. So,
yeah, and we've seen guys like Chris Carson comes to mind as the epitome of a 7th rounder that comes through at the running back position and is able to make a career out of it.
Yeah, and just like Steve says here, great insight. Big body gadget guy from a small school that probably won't get drafted. And think James Robinson from a few years ago. And that's a glowing recommendation, or a glowing comparison for sure. Absolutely.
This is another surprise. I thought he would have gone by now. He's definitely a physical guy. Nickname Bam Knight, which tells you a lot there too.
Yeah.
As you can see, he's not afraid of contact.
Contact balance is so important. We, as evaluators, I think we a lot of the times get, caught up with things like this, a breakaway speed or your ability to run people over. But to me, a lot of the times, it's just the ability to take contact and continue to move. Now, obviously, biggest strength here, youth. When you're young, going into the NFL, you might not have a lot of tools in the bag. Like it says here, he's extremely raw. But I think that when you see a talent or something to be excited about, you can make it work. And teams do it all the time, especially at the running back position where it carries less and less value every year. And some of these guys that go a little bit later, I know, like we said, sometimes it just flat out doesn't happen. But then sometimes it feels like there are 4 or 5 guys from rounds 3 to 6 that you're like, well, you could have had that guy and you have this guy. Alvin Kamara being, a specific one. So it's going to be
looking at Khalil Herbert, the comp there.
Yeah.
He was a 5th or 6th round pick last year that whenever David Montgomery went down and then even Damian Williams went down, he was a workload type back that was able to handle 20 plus touches easy. And there was no difference in production for the offense. The offense kept chugging along. It was the Bears offense, so it didn't chug along great, but it still chugged along the same.
I think the word might have been sputtered along, but
yeah, maybe.
So we are coming to the end. The 6th round has wrapped. I also have a pick into the 7th, which I will share with you. We won't break down too much though, but with pick 220, the San Francisco 49ers select UCF interior defensive lineman Kalia Davis. And with 221, the San Francisco 49ers also select Penn State cornerback Tyreek Castro Fields. And to start off the 7th, which we will unfortunately not be with you for. But again, check us out all over Twitter. We're going to be live reacting to the show and all the signings post-draft. But with pick 222, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Arkansas cornerback Montrek Brown. So super interesting draft, a lot to break down. We broke it down all here. You can check any of our coverage from days 1 and 2, as well as anything we had to go on here in day 3. You can check all that out on our YouTube channel, Important Nonsense. And it's been a great time. Mike, do you have any parting words for the great people at home?
For all of them that stayed with us at least this long, thank you. I know that it is not normal for many people to sit through the grueling 5th, 6th rounds of the NFL draft. It's only the real football, crazies that actually care that much as to whether their team picks a 6th cornerback in the 6th round or, a 4th string running back, something along those lines. So it's the unpleasant times, but some of these picks that hit, you're going to be happy you stuck around for. So thank you all for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And everybody check us out on the socials. I've been Mason at @football_Mace. You can check it out right there. Again, my guy, Mike Manning, everybody go give him a shout out, give him a follow. He's a great follow @_Mike_Manning on the Twitter. It's been real, guys. And until next time, keep it real. If I could find the video.